Phillies against the Chicago Cubs, and we're all set for action here at Veterans Stadium, and let's go ahead and check those defenses, Wheels.
Okay, Andy, the Phillies will go with Von Hayes at first base, Juan Samuel at second, Steve Jeltz at shortstop, and Mike Schmidt at third base. Left fielder Chris James, center fielder Milt Thompson, right fielder is Glenn Wilson, behind the plate Lance Parrish, and on the mound, the guy Andy and I were just talking about, the right-hander Fred Tolliver.
You looked at Freddie's numbers at Maine, and here's the Cub lineup tonight. We had a late change, and so the lineup is not as given. It's Martinez, Sandberg, Palmeiro will bat third, Mumphrey fourth, Manny Trio moves to the 5 spot. Keith Moreland moves in and bats sixth, and he will play at third base. Trio will be at first. Then Luis Quinones, Jody Davis, and Les Lancaster. Here's Martinez, and he's really been getting the job done as a leadoff hitter. He's batting .324 since moving into the #1 spot. And Tolliver gets the first pitch over for a strike. Freddie has had control problems throughout his career. He has good stuff, but they say his fastball tends to be straight.
He has a big overhand curveball. That's the pitch he just threw down. He doesn't throw many sliders. Basically, the curveball, fastball, and straight change.
And Freddie throws that curveball again. The key is for him to get it over like most pitchers. We've seen ball games where Tolliver could not control his breaking ball, and he was in constant trouble. Other games where when he does get it over, he can be an effective pitcher.
He has a very, very good breaking ball and has late action as that one did there, and he got Martinez to jump at it.
Tolliver just 26 years of age. Fly ball down the left field line. Jeltz is giving chase, so is Schmitty, and nobody can get there. Not high enough to allow the fielders to move into position, and the count is 1-2 strikes on Dave Martinez. The late Chicago lineup change was due to the fact that Leon Durham has come down with a case of flu. They don't think it's anything serious, but he is being held out of tonight's lineup. And you probably realize that Andre the Hawk Dawson is not in there tonight, the league's top home run and RBI man. He is simply getting a night off and probably will get in there sooner or later. Dave Martinez hails from Manhattan. He's only 22. Sharing center field now with Bob Dernier. Fastball is high. It's 2-2.
And a couple of kids give me a birthday to read today outside of the ballpark. They left it down at the front desk, and I had every intention of doing it. There's Ryan Sandberg, except I lost it at some point today. So those kids that gave me that birthday, we'll catch you again in the parking lot, and let me have it again, and we'll do it some other time.
We would like to wish happy 62nd birthday to Bob Wallach from York, Pennsylvania. He's been a dedicated Phillies fan for 42 years. Tolliver's first appearance. He is 0-6 lifetime in the big leagues. But in his last 2 starts at Maine, his ERA was a skinny 1.64. Just missed. Awfully close, and he runs a full count to Martinez. See it with that cap on, but Tolliver now features a crew cut.
Got that Carl Lewis look. Pride of Willingboro.
Tolliver at Maine, 21 ball games there. 6-8 earned run average on the high side, 4.74. One lifetime against the Cubs in 2 games. Earned run average against Chicago 4.05. We'll be talking about the Kevin Gross situation throughout the ball game tonight. The latest development, as I'm sure you know, is that the Players Association has appealed his suspension, which means that until there is a hearing, he is still eligible. And at this moment, he is scheduled to pitch on Saturday night for the Phillies.
Yeah, there's not much to add to that right now. Martinez is really giving Tolliver a good at-bat here. As you mentioned, and he's done a good job as a leadoff man.
And he has walked walked, and that's exactly what you want your leadoff man to do, is get on board one way or the other.
And it's exactly what you said has been the #1 problem for Fred Tolliver.
Oh, yeah. Martinez has stolen 9 bases, been caught 5 times. Here's Ryne Sandberg hitting at .310. He carries the 8th top average in the NL. And Sandberg always a tough out for the Phillies. He's hitting .324 against the Phillies. And the Phillies infield now will look for a double play. They had a chance to pull a double play last night. That was on the ball hit in the 5th inning by Palmeiro, the one on which Somwell erred, and it was at that point that Gene Michael came out and asked for an inspection of the ball and subsequently the glove of Kevin Gross. Rhino had a rip.
That's a good fastball. Tolliver, I just noticed, has changed his way of holding runners on. He's gone to that bent front leg, trying to take a quicker step to home plate. He used to really pick his leg up and kick high, and the catcher had no chance when Tolliver was out there. Watch the way he cocks that front leg now. See? He has a good move, too. He almost got him, man. He's always had a good move. His problem has been in his delivery when he lifts that leg up so high that they get a great jump on him, do base runners. So that's the reason he's cocking the knee the way he is out there.
Tolliver was a draft choice of the New York Yankees back in June of '79, traded to the Cincinnati Reds in the Ken Griffey deal. Here's a ground ball in the hole and a base hit. Martinez stays at second base, and the Cubs have their first 2 runners aboard. Sandberg singles in the hole, first and second, nobody out.
Got ahead of Sandberg with a fastball, came back with another fastball, got a little bit too much of the plate, and Rhino hit it in the hole to left field.
Now batting out of the number 3 spot, Rafael Palmeiro, left-handed batter. He was at Iowa when he was called up a month or so ago. He's batting .299 when he was at Iowa. Palmeiro is a good hitter. The Cubs just don't know what his defensive spot ultimately will be. Tolliver misses with a curveball.
He has 3-hitter potential, too, because he's left-handed. He drives the ball. You know, he doesn't look like he's going to be a real big strikeout man. And, boy, does he have a quick bat. I really like him.
And against the Phillies lifetime, a .320 hitter.
Plus, he facially looks like the best 3-hitter in baseball, Keith Hernandez. Looks like a smaller Hernandez standing up there. Look at him. Don't be fooled by his size either. He's strong.
Palmeiro had 11 home runs when he played at Iowa. He has 6 since coming up to the big leagues. He gets jammed and fouls it back. It's 2 balls and a strike on Palmeiro. The Cubs, of course, lead the National League in home runs. They have 151, and their pace is a record-setting one. Should they continue at this pace, they would hit .218, and the NL record is .207, set for the 1966 Braves. Breaking ball, tapped on the ground. It has eyes and goes through. Martinez is being sent to the plate. He will score as Wilson bobbles the ball, and Sandberg reaches third. I think Willie might have had a shot.
Yeah, he had a play, and now he'll get an error, too, because Sandberg had stopped at second base, so he gets third on the error by Glenn Wilson and his anxiety to throw a runner out at the plate. Tolliver made a good pitch that time. He really did. He threw an excellent breaking ball, and as you said, it had eyes. And Palmeiro made contact and just hit it through. Wilson thought the ball was in his glove, and he was ready to throw, and he didn't have it.
We have the makings of disaster here because still no outs. And Jerry Mumphrey, who destroys Philadelphia pitching, coming to the plate. Give Palmeiro a run batted in, charge Wilson with an error, and the Cubs are ahead 1-0. Mumphrey with 10 home runs, a career high, 5 of them at Philadelphia expense. This guy has been a tough out. Call a strike. Jim Quick is calling balls and strikes tonight. We have Tom Hallion at first, John Kibler at second, and Charlie Williams at third.
He's an opposite field hitter, too, Jerry Mumphrey. He has most of his powers to left and left center.
Phillies infield at double play depth. They will sacrifice a second run to get 2 outs. Strike 2 called. Tolliver battles back. The 0-2 pitch coming. Strike 3 called. Got him looking on 3 pitches.
Humphrey can't believe it. He thought that ball was outside, and Jim Quick showing he might have a big plate tonight. Really a big pitch for Tolliver. It's where it crosses the front of home plate, and Jim Quick says outside corner. And Tolliver very happy to get that.
When we last saw Manny Trio, he was hitting a home run to left center field, which spelled defeat for the Phillies. Ultimately, in that game in Chicago, final game of the road trip.
I told him that yesterday. I said, you know, you really ruined the road trip. And that big smile. He says, you know, a lot of people have been telling me that. Look at him, always laughing. You know.
Here's a guy who really enjoys himself.
No.
And Manny having a nice year, batting at .317, not playing a whole lot. Tonight he's at first base. The one position he rarely plays any longer is second base. They play him at third, sometimes at short, and often at first.
Yeah, well, they don't have to worry about second. Manny's one of those guys. He just likes to play a little ball, play some golf, have a good time. He is a delightful guy. Still.
There goes the runner from first, and the pitch is fouled off. Palmeiro was on the move, and Trio fouled it. No balls and 2 strikes.
Good curveball there by Fred Tolliver to get ahead now, 0-2. He's gotten ahead of the last 2 hitters, 0-2.
The great Yosh Kawana, longtime clubhouse man in your picture there. He's been with the Cubs forever and ever. In fact, it was rumored that when the Wrigley family sold the Cubs to the Tribune, that he was written into the contract that he had to stay. Of course, they would have kept him anyway.
Yeah, brother Noby's been with the Dodgers for a long time.
Yes, he has.
Look out. Tolliver can be a little scary to hit off, I would think, because he throws so hard, and he's wild, and he has that nasty hook. You know, where a hitter tries to stay in there and handle that breaking ball and not look foolish. And then he throws a pitch like that. He had a hanger to hit that time, too. Manny knows he had a pitch to hit, and he swung through it. You'll see here from our center field camera a hanging breaking ball. Look at that baby. Just sit up there. A little bit outside, too, but Trio missed it.
So Keith Moreland will bat another ex-Phil, hitting at .257, 20 homers, 61 RBIs. Moreland has batted safely in 13 of 15. He was ostensibly given the night off. But then when Leon Durham came up with the flu, they put Moreland back in the lineup at third base. Trio had been in there at third, and they moved him over to first. Dickie Knowles, who once pitched for the Phillies and now is a Cub pitcher on the injured list at the moment. On the minor league rehabilitation program last night, the Phillies Reading Farm team beat Pittsfield and Dickie Knowles in a ball game by a 14-3 score.
Shane Turner, the young player the Phillies got from the Yankees in the Easter deal, along with Keith Hughes, hit a home run off Dickie Knowles. I was talking to Dickie tonight, and he was very impressed by Shane Turner.
Yeah, Turner also had a triple in that game. And no strikes on Moreland. Make that 3-0 on Keith.
Happy birthday tonight to Bill Steinmuller of Harrisburg, 85 years of age. And happy anniversary tonight to Joan and Richard Walker, married 37 years.
3-0 pitch. Gets a light and fouls it back. This would represent pretty good comeback by Tolliver if he can get out of this after giving up a run. runners reached base tonight. There's Jeltz, the shortstop.
Giving the mouth open or closed on who's going to cover on the play.
Sock fouls another one back, and now we have a full count.
Interesting on Moreland, because he's not your typical right-handed hitter. We would necessarily play him to pull. Many times with 2 strikes on him, he'll hit the ball to the right side. So if the runner had gone, now of course it's going to go anyway. But if the runner had gone in another situation, you might have covered there with the shortstop and left the second baseman at home.
Palmeiro breaks, and the pitch is again fouled back. That's Palmeiro. He's the runner at first. Sandberg is over at third. We have 2 outs in the inning, and the Cubs lead it 1-0. Cubs and the Phillies in the day flight here tomorrow. They'll start at 12:35 in the annual Business Person Special. Hope you'll find an excuse to come on out here tomorrow and see baseball in the sunshine. And the forecast is for a great day tomorrow. It is hit to right field, deep, and foul. Happy birthday to Dave Pauls. He's from York, Pennsylvania.
Got a bunch of birthdays tonight. We'll go through them here as the game progresses. A long top of the first inning.
But not yet a disastrous one. Now look at what Tolliver has done against the Cubs in the past, having faced them twice prior to tonight. 3-2 pitch. Run number 2 scores as Sandberg crosses. Palmeiro goes to third base, and Moreland has his 62nd run batted in.
Nice job by Keith Moreland to get a 2-out hit. We've seen that many times. 2 outs, 2 strikes. Actually a 3-2 pitch. He didn't hit it all that well. He got jammed and flared at the center. But the thing is, he did make contact where the 2 previous hitters did not. So he picked up everybody with that.
And now the hitter is Luis Quiñones. He is playing at shortstop. When the Phillies were recently in Chicago, first days of the month, they had a youngster named Paul Noche playing at shortstop, but he just simply stopped hitting altogether.
This guy can swing the bat from the left side. He's got a little pop, too.
He is a switch hitter. And you're right, left is his best side by far.
I've seen him really pop some balls left-handed. He was with the Giants for a while.
Quiñones is no stranger to the big leagues. He first came up in 1983, played 19 games with the Oakland A's at the age of 21. Outside, and it's 3-0 to Quiñones. Lee Elia keeping a careful eye on Fred Tolliver. Walked in, and the bases are loaded, and the 8th batter of the inning will come up for the Cubs. Well, 2 walks and 3 hits in the inning, and Parrish will go to the hill before they pitch to Jody Davis, who is a pretty powerful hitter out of that number 8 spot. In years past, when Jody was having better seasons, of course, he hit much higher in the lineup.
Birthday wishes tonight to Jim Candelora, 21 years of age, and Denise Rucci. You have no age on them. You know them well. And also to Therese Kirchenen, it looks like, from Hazleton, 22 years of age, and also her sister Mary Doubert, D-A-U-B-E-R-T, watching us on Prism up in Hazleton, that great country.
Freddie's going to go from the windup. Curveball misses, ball 1. The back-to-back strikeouts of Mumphrey and Trio saved this from being utter disaster, which it still could be if Davis comes through with a hit. Foul back. It's 1 ball, 1 strike on the Cubs catcher.
Tolliver throwing a tremendous amount of pitches here in the first inning. He might have thrown 10 pitches to Martinez, the leadoff man. A couple of strikeouts, a walk, and there's Wally Ritchie up, and you might be looking at a 40 to 50 pitch first inning right now.
1-2. He's wearing that gum out, huh? To Jody Davis, who has not had the best of years, and he's been plagued by a few injuries, but the Cubs do have a solid backup catcher this year in Jim Sundberg, something they haven't always had in times past. Popped him up. That ought to do it. From first base, Hayes, and he makes the catch in foul ground. The Cubs sent 8 men to the plate, but they scored just twice. 2 runs, 3 hits. There was an error, and the bases left loaded. Half inning of play, 2-0 Chicago.
The tradition of horsepower. Budweiser and the king of beers. A tradition of horsepower that's making waves. Racing fans, this Bud's for you. Get the Phillies feeling.
Part of the Phillies business person special is 1, getting your free One Some Well poster courtesy of First Pennsylvania Bank. 2, the Fanatic. 3, explaining at work your appointment at the vet. Business person special Wednesday, August 12th.
Cubs on defense, Manny Trio at first base. Second baseman, Ryan Sandberg. The shortstop is Luis Quiñones. And the third baseman, Keith Moreland. In left field, Rafael Palmeiro. Center fielder, Dave Martinez. And in right field, Jerry Mumphrey. Behind the plate, Jody Davis. And on the mound, the right-hander, Les Lancaster.
That depends on where you hail from, Wheels. Pennsylvania, it's Lancaster.
I can't get used to pronouncing that name, Lancaster.
Well, I'm not sure you have to, as long as we're talking to a Pennsylvania audience. At any rate, here's the Phillies lineup, and it's Somwell, Thompson, Hayes, Schmidt, Wilson, James, Parrish, Jeltz, and Tolliver. Lancaster defeated Tom Hume on August 1st at Wrigley Field by a 5-3 score. He also pitched once against the Phillies in relief this year. So Lancaster is facing the Phillies for the 3rd time, once as a starter and once previously as a relief pitcher. He's making his 8th start, his 16th overall appearance. The Cubs feel that eventually he will be a relief pitcher. He's got the kind of equipment that will enable him to come back and pitch a couple of days in a row, and eventually they see him pitching in relief, but right now they need him in the starting rotation. Here's Somwell with a 7-game hitting streak. During the streak, he's batted .393. Phillies trail 2-0. Lancaster's last start at New York on Thursday, he did not get a decision, giving up 5 runs and 8 hits in 6 innings versus New York. He has the basic equipment, all 4 pitches, as Wheels mentioned, a riding fastball, but he doesn't have much confidence in his curveball or his changeup. 2-1. Home plate umpire tonight is Jim Quick. After tomorrow afternoon's game, the Phillies will be swinging to St. Louis for a 4-game series, but then they'll be back to play the Western teams, and the Phillies have 11 of their next 15 games right here at the vet. Full count. We'll have more action for you here on Prism next Tuesday and Wednesday night when the The San Diego Padres, the hottest team in baseball, come to town. They've won 6 in a row. And Samuel fans. Lancaster strikes out Samuel.
Struck him out on a slider. Good one, too. Right on the outside corner. That was a strike.
Phillies have faced a lot of left-handed pitching lately. Thus, Milt Thompson has not been in the starting lineup a whole lot. He's the 10th top hitter in the league with that .308 average. And here's a bouncer towards second base. Sandberg, who hardly ever makes an error on the AstroTurf, plays it into an out.
I think Chuck Tanner and Tom Lasorda are hearing footsteps.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I mean,
Larry Bow is sneaking up on
I
him.
mean, the Padres, the way they got off, there's no way they weren't going to finish last. And as you say, now they've won 6 in a row again. That would be rather embarrassing to the Dodgers and Braves, to say the least. And Tanner's finished last 3 years in a row.
He
doesn't want to get in there.
He's got a shot.
Yeah.
Here's Hayes, 2 out, bases empty. Vaughn hitting .295, and Hayes has driven in runs in 5 consecutive games. Talking a moment ago about Sandberg not making an error on the turf. The last time he did was July 2nd of '85. So over a year since he has erred on AstroTurf. Now, the asterisk on that, of course, is that Wrigley Field is grass and dirt, but even so.
Did he make that error here?
Not sure about that, Wheels. Kind of sticks in mind. I know why you asked that question, because you kind of remember it, right?
Yeah.
Lancaster, only 25 years of age. He's a Texan from Dallas. He misses. It's 3-1, and of course Hayes takes a lot of walks. He has 94, second highest total in the league. Base hit, left center field. And Hayes with a 6-game hitting streak. So Hayes gets on with 2 out, and Mike Schmidt will bat.
Good pitch by Lancaster, tailing fastball away, and Vaughn got jammed on it, but just flared it out over the shortstop Quinones' head for base hit.
Nice hand for Michael Jack, hitting at .289. His 22 homers ranked 9th in the league. That 75 RBI figure places 7th. It's been over 2 weeks since Schmidt has hit a home run. And he has only 1 in his last 74 at-bats, whereas he has averaged over his career 1 every 14.7 at-bats. Of course, the Cubs have been one of his favorite targets. 47 of those 75 homers coming at Wrigley Field, where Mike has not hit one this year. Hayes back. Great pitching matchup here tomorrow. The league's 2 top winners. 15-game winner Rick Sutcliffe versus 14-game winner Shane Rawley. 12:35 tomorrow. Hope you have your excuse ready. Strike 2 call. Fortunately, we don't have to worry about that.
No.
Lancaster 0-2. Schmidt 1 for 4 off Lancaster this year. Fouls it back.
Bring those Cubs out there early today to give them a little payback for what they do to everybody in Chicago.
Actually, the Phillies are doing the Cubs a favor. They could start that game later, as the Cubs often do when the Phillies have a travel date. And I heard some of the Cubs kidding around that they have a shot at getting home earlier tomorrow than when they play those 3:05 games at Wrigley.
If they live out near O'Hare.
Hayes returns. There are 2 outs in the inning. Phillies are down 2-0. It has been an up and down year for Lancaster. He has twice been farmed out this season. Pitching at Iowa, he was 5-3. single to center field. Hayes will stop at second, and the Phillies get back-to-back two-out hits. Schmidt now is hit safely in 12 of 13.
Well, Lancaster made another good pitch here with 2 strikes. That was a slider. It was out of the strike zone. And Schmidt reached down and just hit it off the end of the bat into center field for a base hit.
First and second, 2 out. Here's Glenn Wilson. Willie at 270.
Lee Ely doing a lot of juggling of the 5-hitter. Really hasn't found anybody to settle in there and do a consistent job. Wilson batting 5 here. Glenn's done a good job. Parrish has been in there. Chris James has been in there. But he's been moving them in and out depending on who he thinks is hotter or has a chance to handle a certain pitcher on a certain night.
Chris James, the on-deck hitter, was very frank on that topic the other night. He said, I feel nervous sitting behind Schmidt. And you can understand how a young player would feel that way.
Well, he says he stands there and thinks, gee, they're just pitching around him to get to me. Chris James might hit there someday. And not be nervous.
2 balls and a strike now to Wilson. Committing an error in right field earlier tonight. There's Gene Michael, the Cubs skipper. But the error did not figure in the scoring. Both Chicago runs are earned. Willie sends a fly down the right field line. Trio is over. Does he have room? He does just enough room to make the catch. Wilson fouls to Trio, and that'll do it. Phillies, no runs, 2 hits, and 2 left at the end of 1. Cubs ahead 2-0.
Phillies Fitness with Dick Vermeil, presented by Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia.
For many people, living with chronic aches and pains is an everyday challenge. I'm with catcher Lance Parrish, a guy that knows a lot about playing with pain. Lance, how do you cope with pain?
Well, Dick, I'll tell you, as you well know, every athlete sometime in his career has to deal with pain. So my situation is I try to do as much exercise and stretching before a game so as to prevent any type of injury from occurring.
Your exercise program you just mentioned, is it an organized, detailed program that you use all the time?
It's a program that was pretty much set up here in Philadelphia. It has worked very well, and I do it as many days in the week as I can.
If you were to give viewers advice in regard to handling pain, what would you tell them?
Most of the people that sit around the house or have chronic pain most of their lives are people that just don't do anything, don't get involved in an exercise program. And by an exercise program, I don't mean run to the gym and start lifting weights or start jogging down the street or, you know, take a walk or ride a bike or just anything around the house. Just move around, get your blood flowing.
Lance, that's great advice for the viewers. Thank you. Exercise in itself won't make pain go away, but it may make it easier to live with. I'm Dick Vermeil for Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia. See you next time.
This has been Phillies Fitness, brought to you by Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia.
A hard worker, Parrish, and anybody has to be when you take the gust treatment, as the players call it. You run into a player just dripping with perspiration downstairs, and he looks at you and he says, I just got gust. Lancaster leads off for Chicago, and he fouls it. Les is 1 for 20. Rookie pitcher struck out 7 times in those 20 at-bats. No bouncing foul along the third base line. And that's our old friend John Vukovic, Cubs third base coach. Former Philly third sacker.
And a real beauty.
Still makes his home here in the area.
He's something else. It's like he knows we're talking about him right now. Look at him. And he is managerial timber in this league. Whether he gets a job or not, we'll see. But I think Vuk could be a good manager. He really knows how to handle people.
becoming more and more the key to managing it.
Oh, absolutely.
Most everybody who's been around baseball for a few years knows the moves of the game. That really is almost the simple part. Third strikeout for Tolliver.
Oh, absolutely. You know, you're dealing in a situation where nowadays, as we look at this fastball by Les Lancaster, where the manager has to deal with the news meeting, which is really tough, especially in a town like this, and then having to deal with the players and keep guys happy and keep them playing, and they all make a lot of money. It's very difficult to be a major league manager, and it's not what the fans look at, what they see on the field. It's the stuff off the field more than anything.
Martinez walked and scored in the first inning. Cubs lead it 2-0. Martinez has 6 hits in his last 16 trips to the plate.
Happy birthday to Ted Zilek, Prism engineer, who'll have a birthday coming up this Friday, August 14th. His 37th. And that comes from all the guys at Prism who wish him the happiest birthday this Friday. Since we won't be on, we did that one a little early.
Liner right to Schmidt. Martinez hit it hard the opposite way. Schmidt catches it. 2 down.
Dave Martinez, really a good-looking player. The Cubs are doing some things that makes you think they're going to get better. High fastball away, and he goes with it, hits it hard. Martinez is going to be a player. Sandberg is. Palmero's got a chance. And they've got some people in their minor league system they really like, especially at Pittsfield and Iowa. The Pittsfield team they have is leading the Eastern League by about 14 games now over Reading. And they have some real good players on that club. An outfielder named Smith, a first baseman named Grace. So they're rebuilding, and, you know, they may trade a Moreland to get some pitching help.
Well, Dallas Green, of course, was the Phillies farm director, and he has always believed in producing through the farm system. And Dallas stated, frankly, when he took the Cub job, that his #1 priority was to rebuild their farm system, which was not producing anything at that point, and get it back to the production stage. Sandberg singled and scored first inning. 0-2 on Rhino. Here's a ball hammered to left field, but it's going to be right at James. Makes the catch for the out, and the Cubs have gone 1-2-3. We're in the middle of the second inning. It's 2-0 Chicago.
In the minors, you must have called it all 1,000 times. Then one day, you got the call. What's this, rookie umpire? Here's to you. Beechwood age for that clean, crisp taste that says Budweiser.
Compliments of that gentleman.
You hear those knocks? Texaco asked me to drive up the steepest hill we could find to show you what happens when you refill your tank with Texaco Super Unleaded with Petrox. Its detergent helps clean clogged fuel injectors, and it has higher octane to help knock out knocks. Watch. Same engine, same hill, but the knocks are gone. If you're not getting performance like this, switch to Texaco Super Unleaded with Petrox. Super star power for more car power.
Whether it's for your front porch or your backyard, you'll find it at Mr. Goodbye's. Come see our grills, gas, charcoal, electric, grills on wheels, and covered cookers. Goodbye stocks over 25 different styles.
Need we say more?
There's plenty of patio furniture at Goodbye's. Tables, chairs, lounges, cushions, and umbrellas. Hundreds to choose from.
Need we say more?
For everyday low prices, come to Goodbye's. It's big, it's easy, and it's fun to shop.
Need we say more?
Oh, yeah. When you see our low prices, you'll flip.
Good night for Cotton Candy here at Veterans Stadium. The Phillies are down 2-0, but we're only in the second inning, and Chris James will be leading it off. James, Parrish, and Jeltz here in the second against rookie right-hander Les Lancaster. Lately, Lee Ilya has been experimenting moving James up and down the lineup a bit, and Chris really has responded about the same no matter where he's hit. He has stayed hot. Wouldn't be surprised this winter there will be a lot of teams on the phone saying, how about that, what's that fellow's name, James? I suppose we could have him, couldn't we?
They tried that last year. I don't know if Jody Davis's mask. That was, Chris James was a player that a lot of teams tried to steal last year. Cincinnati, Jimmy Stewart from Cincinnati, their scout just loves James. And anytime anything would come up with the Reds, his name would always come up. And this was a couple of years ago, actually. Now, well, he's established himself to the point where, you know, he's a player you can't move. Don't want to move. Starting to notice it from other teams, like John Vukovich from the Cubs asking questions about what kind of guy is he.
The answer to that is easy. He's a great guy. And here's a ground single through the middle for Chris. Base hit to lead off the Phillies' second inning. So the Phillies have their third hit of the night.
Lancaster makes a lot of good pitches. That fastball really backed up and ran in on James, and he's strong, and he fought it off and grounded it through the middle. But another excellent pitch by Lancaster. Phillies have 3 hits off him tonight, and they've all been on real good pitches.
Now here's Parrish, and listen, he's getting cheers tonight. He's homered, of course, the last couple of ball games, and they've been significant home runs. He was being booed here Sunday, but he's turned it around quickly. Now with 12 homers, 49 runs batted in.
Remind me, I want to talk about Lancaster's windup when he's not in the stretch. I just thought about that. We alluded to that early in the opening.
Base hit down to the left field corner. Chris James heading for third base. Parry, the ball rolls around. James is coming to the plate. He scores. It's a 2-1 game on Parrish's double.
That was like a changeup from Lancaster. Something really slow, and I don't think it was a breaking ball. It was a straight change. And he hit it by Moreland. Now, the ball got into the corner. Palmeiro got in too close. You can't see it, but he got in too close, and the ball caromed by him. There he is picking it up. And James, who can run, was waved all the way around, so Lance picks up another RBI as he smashed that ball into the corner.
And here is Steve Jeltz. That's 50 runs batted in for Parrish. Jeltz, too, has been getting his hits lately. And the Phillies have a second runner halfway around. Jeltz takes a called strike. Now it's 2-1. Cubs were in the second.
See Jeltz hit the ball to the right side and get Parrish to third, because Tolliver, there's Lance, the batter on deck. Freddie's not a bad hitter.
0-2 on Jeltz.
It's a pitch Jeltz has to stay off. He's improving as a hitter, but that high fastball will just eat him up.
Cubs have been tough for the Phillies all year. They've met 12 times, and the Cubs have won 8 of them. Cubs have won 3 out of the 5 games played here at the Vet. Whoa. Lancaster brushes him back.
It was a good 2-strike pitch. In case he thinks Jeltz is diving out a little bit, he's just going to make sure he establishes that inside part of the plate again for himself.
Here where he would like to pull the ball, as Wheel said. That doesn't become any easier now with 2 strikes. Detroit has scored 3 in the first to lead the Chicago White Sox 3-0. And Lancaster fans him. Second strikeout for Lancaster, first out of the inning.
Shows you how important it was for that ball to get loose in the corner down there. Another high fastball, and he chases it. because Lancaster still could have seen his way out of it. It was just second and third, which is what normally that situation is going to be. But because Palmeiro isn't familiar with the corners here, he got himself in too close down there in the corner, and the ball kicked away from him.
Well, you see what Freddie has done career-wise.
He's an aggressive hitter. I mean, he will get his hacks. They started him with a breaking ball, too, for that reason. See, Tolliver holds the bat high, swinging for fastball, and missed it by about a foot because it was a breaking pitch.
One ball, one strike.
Another one. They have a book on him. I mean, they've seen Tolliver, and they know that he's not a pitcher up there. They just throw fastballs down the pipe and get him out. Tolliver had the broken arm. Got hit by a pitch. Somebody on the Giants hit him, and that's, you know, one of his disabled list trips last year.
Freddie chases high cheese, 1-2.
Roger Mason was the Giants pitcher that hit him on the left forearm and broke an ulna bone on May 29th.
And Mason now a member, oh, excuse me, that was Roger Mason, you say.
Right. Okay. Yeah, not Mike Mason.
Mike Mason now pitcher for Chicago. Here's a little tapper, and Lancaster gets Parrish in a rundown. Moreland runs him back, and Lancaster tags him out.
It's a bad play by Parrish, but then he made a good play. Parrish got himself in the rundown. You know, he shouldn't have broken on that, but he did. And then when he got in the rundown, he stayed in it long enough that he got Tolliver to second base. So they get the out on the play, but at least they have the runner still in scoring position with 2 out, which is what they would have had anyway.
The scoring is 1-5-6-1, a fielder's choice. And here's Somwell with 2 down and a runner at second. Somwell struck out his first time up.
It's a good substitute of runners there, too, because Fred Tolliver can run if Somwell can get a ball to the outfield.
Pitch just missed. Ball 1 on Somwell.
Happy birthday tonight to Dolores Gagliardi, 65.
Blazing fastball. It's inside, 2-0. Somwell with a 7-game hitting streak. Right up there in the race for the triples lead. Somwell, of course, is probably faster than Tony Gwynn. But Gwynn is such a good hitter. And here's a tapper towards short. Cut off by Moreland. Late, safe. Tolliver to third. Infield single for Somwell.
And Moreland did all he could on this. But he was playing deep with 2 out. And Somwell, with that speed of his, is going to beat this play. Beat it by a full step. Made a good turn around third base, too. He came into third hard, came around third just in case there was any fumbling of the ball at first, and then, of course, stayed there when the play was made cleanly.
So it's Milt Thompson, the batter, who grounded out to second base in his only trip. And the Phillies have the tying run at third base with 2 outs. Ball 1 to Thompson. Have out-hit the Cubs 5-3, but they're still down by a run. It's a bit high. 2-0 to Thompson.
See by that graphic that Milt has hit very, very well against Chicago pitching this year. The Cubs have a lot of right-handers, so he's gotten a chance to play quite a bit.
And Milt's been hitting everybody lately over the last 10 games, batting over 500. He takes a strike. It's 2-1.
Cubs are not over-shifting on him a lot. He has a big hole on the left side where sometimes teams will pull the shortstop over. see where Quinones is, so he has a big hole over there if he hits the ball by the third baseman, which he does quite a bit. Also, Dave Martinez in center field is shading him slightly towards left center, but not a real overshift. There's the center fielder. And well off the line is Mumphrey in right.
The old Larry Anderson move. I'm sure there are pitchers who used it before Andy, but he popularized it with the Phillies. Kevin Gross uses it a lot.
He has that little sidearm move he makes over there, does Lancaster. And it's very quick, and he has quick feet with it.
Jody Davis throws to third, and a good block by Moreland. You could see that ball going to left field. Wow.
About taking one for the club there. Keith Moreland blocked that. Jody Davis makes a bad play. As Tolliver wanders off a little bit, but not that far, and Jody Davis fired that ball in the dirt. A tremendous play by Moreland.
Here's a guy, Moreland, who thought he had the night off, and he's got to get out there and do that. Here's a base hit, tie ball game. Let's see if the ball scoots. It gets past Martinez. Here comes Samuel to the plate. Thompson, a triple, and the Phillies lead it 3-2.
Well, we just mentioned the overshift, but not that much by Dave Martinez. He was just shading a little, so that's how hard Thompson hit this fastball. He scorched this ball. Martinez did all he could to block it and try and keep it in front of him. All that would have done really was to just keep Thompson to a double instead of a triple, because Sammy would have scored with his speed and 2 out. But still, that shows you how hard Thompson hit that ball to get it past Martinez, even on the turf, because he wasn't over that far.
RBIs 26-27 for Thompson. Here is Hayes. Curveball is over for a strike. The 9th triple for Thompson, tying him for the team leadership with Samuel, and they are only 1 off Tony Gwynn's league lead. Hayes singled his first time up. So the Phillies down 2-0, now lead 3-2. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Phillies are really developing a player right now in Milt Thompson, too, who really was treated badly here when he first got here last year, and it took him some time to settle in, and he's really coming on as a good player.
Breaking ball over for a strike, 1-2 on Hayes. Bond with runs batted in 5 straight games. Would love to make it 6, and he's got Thompson at third base. Hit toward Quinones, but he fields the ball and throws out Hayes. So that'll do it. Hit sharply, but he's out. However, it's a 3-run inning for the Phillies. There were 4 hits in the inning and 1 man left on base. At the end of 2, 3-2 Phils.
Philadelphia, Friday night, August 21st, the Bull Blast returns. Greg Luzinski and Dick Allen in a home run contest. The Dilly in Philly between games of the Phils Dodgers. Why, Nida?
IBM, tail of the tape, measures all Phillies vet homers in '87. The 3 longest to date were hit by Juan Samuel, 410 feet. Bon Hayes, 412. And Glenn Wilson, 416. But has the longest been hit? Find out on September 30th when IBM honors the players with the 3 longest homers by donating $10,000 in their honor to ALS to combat Lou Gehrig's disease. IBM, tail of the tape at every Phillies home game.
Veterans Stadium, where the Phillies have recovered from 2 runs down to lead 3-2. We're going to the top of the 3rd inning. And Fred Tolliver put the Cubs down in turn last inning. Let's see how he makes out here. He's got the heart of the order, Palmeiro, Mumphrey, and Trio to face. The number 3 hitter, Palmeiro, has an RBI single tonight. It's about a perfect night weather-wise for baseball, and we are promised the same for tomorrow afternoon's game, which begins at 12:35. Keep you loose. 1 ball, 1 strike. In the air to center. Thompson coming in and over. It gets away. Off his glove. Palmeiro heads for second. He's in. Palmeiro to second base. Thompson had a good chance to catch that ball. It is being scored a 2-base hit. Let's see what happens to Miller. He comes in and comes over, puts the glove down, and it bounces right off the webbing. Palmeiro gets credit for a 2-base hit, but Thompson will catch that ball most of the time. So Palmeiro is 2 for 2. That's hit number 4 for Chicago. Tying run at second, nobody out, and Jerry Mumphrey, who looked at a called 3rd strike. Mumphrey sends a ground ball to short. Jeltz has to back. Makes the play on a strong throw, and Mumphrey is out. Palmeiro remaining at second base.
Mumphrey is not a good left-handed hitter for that situation where you want someone to pull the ball, because as we mentioned earlier, he's an inside-out hitter. You see Palmeiro with good base running. He sees the ball hit to Jeltz's right, so he knows he can't go anywhere. But Mumphrey likes to inside out the ball and hit it the other way, so in that situation where he wants to pull one, he has trouble with that.
And they still love Manny in Philadelphia. Here's Trio, even after that home run he hit against the Phillies. Tonight struck out in his only at bat.
Happy birthday tonight to Joanne Armstrong, real good friend and former high school classmate at Marple Newtown out in Broomall, Pennsylvania. She and her husband Jimmy watching our games all the time.
Strike to Trio.
Her birthday's actually August 9th, but we wanted to give her a special welcome on Prism tonight. And also to Matt and Christina Pappas in Westchester. Matt, 12, Christina, 16, children of Ed and Betty. Other classmates from MN, class of 63. A 25-year class reunion next year.
Strike. Phillies and the Cubs in a good battle here last night. Phillies won it 4-2. There was no scoring at all after the incident in the 5th inning, where the Cubs asked for the examination of Kevin Gross's glove. Foul 1 and 2. How about the job? There's Kevin. He's still active as a result of the Players Association asking for a hearing on the suspension. How about the job that Todd Froworth did in his Major League debut? Very impressive.
All he did was get Andre Dawson and Jerry Mumphrey out with 2 men on and 1 out. Threw him a good fastball that time. Kind of a high rider and really got it in on him. He doesn't like that baseball. It was just thrown out to him, so he'll take another one. Manny has turned into more of a hitter who turns on the ball now and looks to jerk it than he did when he was a regular player, and he hit a lot of balls to right field, inside out a lot of balls. He's pulling more now and has a career high home runs, especially at Wrigley.
Tolliver catches him looking. So Trio is called out on strikes as Tolliver gets number 4.
It's a curveball. Might have been outside, but Jim Quick says strike 3.
Well, that's the second out of the inning. Now he's got to go to work on Keith Moreland, who is 1 for 1, an RBI single. Phillies are ahead 3-2. They recovered after the Cubs got off to a quick start and scored 2 back in the first inning. Palmera's at second. He doubled to lead off the inning. Oh boy, he really socked that baby. A mighty 2-run home run by Moreland, and now it is 4-3 Chicago. The 21st for Moreland, who has driven in 3 runs tonight.
Well, we keep talking about why you don't throw balls down and in. Watch this. A breaking ball down and in. Fire that hip out and way out of here to left field. Keith Moreland, see, early in the count, he's looking more to pull the ball. Late in the count, he'll shorten up, hit the ball to center, hit it to right as he did early in the game for that base hit. At that point, he's looking to hit a ball out of the ballpark if you get a ball into him. Tolliver made a mistake on a curveball down and in.
Foul back by Quinones. So the Cubs have jumped back out by a run. 4-3 Chicago as Moreland has connected on his 21st. The shortstop walked his first time up. Strike 0-2 on Quinones. The Cubs have scored 3 of their 4 runs with 2 outs. Here's a little flare, shallow left. Chris James comes on, and I'm sure he had trouble with the lights at the end of that play, but he stayed with it and made it. Well, the Cubs have scored 2 on the home run by Moreland. 2 hits in the inning and nobody left on base. At the end of 2.5 innings, Cubs are ahead 4-3. Let's go to Prism Sports with Larry Rosen.
All right, thanks very much, Andy. So they've been scuffing baseballs, corking bats, using emery boards for generations, or so we are now told. That was the talk of the day at the old-timers gathering last week here in Philadelphia. Even the Hall of Famers like to have an edge. Say it ain't so for us, will you? Rapid Robert Feller.
No, I was talking to my wife the other night after this thing of Necro came out, and she said, you didn't have to cheat, Bob. He said, you just threw the ball when it was all right. I said, well, dear, that's not exactly 100% true. If the pitcher ahead of me had cut the ball up or cheated, or the ball was defaced or full of mud, or the seams were, or had hit the warning track or the wall and wasn't in perfect shape, I wouldn't give it to the umpire. I'd pitch it, but I never did. I never defaced the ball myself. Never.
Bob says the ball would follow what he called the path of least resistance. Most often, he could make it run down and away, wound up with over 2,500 career strikeouts. Back to Veterans Stadium we go now for the last of the third with Chris and Andy.
Home plate umpire Jim Quick. He's had quite a few pitches to call already, as Fred Tolliver has been involved in quite a few jams, as has the Cubs starter Les Lancaster. Already had 7 runs scored. We're in the bottom of the third, 4-3 Cubs. Kibler. I saw him get off the elevator today. John, how are you? He said, fine. How you been, Wheels? I said, good. He said, John, I saw your name in the paper today. Something happened last night?
Yeah, he's probably been signing reports all day.
Yeah. Well, you know, those umpires, as we look at the Phillies dugout, there's Kevin Gross, who got his name in the paper also today quite a bit. They don't want to go through that stuff. You know, they almost were forced into that last night.
That's right. They have been accused of backing off of this issue many times. At this particular point, though, the way the directives have been coming down from the league office lately, there's not much else they can do. But umpires always like to have support from New York, and apparently they're going to get it.
He said that Kibler had to take the glove up there. I meant to ask him that. He was supposed to take the glove and ball up to New York himself today, which did not please him.
No, I can't imagine that would. Schmitty, who singled his first trip tonight. And Mike has hit safely now in 12 of 13. Been getting his hits, but he's in a power drought right now. Broken bat, ground ball. Quinones can't get him another base hit. Schmidt shatters his bat, but exchanges it for a single.
Well, they play Schmidt as a dead pull hitter, so even though he just nubbed that ball through the middle, Quinones was over so far he couldn't get there. Another good pitch by Lancaster. Schmidt had to go out and hit it off the end of the bat and just squirted it through. Michael said 2 balls off the end of the bat tonight, has 2 base hits out of it. And that makes up, well, never makes up for it, but you think of the rockets that he hit. Other times that are caught.
Glenn Wilson 0 for 1 tonight. He fouled out to the first baseman trio. Cubs ahead 4-3.
Sunday afternoon, he hit 2 balls to center field off Matthews that were tracers, and they were both run down by Willie McGee.
And here's another pop-up. This, too, should be caught in shallow right. Sandberg says, I'll take it. And he does. Wilson is out, 1 down in the 3rd. Speaking of Willie McGee, the Phillies will be meeting up with those Cardinals again this weekend, 4 of them in St. Louis. And the Phillies will hope for better than a split this time. Chris James, 1 for 1 with a run scored. Phillies have had hits in every inning off Lancaster. His side has kept the offense going too, although Tolliver did put them down in turn in the 2nd. Low ball 1. When the Phillies arrived in Chicago at the first of the month, they were ahead of the Cubs in the standing, and by winning the opening game in that series, stayed ahead. But have since fallen behind tonight. The Phillies have a chance to again reclaim 4th place from Chicago, but they've got to win to do it. Mets 4, Montreal nothing. They are in the 2nd inning. Strike. 2-1. Tugger was here at the ballpark tonight. Tug McGraw.
Tugger gave us a call during that game on Sunday afternoon when we were on radio.
That's right.
Of course, reminded me of the fact that he was there rooting and saying, come on, you guys got a chance. Let's go. Tug is always optimistic.
Hitter is Parrish. Three balls and a strike on James. Low ball 4. Chris walks. The first walk given up by Lancaster. It's 1st and 2nd with 1 out. Parrish, who doubled home a run in his first at bat. been hitting with power lately. Home runs in each of his last 2 games and the RBI double tonight. Breaking ball in the dirt from Lancaster. And Jody Davis will go talk with his young pitcher.
He's starting to throw a lot of breaking balls in this inning, and he's missing with them. James had great discipline in his at-bat, taking some breaking balls in the dirt. He started Lance with one there, down and away, and he took it to get ahead.
Parrish picked up his 50th run batted in when he doubled in the 2nd inning. Breaking ball that misses.
And now he's got himself in a situation where he may have to throw Parrish a fastball. Oh, here comes Herm Starrett. See, they won't talk about all these breaking balls he's throwing right now. This guy has a good fastball. And all of a sudden he's gone away from it.
Well, how much of the blame of that do you place on the catcher?
Well, some. You know, I mean, the catcher puts down the fingers, but, you know, I've always felt that the guy who holds the ball is the one who should set the tempo for the game. I mean, the catcher can call some things, but if you don't want to throw it, don't throw it. Gene Michael. Yep. The catcher, you know, can really help that by putting down the pitches that are best for his pitcher, but he also can lead a pitcher into traps sometimes. I'm not saying Jody Davis is leading Les Lancaster into a trap, but he is in a bad spot right now.
2-0 on Parrish. There's 1 out with 2 on. Phillies down by a run. And Parrish takes a rip at a fastball. It's 2-1.
Good pitch in a good spot.
Inside. That
was a fastball, too. I mean, that's what Starrett went out and said to him. Throw your fastball. You have a good one. You know, what are you going away from it for? A lot of pitchers get the messing around with too much off-speed stuff up here and forget what got them there, and that's a fastball. Now you throw the breaking ball.
And Parrish just got a piece of it. Still 2-2. Year for Parrish, and I'm sure it pleases him a great deal, the fact that he is starting to have his most productive time of the year right now. Very high pop, right side of the infield. Infield fly rule is in effect, and there is out number 2 as Trio catches.
That was a fastball. That was a very fortuitous trip to the mound by the pitching coach at the perfect time.
And Steve Jeltz coming to the plate. Jeltz struck out his first time around, and Lancaster worked on him with high fastball.
The whole thing about pitching is you got to mix them up, and there's deception involved and all that. But pitchers get away from their fastballs too many times, especially a guy like this who has a good one. They get a little bit cute out there, and the next thing you know, they're in trouble. It's also why you have so many 3-hour games.
Looks as though we've got the makings of one here tonight, Wills. We're still in the 3rd inning, and this game's about an hour and a quarter old. 2 on with 2 out. Strike. It's 0-2 on Jeltz.
You know, that had to be Herm's message.
Sure.
This guy's a good arm.
From Dallas, Texas. Harper. Moreland makes the fielder's choice throw to second base, and the inning comes to a close. So the Phillies come up empty in the third. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left on base. Gary Maddox joins Wheels as we move to the fourth. The Cubs up by a run.
So much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you will find in no other beer at any price. Budweiser. Since 1876, your beer.
4-3 in favor of the Chicago Cubs. Chris Wheeler with Gary Maddox as we have Prism Baseball on a beautiful night here. Fred Tolliver at a point in his career where he has to start winning some games, I guess, to stay up here in the big leagues.
Definitely. Fred has to be really kind of lucky that he's here right now because he did not pitch that well down in AAA. And he just found himself with an opportunity to get a chance to pitch again. And he's in the big leagues. I know he's keyed up about it, and it's important that he goes out there and does a good job.
Cubs hit a few balls in the first inning, ground balls. Might have been at somebody, might have been a little bit different for him, but those are the things, I guess, that happen when you're struggling.
And it just seems that way with Freddie Tolliver, and he has to be able to put all that behind him and just go ahead and go out there and pitch his ball game now. The Phillies have did a good job in coming back in and putting him right back in this ball game.
Jody Davis batting out of the 8-hole, and then the pitcher Les Lancaster. And then to the top of the order, and Dave Martinez. Davis hit a pop foul to Von Hayes at first, his first time up.
And Chris, as you talk about, you know, there's a lot of talk about what a guy can do when he's not thinking about being in the lineup. Keith Moreland was not supposed to be playing tonight.
Look what's happened. Davis swing and a miss at a good curveball. Yeah, Keith Moreland has a 2-out RBI single to center and launched a long home run on a down and in breaking ball, a 2-run homer to put the Cubs ahead.
The guys play so well when they just go there and they can relax. You know, like a lot of times you'll be sick and not thinking about you're going to play or whatever, and you go there and you have the best game of your career. So there's a lot from going out there completely relaxed.
Broken bat, fly ball to left field. James is there and makes the play. Jody Davis shatters his lumber there, and there's 1 out in the 4th inning.
It's a good example of the type of stuff that Fred Tolliver has. He can make a mistake, and he has such velocity on his ball that he can still manage to get the ball in on these hitters. You see that ball just comes right back in on Jody Davis.
And you can see Jody Davis really starting to go out with his arms there, the way he likes to get extended and then have to pull them back real fast.
Exactly.
Here's Lancaster, the pitcher. Swings and misses. Lancaster struck out his first time up.
Did you and Andy get it straight how to pronounce his name?
I'm calling him Lancaster. I'll go down and talk to him sometime. I guess it is Lancaster.
Yeah, I grew up in California, not too far from a city by the name of Lancaster. So that's how we pronounced it out there.
1 ball, 1 strike on the Cub pitcher. Swing and a miss, and it's 1-2. He struck out 4 tonight as Tolliver, walked 2. Both of the walks in the first inning.
You know, you can imagine how excited he must be out there on the mound getting a chance to pitch right now.
Well, yeah, those 4 months in the minor leagues will do that to you.
And the thing is, when everybody's down in the minor leagues, they have getting back to the major leagues on their mind, and it's amazing that they cannot, you know, put it together down there.
Tolliver, as he strikes out Lancaster there, 5th strikeout for Fred, 2nd against the pitcher. Was injured for a while this year. In fact, twice he was injured.
Here you see the fastball from Fred Tolliver, and that runs in on Lancaster right there. He just overpowered him. And he has that type of overpowering fastball. I can remember some games he threw down in spring training against the Mets especially, where, I mean, he was just awesome out there.
Well, no one's ever questioned his arm, that's for sure. Here's Dave Martinez, who's walked and scored, lined out hard to third baseman Mike Schmidt. Here's a player, Gary, that looks like he has a chance. And as a center fielder, too, he's kind of a shallow playing center fielder, which is rare nowadays.
Yes, and what, the thing about playing shallow, what gives outfielders a lot of trouble is is what you saw from Martinez earlier in the ball game, where the ground balls, because, by not being deep, you get balls at an angle. Every ball you seem to go after. There's Bob Denier, who, in my opinion, is the best at catching the ball in the game right now since I've left.
They just said that. I was going to bring that up.
But
it's true.
Bobby has very soft hands. He's a real fine outfielder. And that's the guy that Martinez is platooning with. But you saw Martinez kind of go at a ball kind of funny in the outfield earlier on.
He pops this ball foul out of play. He's made great progress in the last year as an offensive player, and looks like he could play center field, too.
I remember when he got called up last year, and didn't look like he could spell hit, but he's doing a great job right now. And I spoke with Dallas Green when I was in Chicago, and he has a lot of praises for these young players that they're bringing up now.
Tolliver comes inside with a good fastball. 2-2 on deck. Ryan Sandberg. Martinez fouled all 4 or 5 pitches in his first at-bat before walking.
So what I think we're finding is these young players that maybe they're rushed to the big leagues, it's just taking them a year or two longer to make the adjustment, whereas in the past the guys would come up and be ready. You could afford to leave them in AAA long enough so that they were ready. Now a lot of guys are having to learn, while they're in the big leagues, which is a tough way to do it.
Yeah, it sure is, because people are not patient with that. And when I say people, I don't mean just fans.
Oh, no. I mean...
Far from it. I mean, people in baseball itself are not patient with a lot of young players because they're anxious to have them perform at the level they expect them to perform up out here, and they're not ready, a lot of them.
And it's dictated a lot by the position of the team, how the players are adjusting and how much pressure's on them to win.
And he's got a good at-bat going here again. 3-2, fouling off pitches. Hits it high and deep to right field. Back goes Wilson. Home run. Dave Martinez, his 6th of the year, and he really nailed that baby.
Inside fastball that he just turned on. You could tell that from his first at-bat in the first inning that he had a pretty good idea of what Fred Tolliver was pitching. And he had some pretty good cuts at him, and you have to give him credit. Here's the fastball, just in and down just a little bit, and he just turns right on it.
Right where a left-handed hitter likes it, too.
I think that's one of the things that a pitcher in this situation does not really think about so much as location as they are about throwing strikes and making sure that they have good stuff, and they have a tendency to maybe forget about location.
But Dave Martinez, we're just talking about, I really like him as a player. I think he's going to get better and better offensively and is a good outfielder. And he goes deep, and it's now 5-3. Here's Sandberg, who takes a strike. Ryan singled the left and scored and hit a home run. There's Martinez from Brooklyn, New York. Sandberg is also flied out. 1 ball, 1 strike now on Tolliver. 2 out, nobody on base. A run in on the home run by Martinez, number 6, and these Cubs can really hit home runs.
See, I think
he's hit 3 of his 6 against the Phillies this year, has Dave Martinez.
Chris, to me, when I see a guy that throws like Fred Tolliver, that can throw that hard, and you wonder why he can't win. To me, if a guy throws that hard, he has to be a little deceptive in his delivery, something that will throw the hitter off a little bit or shake the hitter up or something.
Sandberg hits it hard to Mike Schmidt. We'll get back. Oh, the throw to first is in time as Hayes stays on the back. We'll get back to that next inning. I think what you're trying to make the point is he might be a little bit too true.
Yes, that's what I think.
Okay, 1 run on 1 hit, no errors and nobody left. Phillies come to bat in the bottom of the 4th inning. It's 5-3 in favor of Chicago.
want someone to show they care, to share your dreams.
You know, you guys at First Princeton really helped me out.
To offer the convenience you deserve. And we hear you.
So, where can I find a good Greek restaurant?
Try Athens.
Here in Philly.
Try the phone book. Bella, Pennsylvania Yellow Pages. Works for me.
Boy, I could go for a great souvlaki.
Well, go. Now'd be a good time. Take it from Philly's most valuable player. Reach more customers in Philly's most valuable book. The phone book from Bella of Pennsylvania.
Hey, someday I'll do you a favor.
How about now?
What?
Let me clean that bag off.
Oh, yes.
Fred Tolliver leads it off for the Phillies in the fourth inning. It'll be Tolliver, Samuel, and Thompson. Tolliver got on a fielder's choice, scored a run his first time up. Lancaster's first pitch is high for ball one. Lancaster, to me, is deceptive. I mean, he has one of those real quick windups. He looks like he'd have the ball on you in a hurry.
That's exactly the point I was trying to make about Fred Tolliver.
And a good play by Lancaster there as Tolliver tries to bunt his way on.
Anything that might distract the hitter or throw his timing off a little bit, just enough to get his hands started. You'll see Tolliver taking an opportunity to try and push one down the first baseline, but Lancaster got off the mound good, and he's right there to make the tag.
Tolliver is a very good athlete and can run well, and that's a good play on his part to try and get on there down a couple runs, and obviously leaving him in the ball game early.
The way he swung the first time up, I figured he thought it was probably best if he went ahead and bunted that time.
Here's Samuel. This Lancaster, to me, you know, he looks like he comes through real quick, and all of a sudden, if you're a hitter, the ball's right on you.
Right. See, as a hitter, you get used to watching a pitcher work and see where he delivers the ball from. And anything he does to disguise that, it makes it harder for you to pick it up. And that's the key to being deceptive and throwing the hitter off a little bit.
His hands look like they come way down, and all of a sudden, here comes his ball.
Right. And your eyes are trying to pick it up, what he's doing out there.
Watch how he finishes. 2 balls and 1 strike on Samuel. His glove hand is way down, and then now the ball's in his hand somehow. I was watching him up here thinking he'd be tough. Samuel pops it foul out of play right behind home plate. Sammy tonight has struck out and singled and scored an infield hit. Here, analyze him, Gary. What?
Okay, you see there, first off, he drops the head. You don't know where the ball is going.
No.
But then his knees comes way up through his arms, and then his glove comes through first, and then here comes the ball.
To me, it looks like you see the glove.
Right, so the first thing you see is that glove, and then the ball will follow.
Yeah. That's one of the things about hitting, too, is, I mean, you just don't have that long up there, and a hitter wants to find that ball quick.
And guys are a lot of guys are tough. They don't even have to have a hard fastball or anything like that. If you're deceptive enough.
Swing and a miss and a good fastball. This guy has a good fastball up, I think, in the strike zone, and he got away from it a little bit, and Herman went out and had a talk with him.
That's always been Herm's motto. You got a good fastball, go ahead and go with it. And I know a lot of times, when the pitching coach goes out and talks to the pitcher, you can bet that 9 times out of 10 the next pitch is going to be a fastball, and you sit on it and try and crush it.
Thompson, he takes something off that pitch, and Milt fouls it off. He grounded out his first time up, then scalded a triple. I noticed Martinez has moved in center has moved over a little bit too.
Right, that was a ball I thought Martinez, by playing shallow and chasing that ball down, it got to him at a funny position, and he actually dove over it a little bit, and the ball ended up getting through him to the wall.
And he was shaded a little bit towards left center more the last time up also. And a breaking ball there to Milt Thompson. Misses, tried to backdoor him. 2-1 on deck is Hayes. 5-3 Cubs in the fourth. Chris Wheeler with Gary Maddox on Prism.
Chris, you see, there's always a lot of scouts here at the ball game, and that's why they're here so often, so that they can position the outfielders. Now, Martinez obviously playing Thompson the other way, hadn't seen Milt while he was hot. And now then, that changes everything.
Here you saw that scout section there as the ball is fouled back by Milt. 3-2, 2 out, nobody on base. No surprise, there's a top hitter in the National League. I don't know a guy that hits the ball any harder than he does consistently. Tony Gwynn. Sandberg and Thompson right in there.
And with a 41-point lead, that was a 21-point lead as far as points, it'll be very hard to catch. Those guys that lead the league, man, they know how to do it. It's an art to getting up there on top and staying up there. You watch the guys behind you. You know what you have to do. You take a walk. And if your team's in last place, you you can even sit out a game.
Yeah. High average for Pedro Guerrero there. Got him out front, and he still hits it hard. Back to the wall. It is off the wall. Thompson into second with a stand-up double. He looked like he was out on his front foot when he hit that.
Boy, he's in a groove. Is he in a groove or what?
When we watch this, watch him get out front here.
You see, exactly. But the key is, look at his hands stay back. He takes his hands back, and he sees that ball down there, and then lets that bat fly through. And I mean, he is unconscious. Chris, unconscious is what they say when the guys are hitting everything.
Yeah, well, when you hit a ball that hard off your front foot, as you said, he kept his hands back. Still not a bad pitch. That's just a hot hitter.
Exactly. When guys are going that good, they don't even know what they're doing.
Hayes hits it high in the air to center field, but Martinez has a play. And waits for it, and down it comes into his glove, and the Phillies waste that two-out double by Milt Thompson. No runs, a hit. No errors, and one man left on base. We're through 4, and it's 5-3 Chicago.
Youth. A time to race with the wind. To run free. That's only a dream for some kids. But you can help them fight to make that dream come true. Every time you buy Budweiser and Bud Light this August, you help us make a contribution to the Muscular Dystrophy Association. So look for this display where you buy Bud and Bud Light. And remember, you really make it work.
You hear those knocks? Texaco asked me to drive up the steepest hill we could find to show you what happens when you refill your tank with Texaco Super Unleaded with Petrox. Its detergent helps clean clogged fuel injectors, and it has higher octane to help knock out knocks. Watch. Same engine, same hill, but the knocks are gone. If you're not getting performance like this, switch to Texaco Super Unleaded with Petrox. Super star power for more car power.
In the National League East, the Mets have been making a run, have fallen off a little bit lately. They've lost 3 in a row, and the Cardinals with that 5.5-game lead. That's still a good race going on. And Cincinnati, boy, they had a nice lead, and then the Giants swept them 4.
Now, you got to talk about San Diego now.
And here they come.
All right, Larry.
Yep, San Diego 6 in a row, and Lasorda and Tanner are hearing footsteps. Now, here's a race for you. Look at this. 3 good teams over there. Milwaukee's still only 6.5 out because of their great start. And another good one right over here. Lefty Steve Carlton helping the Minnesota Twins to a 3.5-game lead over California and Oakland. We have 4 races going on in the middle of August, which is great for baseball.
Really exciting. We thought the Cardinals were going to make this one a laugher in the, National League East, but this has turned into be a pretty exciting thing.
This is Rafael Palmeiro, Jerry Mumphrey, and Manny Trio to face Tolliver here in the 5th inning. Palmeiro, a left-handed batter, hits a line shot right at Manny Trio. What do you think of that guy? He's 2 for 2 tonight.
Yeah, he's a pretty good-looking hitter also. It shows some occasional power, too. You make that mistake like we're talking about the ball down and in, and he'll turn on that and hit it a long ways.
Said he looks like he could be a 3-hitter. He looks like he has that stroke, plus spatially he looks like Hernandez.
Chris, yeah, that's good for, what, 20 or 30 points right there if you look like Keith Hernandez.
Easy. Just be careful. The umpires will give you pitches.
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's him.
And I've been watching Freddie Tolliver here. Now, you watch his delivery, and you watch his right leg. Watch his right leg, and you notice how most pitchers will bring that leg all the way even on their follow-through. He just seems to somehow drag it back. I don't know if that means anything, but that's really different as far as what I've seen. He never really brings it up.
Just kicks straight up in the air like a horse rearing up. This is Mumphrey. Jerry Mumphrey has struck out, grounded to short 0 for 2. Doing a great job in a platoon situation. This guy's always been a good player.
And Tolliver did a good job striking him out. He struck out the best hitter in the lineup, I think, in the 1st inning.
See what he's done against the Phillies this year, just cleaned up. Outside corner, says Jim Quick. 2 balls, 1 strike on Mumphrey.
The Cubs have been very happy with the way Jerry has been swinging the bat. Plus, they said his defense has really picked up quite a bit, so he's doing a good job. Very seldom hits right-handed in the ring.
Yep, platooning with Dayette, who will play tomorrow as the ball's fouled out of play. That business person special at 12:35.
Chris, this is what we're talking about, Freddie. Watch his right leg. Normally on a right-handed pitcher, you'll see that leg come all the way up, but he just kind of drags it and holds it right there. It never comes up even with his front leg.
Looks like he poses a little bit kids that yell at him, "Did your dad bring a camera tonight?" Way high and outside. And he doesn't mean to do that, but you know, sometimes you'd face some guy who's really kind of pretty like that.
Oh, yeah, that's the furthest thing from his mind. He's got victory on his mind, and he would like to get that first big league win, right?
Yeah, he's 0-6. Full count on Mumphrey, who loves to go the other way and can scald a ball to the opposite field. Perfect for that short porch at Wrigley.
And I think people have a tendency to think that because a guy hits the ball hard the other way that he hits outside pitches. But it's the inside pitch that you're able to really drive that way. When you go into the ball and you hit it right even with you, the ball will go the other way, and that's what Mumphrey does so well.
Mumphrey took a close pitch that time. That was similar to the pitch he got called out on. And as you mentioned, a perfect pitch by Tolliver. That ball was low. Here's Manny. A couple of strikeouts. He's probably still laughing.
And Manny jumps up into the, you know, he's hitting ahead of Zonk here in the lineup. I was a little surprised at that.
Oh, he's got great power now.
That's what he did yesterday. He was flexing his arms around out there.
There he goes. A hit and run by Trio. Wilson coming on. Can't get there. Mumphrey on his way to third. The throw to third is wide, and a good play by Mike Schmidt. Manny Trio has always been a good hit-and-run man, executes it to perfection.
Well, it's interesting watching these guys play. Here's a pitch. You'll see Manny having the swing because it's a hit-and-run, and then he flares it in the right field. Here comes Wilson. He's going to try and make the throw at third, but we've been seeing him throw behind the runner at first. And I think he might have had a shot at Manny had he done it in that situation.
Good play by Mike Schmidt there.
And that's
Tolliver was a little slow getting over to back up, too.
And that's a good play by Mike because I think a lot of players have a tendency to wait as long as they can near the bag. As soon as you realize that that ball's not going to be on line, you got to go out and get it.
Now, here comes Ely out of the dugout. The Phillies do have bullpen activity. Todd Froworth is out there. Keith Moreland is the batter who's murdered Tolliver tonight, so Ely could be thinking about a pitching change here, Gary.
Well, I think with the runner in scoring position where it might just take a sacrifice fly to get him in, he might be thinking about making a change. He would like to get someone in that could possibly throw a ground ball and get a double play and get out of the inning or a strikeout.
And the guy on deck, Moreland, one of the best at getting runners in from third base, too. He's thinking ground ball here because Moreland doesn't run well.
Right.
Well, let's see what happens. Yep.
And Froworth is the type of player, a lot like Jacoby, that can get you a ground ball just because of their delivery.
We're going to have a pitching change here in the 5th inning at Veterans Stadium. Fred Tolliver, in his first start back from Maine, will give up 7 hits. So far, 5 runs. He has 2 runners on base that are his responsibility.
There goes a disappointed young man right there. And it's a game of inches. You really feel for a guy. And we saw it right off. The first 2 balls that are hit are just out of someone else's reach, and then the next thing you know, a 2-out base hit, and you're down. But, you know, Freddie will get some more opportunities, and, you know, hopefully he can get himself on track.
Of course, he was hurt by the long ball tonight because the Phillies did give him a 3-2 lead. He gave up a 2-run home run to Keith Moreland, who now will face Froworth, and then a solo to Dave Martinez to make it 5-3 Cubs. Todd Froworth into the game trying to stop the bleeding. So you see Todd in his second game. He won last night in an inning and 2/3, had a couple of strikeouts.
Talk about someone not expecting to be in the game. That was probably the furthest thought from his mind at the time.
Yeah, not only did he come into his first major league game, but he had to warm up in front of the crowd in his first major league game.
Yeah. So we're talking about deception, and that's a good reason why pitchers like this, you know, like Froworth or like a Jacoby can be, you know, successful. You'll see that hitters get used to seeing the ball come from a certain area. Three-quarter range is where they normally throw it from. And now you have to all of a sudden look for a guy throwing underneath or from the side, and that really throws you off because you just don't see enough of those type of pitchers.
Old friend of yours in the back of the booth. Some people probably could have heard him on the air.
I wondered who was throwing off my timing here.
I saw he got you a little bit there. Frank Edwin McGraw. Speaking of pieces of work.
No,
stopped in to say hello.
He's not that anymore. I talked to Tug before the game, and he's all serious now.
Yeah, right. Here's Moreland. Keith Moreland got a base hit off Froworth in the game last night, single to center. He's had a big game tonight. 2 for 2, 3 RBIs, his 21st home run. He wasn't in the original starting lineup. Durham came down with a flu, and Moreland got a chance to play. Froworth moves over to first. Manny Trio, the runner there. Jerry Mumphrey on at third with 1 out. Phillies looking for a double play ball. And there's that sinker ball. He beats it foul. Moreland trying to lift the ball in this situation, of course.
Time really does fly. You know, I look back and I see a lot of these guys, you know, I can think back to when they first came up with the Phillies, and now they're over here in Chicago. And Keith, he's talking about, well, I might play for a couple more years now. And I can remember when he was happy to get all the time he could when him and Bob Boone were platooning in certain situations.
He's dying to get in there.
Really.
Trio dancing off first. Man, he better be careful. You know, he really didn't get, there's the best side of John Vukovic, and also the runner Jerry Mumphrey on at third.
That won't get back to him.
I hope so. Fun when the Cubs come to town now. You know, yeah, I know you feel the same way. We have so many friends down there.
Oh, yeah, it's good, especially Bobby D. It's always good to see Bobby.
That's what Todd Froworth did at Maine. He pitched very, very well at Reading early in the season for George Culver. Had 17 saves at Reading before they moved him up to Maine.
And he was only in Clearwater last year.
Yep.
That's a lot of movement.
Fast. That's not a double play ball, but let's see. Nope. See, that's not a double play ball, but with Moreland running, you always have a chance.
And that's playing the percentages. That's why Lee Ilya brought Froworth into the ball game so that he could give himself a chance to get out of an inning, and he came very close to doing exactly that.
The reason it's not a double play ball, of course, is because of the way that Jeltz has to go in the hole. Sonwell makes a strong pivot, and it's a bang-bang play. Moreland calls himself safe.
And Jeltz did a lot to make that, you know, a possible double play ball. Sammy's getting so well on that pivot, isn't that? That's really good to see.
4 RBIs in the game for Keith Moreland. Here's Quinones, the shortstop, and he rips a base hit to right field. Moreland will stop at second. Well, the Cubs have another hit, 2 on and 2 out. They lead the game 6-3 on the RBI by Moreland as Mumphrey scored on the ball that was almost a double play.
Froworth, he's just got called up and he finds himself in his second ball game. He, you know, give a guy a chance to sit down and enjoy his first victory or something. Well, but he's right back out there.
The way the staff is right now, he may see a lot of work.
Yeah, especially being 1 pitcher short, you know.
Alluding to Kevin Gross's situation, of course.
Bad Brock was out today. He had a piece of sandpaper in his glove, as big as the glove, taped in his glove.
Gotta have a sense of humor.
On this team, that's for sure. Or you'll be you either have a sense of humor or do a lot of fighting.
Here's Davis 0 for 2. Froworth, like most of these submarine ballers, is going to be tougher on the right-handed hitter than the left-handed hitter.
Because you see that ball, when it leaves his hand, it is bearing in on you every step of the way. And the harder a guy can throw, you know, the more it's going to run in on you.
No balls, 1 strike on Jody Davis.
Then when they get that breaking ball, you know they have no prayer.
There's one, but that one came in an area he didn't want it.
Right, he wants that ball to be away. He's pitching the guy, pounding him in on his hands, and then he throws that slider like that. He wants it to be on the outside part of the plate.
Never want it down and in, because these right-handed hitters are pulling off anyway. You throw that ball down and in, and they'll really hit one.
That's right where they're pulling off to.
Right in their zone. 1-1. There's another one. He misses outside. 2-1. On deck is the pitcher, Les Lancaster. That's Moreland at second.
And you can see with Jody Davis, even though he took that ball, his hands were already committed. He was stepping towards third base, and his hands had already started coming forward. That's the kind of deception that will get you to move those hands a little bit, and it takes away a lot of your power.
Davis struck out last time in the game against Froworth in that inning in 2/3 that Todd pitched. Sinker, and he beats it foul. That's the other thing about a good sinker is you're going to hit the top of the ball a lot.
you'll see this delivery. Look for him to throw the ball from below his waist down there. And that is, as a hitter, wow, that's something you're not used to seeing. And you don't even focus down in that area at any time. And when you see a guy come in that does like that, it's completely foreign to you.
He really looks like a bulky Tekulve. Good sinker. Yeah, you do a lot of that too,
Right.
don't you?
I have some toenails that are about 2 inches thick because you continue, you foul the ball off your toe, and the toenail will grow back even thicker the next time. And I mean, it's a lot of pressure that builds up under there.
I mean, Jody Davis got that one off the ankle. It's not tough enough to catch, but then you go up there as a catcher and beat those sinkers off your feet.
That ball is going down, and what you do is you hit the top half of that ball, and it goes straight down.
Jody taking some time to get back in. That's understandable. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Davis. 2 on and 2 out, a run in. 6-3 Cubs in the 5th. Slider, a little low. Snap throw to second. Just in time is Moreland back at second base.
And I'll tell you why that was such a close play. You're taught as a base runner that you're going to leave with 2 outs. You're going to leave. There you see the throw down the second base, and Moreland just barely gets in on that situation. But as a base runner, you're taught with 2 strikes, as soon as that hitter starts to swing that bat, you take off, because it doesn't matter where he hit it, you're going to have to be running. So you try and leave as soon as you see him start to swing that bat, and that's why Moreland was leaning a little bit towards third.
Yeah, he checked on that.
Right.
And you're thinking, as a base runner, how can he not swing at that pitch? Now everybody goes. Oh, he went. See if they get him. Yep. Jody Davis swung at a bad ball that time. He thought he had checked, but Jim Quick, everybody got him on that. Strikeout for Frower, so in the inning, a run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left. Phillies come to bat now in the bottom of the 5th inning. They trail at 6-3.
It was so simple. Really, a direct electrical charge here heats up the carbonized filament here, which in turn excites the gases trapped in here, and voila!
Well, it's very nice, Thomas, but I wanted a Bud Light.
If you want the great taste of Bud Light, ask for it.
Don't feel bad, Thomas. It's not a complete loss.
Bud Light, because everything else is just a light.
1987's vacation rages the Phillies cruise. All the right people will be there. Famous Phillies, former Phillies, up-and-coming Phillies. Will you be on the QE2 and at least from Philadelphia bound for the Caribbean on November 13th? Will you spend 8 days of vacation bliss on this luxury cruise line among these very right people? Call this number to see if there will be space for you on the Phillies cruise. See you on deck.
You don't have to be a big shot to go on the cruise. Anyone can go. He's going.
Join manager Lee Ilya, Kent Tekulve, and Juan Samuel and be a part of the 1987 Phillies Fantastic Cruise on the QE2. It begins on November 13th, and call right now for the new reduced rates for the Phillies cruise. Call Whiteland West Travel, 296-9366, 215-296-9366. Operators are standing by right now for your call.
Reduced rates also. Here's a pitch to Jody Davis, and people will wonder, how can he even start to swing at something like that? When you step in the hole, and you pull your shoulder out of there, that pitch actually looks good to you for a while, because you're pulling away and you're taking yourself away from the pitch. It actually looks good for you, and then you realize, uh-oh, it's too late, though. It's already happened.
Yeah, and then you start to trot to first base when it's 3-2 and hope. That's what Jody did.
It's like, hey, what do you mean?
I didn't swing at that. Mike Schmidt will lead it off. Michael Jack, and then Glenn Wilson and Chris James. Schmidt has 2 hits tonight. Hit 1 ball to center off the end of the bat. He had a real good at-bat there on a breaking ball, and then shattered his bat last time. They're playing him to pull in the infield, and he squirted one through the middle.
Mike, everyone is still waiting for Mike to hit a home run. No question about it. When is he going to hit his next one? And I just had to ask Mike. I said, Mike, like every 13 or 14 at-bats, do you wonder, like, have you hit a home run yet? Because, that's what he averages up there as far as hitting home runs.
Pops that ball foul, first base side, and it'll go into the crowd.
He said, no, not that often, but he has been thinking about it to the point where, he mentioned to me an interesting fact that even, I think when people look at home run hitters, And there's Mike, 517, number 11 on the all-time list. So he knows a lot about hitting home runs. And I think when you look at a home run hitter, you're looking for a guy that hits the ball out of the ballpark, no matter where it goes. But Mike said in his last 3 homers, they've all been hit to right field. Which to him means that even though they went out of the ballpark, he's not swinging the way he wants to be swinging the bat.
Yeah, and the Cubs, of course, are playing him to pull, as many teams do, expecting that from him. And he has been hitting a lot of balls up the middle and towards center and right center. Where does that come from? Is he waiting a little longer, you think?
He's hitting the ball, and we talked about the pitch that guys hit the other way is a ball in, and that's what he's doing. That ball, he's not hitting it out in front of the plate, but it's getting even with him. And then he's hitting the ball, and it's going the other way from center field on over. He'd like to get that ball out in front and get it airborne.
So in other words, that's not conscious on his part.
No.
And there's that pitch inside with a fastball 3-1.
But to turn it around is conscious. He's definitely working on turning it around so that he can hit more home runs. He's hitting 293 right now, and he's trying to decide whether or not do I keep this average or do I abandon it and try and get hot and carry the ball club.
3 balls and 1 strike on Michael. And he had a fastball there and swung through it.
He's still getting his base hits. There's no question about that.
Well, this Lancaster looks like he can throw up in the strike zone a little bit and get away with it.
Right, and there's Mike, and he swings at a pitch that's up a little bit, and you know as well as I do what Mike likes to do with that ball is hit down on it. So he leaves the ball a little bit lower than that in order to get the type of swing that Mike Schmidt needs.
He's a low ball hitter. He fouls that one back, got jammed a little bit. You'll find when we replay Michael Jack's home runs over the years, almost every one of them comes on a ball down. Like most great power hitters, they're low ball hitters.
He has the ability to do with that fastball that's down, what left-handers do with that down and in fastball, that they're able to just turn completely around.
Yeah, and the high pitch is a pitch that he really doesn't handle. There he has a ball away from him there, a high fastball, and a little bit of a late swing, hits it foul down the first base side. I think that's in the World Series in '83. I think the Orioles did that as well to him as any team I've ever seen for a series, is get him out on balls up.
Right, and Mike normally very disciplined at the plate. It's when you got a guy that's a little bit, that's struggling just a little bit and looking for something that he'll chase a pitch like that.
Oh my. Well, that's a.
What you saying? That could have been a strike. Ooh.
Well, maybe we have that again. If Frank has that, our director Frank even sent us. You know, this might be a veteran's pitch right here.
Yeah, he deserves to get that pitch.
I think you walked back to the dugout on some of them, though, haven't you?
No, I swung at everything. But Mike, I think he deserves that pitch right there.
Heck yeah. All right, that's a walk. Phillies have their leadoff man on, and Wilson the batter. Phillies pulled off a couple pitches tonight and popped them up to the right side. Now he hits it hard down the right field line. This ball is fair and in play. Off the wall. Schmidt will stop at third. Wilson at second with a double into the right field corner. Play by Jim Davenport, too, to stop Mike Schmidt down 3 runs.
Oh, well, Mike Schmidt was going to stop himself on that situation. So you'll see that ball in the middle of the plate, and Wilson hits it the other way. He finally stays in there and gets a good swing on a ball there. It's hitting to the corner.
It's amazing that ball stayed in play. Normally those jump out for ground rule doubles. There's the Cubs brain trust. Jim Snyder, Gene Michael, Herman Starrett, and John Vukovich. Chris James, the batter, with runners at second and third, nobody out. Phillies trail at 6-3. James has singled and scored, walked, and they'll play the infield back in the middle, Gary. Looks like up at the corners. Well, now Moreland's going to scoot back.
Yeah, they're going to go ahead and concede the run and try and prevent a big inning from happening.
And the bullpen getting up for the Chicago Cubs. That's the right-hander Jay Ballard, former Philly. One of the 5 for 1 in the Von Hayes deal.
You'll be seeing a lot of that former Philly here stuff tonight.
Way outside, and a good play by Jody Davis. There's Mike Schmidt, the runner at third base. Davis making that play behind the plate. Glenn Wilson on at second has really rifled that ball into the right field corner. Well, he's trying to get back in it. And James with a good eye takes a breaking ball low. 2-0 on Chris James. Johnny Oates, another former Philly. There he is, the bullpen coach. Well, I guess he's not the bullpen coach. He's in the dugout. Oates, a good guy, former catcher.
And he really has that catching down to a science now. I mean, as far as timing, they have a certain time that they feel a pitcher must release the ball by, and a certain time it takes the catcher and all that. That he's really got that down to a science.
2-0 on Chris James.
Got to be patient in this situation, not trying to do too much with the bat.
Swung through that pitch. Can't help it when I look at Johnny Oates, thinks it's Dave Parker running him over an opening day here in '76 on that fly ball to Jerry Martin in left field, broke his collarbone.
Yeah, I remember that very well. I think everybody that was at the ballpark probably remember that. I know Oatsy remembers.
James ahead in the count, 2-1. Oh, and he takes that pitch over for a strike, and Lancaster comes back now to 2-2. Lancaster really would like a strikeout.
And Chris had him in a position, you know, and he got his pitch, and he just tried to do a little bit too much, I think, with it.
Mike Schmidt at third base. Glenn Wilson at second, nobody out. 6-3 Cubs in the fifth.
You'll see how they feel they can get Chris James out in this situation right here. He has the count where he has him set up where he wants him, and now we're going to see how they think that they can get Chris James out.
They have a great amount of respect for James already. Talking to some of the Cub people, they really like him. And he has hurt Chicago.
Yeah, that'll tend to get you a lot of respect.
13 home runs for CJ. 35 runs batted in. Way inside the count full at 3-2.
Lancaster in this situation to Juan Samuel, 3-2, throw him a good breaking ball. So,
well, if you're a hitter right now and Lance Parrish is on deck, do you guess here? Do you guess you're going to get a breaking ball or a fastball, or you just try to cover the plate and make sure you don't strike out?
Well, with 2 strikes on you in this situation here, you definitely have to think about not striking out. You got to make contact, especially when they're giving you a run like that.
Oh, he hits it high and deep to left field. Back goes Palmeiro. Out of here, Chris James, a 3-run home run. We're tied at 6.
Just amazing right there. He got a fastball that was in, worked the count to 3-2, got a fastball and was able to extend his arms, and I mean, he juiced it, didn't he?
High and deep to left field, a majestic home run for CJ. Number 14. Gene Michael is at the mound right now as we look in the Phillies dugout. Chris James is not he's not real big on curtain calls. He's kind of shy. Trying to get him to come out.
He's making it work, too.
There he is.
And Chris, he had a pitch out that was the same pitch he took 2-1 for a strike. The same pitch exactly. This time, he gets a 3-2 and just jumps right on it. Nice piece of hit by Chris James.
Yeah, especially since he was 2-0, and then Lancaster got back to 2-2 on him. And Lancaster's going to leave. As we said, Gene Michael was out there. So Les Lancaster will leave the ball game as Chris James hits his 14th home run of the year. High and deep to left field.
I know he's asking himself as he leaves the mound, why didn't I throw him a breaking ball 2-2? Because it was the ideal situation. There's Chris there. He's still getting high fives.
Well, he's one of those kids he's just so competitive, and he's just getting better and better. Jay Ballard's going to be the new pitcher. Big right-hander. Ballard was recalled on August 4th. He's 4-3 with 15 save and earned run average of 3.64 and 44 appearances at AAA Iowa. 59 in the third innings, 50 hits, 24 earned runs, 24 walks, 62 strikeouts in 59 innings. Second in the American Association in saves with those 15. And he's been up and down. You can see what he's done since coming. Well, that's not all since he's come back, because he was up earlier in the year with the Cubs.
And Jay, his problem, I remember with the Phillies, was control. You know, you get so far behind or you walk so many and then you have to come fat to a hitter, and he was, you know, they'd be able to capitalize on that all day. And they've tried him in different roles, as a starter, as a reliever, still trying to find his little niche.
The Phillies pound out 10 hits tonight off Lancaster, and 6 runs against him. They'll all be earned. Walked 2 and struck out 3.
These are the types of games that the Cubs and the Phillies will play, you know. They'll have a lot of these games over the course of the year.
Usually 1,000 miles from here, though. The Phillies and the Cubs really go at each other with a long ball, too. The Cubs are a prolific home run hitting team. The Phillies are also pretty good in their own right.
The Cubs are on a pace that's going to set, you know, like a National League mark, I think, for home run. And really, you would think that they would already have that mark, but in fact, it's held by Atlanta, I think.
Now, what goes on in these outfield meetings?
Well, what's interesting there is that they both converge on the center fielder. Normally, the center fielder will pick one side or the other and go over and talk. You don't usually get the whole group together out there. You sit up there and talk about second-guess the pitcher. Now, why would he throw him that pitch in this situation? I mean, really.
That's right, you will, too. So's Herm.
Here we are, blew another lead, just when we're trying to get something going.
And we got to beat these guys tonight, or they're going to go ahead of us. Plus, we got to get up early tomorrow, and this is going to be a long one. I don't think people realize how much stuff you guys talk about.
Oh, yeah, you have to find something.
Here's Parrish. Lance double, knocked in a run his first time up. Popped up foul to first baseman Manuel Trio. Lance 1 for 2. Phillies with a 3 spot here in the 5th, nobody out. Jay Baller on in relief of Les Lancaster. Phillies have just tied the game up on a walk to Mike Schmidt on a very, very close pitch. A double by Glenn Wilson and a long home run to left field by Chris James. Baller with a breaking ball, and Parrish swings and misses 1-1. Jelt's on deck. Jay Baller, a pitcher Lance has probably seen before in the American League. Baller, one of the 5 players traded for Von Hayes to Cleveland.
Hey, Chris, how about a little second guessing? I mean, James in that situation, you could have loaded the bases. You got a double play man coming up.
Well, that's why I ask you, with that base open, you know, you think that they would try and make something like a perfect pitch to him?
Not give him such a good pitch to hit. And why not throw a breaking ball in that situation?
And then they got the other school of thought that says, well, the game's just tied, so.
Sure is.
Hit it out and tie it. Go ahead. You got to hit it out. He did. 3 balls and 1 strike on Lance Parrish. And he walked him. There's that control.
Then you can only walk so many, and then there comes a time where you have to come in and let the guy hit him.
Phillies have the bullpen up. Steve Jelt's the batter. Todd Froworth due to be the next batter. Looks like Wally Ritchie out there. There he is. Left-hander. Jelt's has struck out, grounded into a fielder's choice. He's 0 for 2. Fowler misses with the first pitch, 1-0.
Steve not showing bunt in that situation, which leads us to believe that Froworth will work at least another inning.
Froworth is in the on-deck circle. Ground ball, base hit to right field. Parrish will stop at second. Bobbled by Mumphrey, but no advance by Lance. Gets the ball back in. The Phillies have 2 on. And nobody out, and now Froworth will be up there to bunt.
Not 2 games and 2 wins. What do you think? Why not, right?
Well, he has a chance to. He's taken Fred Tolliver. Tolliver's off the hook now because of the home run. Well, let's see Jelt's hit here first.
Here's a fastball. Jelt able, I mean, in that situation, able to look for a fastball and then put his best swing on it and end up getting it in the hole there. Again, how walks can hurt you. Had not the runner been on first base, the first baseman would have been playing off the bag and it would have been a routine ground ball.
Right. That's a good point. We just got a good point from our ace producer, Randy side. And Fred Tolliver still scuffling around trying to get his first win. And Todd Froworth has one in his first game. Pitch on the outside corner for a strike, and that just shows you sometimes you have to be in the right spot in the right time, too.
All the time. And speaking of right spot at the right time, there's Davenport getting those signs. I'm going to have to pick those signs up so I'll know what's going on here. I mean, they trust me with them, I'm sure. One of the guys. But Tolliver, I mean, himself was fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time to get his shot, to be back up here.
They're rotating on the play. Froworth punts it. They could have a play at third. Oh, they do, but Fowler doesn't throw over there. Sacrifice will be good. They'll score it 1-4. But they rotated, had Quinones at third base waiting for the throw, and he didn't throw it.
You know, I won't fault Fowler completely because you'll see on this play that both Moreland and Trio converge on him. And then they let the ball go right between the both of them and roll right to Ballard. You'll see them both come in. So when the ball's there, they continue to charge it. He's just waiting, and then Moreland lets it go by him. Yep. Then he picks it up, and then it's too late.
And they had put on the rotation play and had the play.
The play was there.
And now Samuel, the batter, and a good job by Froworth. He gets him over. Whoa, a great play by Jody Davis on a ball in the dirt.
All he had to do was run a few more steps like it was to the wall, and I think Lance would have came all the way.
Look at this play by Jody Davis.
You know, he knows it's a breaking ball, so he's looking for the ball to be away from him. That's why he's able to even get a glove on it.
He wasn't even sure that was in his glove. They're playing back in the middle here and up at the corners. Kind of surprising. Concede the go-ahead run, but it is only the fifth. Samuel hits it foul out of play first base side. Sammy struck out twice tonight, had an infield single and scored. Take a look at that infield defense. And there are the totals in the game, and you'll see them up at the corners and back in the middle. There they are.
Meaning that they're willing to let, you know, the winning run score just to get the second out here in the inning.
Figuring being the fifth inning.
Yes.
And we got us a barn burner going.
And they figure that if they do play in, it increases the odds of Sammy hitting the ball through them. Scoring two runs and not getting any outs.
Milt Thompson's on deck, and there's nobody up in the Cub bullpen.
Well, see, I can't bear all this out with any kind of statistics or anything like that, but that's just one of the things that's been around since I've been here, so I'm just reciting that.
Tops it. Well, I think infield up, this defense is a field, too, by a manager, by a team. You think, there's Billy Williams. Boy, what a player. Just inducted into the Hall of Fame. You know, I think they have to think in this situation, look, let's try and stay out of a bigger inning. We're scoring runs tonight. Looks like a hitter's night. We can give up a run in the fifth, and we can still get back.
Looked like Billy was checking that ball for scuff marks or something.
On his own guy.
Yeah.
Strike three call, says Jim Quick.
Now, that was a pitch right there. Ballard had been, you know, nowhere near the black. You know, pitch Sammy up and everything. And now you see this pitch here, outside corner at the knee.
Good pitch.
No one can hit it after guys been wild throwing the ball into you. No one can hit that pitch.
Now Thompson, the batter.
I take that back unless it's Milt Thompson because he's on fire.
Yeah, and they have a base open here. They will not walk him, though, with another left-handed hitter, Hayes, on deck.
I don't know about that.
Gary Maddox said Thompson on fire. Hit a weak ground ball his first time up. And then just scorched a triple to right center and a hard double to right center. So Milt's 2 for 3 tonight with a double and a triple.
And he's not played in 2 nights either. I mean, it's just hard. He just keeps it going.
Pitching him carefully. 2-0 now.
If they walked him to get to Von Hayes, I think Von would have all kinds of fits. Boy, talk about somebody be mad.
Jody Davis just took a look at the dugout. Good pitch. There's Bauer all over the place and then comes right in with another one.
Right, inside corner this time. You know, you cannot dig in off this guy or get any kind of feel as to what he's trying to do because he's basically trying to just throw strikes.
Jammed him and popped him up. A real good pitch. So Balor's going to do the job here. Quinones makes the play. Well, the Phillies could have had more, but they do tie it up in the inning. 3 runs. 3 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. Andy Musser back for play-by-play in the 6th inning, and we're tied at 6.
When you come to Mr. Goodbye's for kitchens, I guarantee you'll see plenty. Cabinets by Tappan, Tri-Pack, Crystal, and Woodglow. Goodbye's has 45 different kitchens on display every day.
Need we say more?
Custom designed kitchens, famous name appliances, even fixtures and sinks imported from Europe. Goodbye's has hundreds in stock.
Need we say more?
Where can you find everything you need for your home and all at everyday low prices?
Need we say more?
At Goodbye's, you'll find everything, even the kitchen sink.
And the Fanatic in a special get-up tonight. Show by the Fanatic, and we move to the 6th inning, and the Phillies have it back even now, 6-6. Jay Baller will lead it off for Chicago. And the first pitch to Baller misses, ball 1. Baller has not had an at-bat this year, facing Todd Froworth. Milwaukee's Paul Molitor single in the first inning tonight, extending his hitting streak to 26 straight games. That's the longest in the major leagues this year, and the Fanatic left a little something behind. He's shedding. One ball, one strike on Baller. Jay once belonged to the Phillies. He was part of the 5-for-1 deal with the Indians, in which the Phillies acquired Hayes. Shot out in the right field, a base hit. And he ran hard to first base, knowing that if Wilson could come up with that in time, he might throw to first. So Jay Baller gets a base hit to right field. Look at this little quail shot. Right spot, and he's aboard. Hit number 9 for Chicago, and the second Cubs hit off Froworth. Now will be Dave Martinez, who homered in his last at-bat. Lee Elia emerging from the dugout. May not want Froworth to face the left-handed batter. He has Wally Ritchie in the pen. And Ritchie's going to come in this ball game. So Froworth will leave after pitching 2/3 of an inning. He picked up the victory in last night's ball game. Go to the left-hander, Wally Ritchie, to pitch to Martinez. Ritchie was up several times but did not appear in last night's ball game. Ritchie was the winning pitcher here Sunday when the Phillies defeated St. Louis in 14 innings, 8-7. Wally picked Picking up victory number 2 here Sunday, and you see his ERA 3.43.
On the next hitter, Dave Martinez having a talk with Coach John Vukovic about what Wally Ritchie might feature. Martinez has faced him one time this year and struck out. It's like a Wrigley Field game at the vet.
You're right there. Martinez primarily faces right-handed pitching, so he doesn't often see a left-hander.
Well, this is a situation, Andy. It's a tie game, so if the Cubs were behind, you might see the left-hander get some of these guys out of the game. And as we look at Ballard down there talking to Jim Snyder and Von Hayes, principles in a deal, much talked about a long time ago, a lot less talk about it now. And with the tie game, they don't have to do that, so he's going to stay in left-left in this situation. But if they were behind, Cubs were behind, then you might see Dernier. He looks like a professor when he has his little glasses on.
Thinking about them makes me think of Lee's line after the game last night when they said, "What'd you see when you looked in Kevin Gross's glove?" And he said, "Well, frankly, I didn't see too much of anything because I didn't have my glasses with me."
The young lady there looked like she was wearing that thing the Fanatic had on. It was a great dance he just did, wasn't it?
Yeah. All right, now Martinez to be dealt with, and he drops a bunt. It's foul.
Well, there's another reason why they're going to leave him in here. They're going to run him against the left-hander. That's Jay Ballard. Started this inning with that little flare to right. Julio Franco back in action now after missing 22 games on the disabled list. He one of those 5 players in that deal for Hayes. The primary player, actually.
And Ritchie misses, not by much. It's 2 balls and a strike to Martinez. Him up, shallow center field. Jeltz back, stays with it. Jeltz makes the catch, and Martinez pops up. So they did not advance the runner, and that's 1 out. The hitter now will be Sandberg. Sandberg tonight has singled, flied out, and grounded out. He's 1 for 3. A 6-6 tie in the 6th. And Sandberg sends a rocket to left field. James makes the catch on the track. Liner to left for the 2nd out.
Ritchie got in on Sandberg a little bit that time, so he didn't get all of it. Take a look at it here. Breaking ball, and Sandberg didn't get his arms out. James able to catch it right at the back of the warning track.
Now the hitter is Rafael Palmeiro. He has singled to drive in a run, doubled and scored a run, and lined out. So his average has gone from 269 up to its present 280. We are tied 6-6, top of the 6th. Scoring tonight, this ball game has moved at a rather slow pace. Shortly it'll be 2.5 hours old. 2-1 the count. The only inning in which the Cubs did not score tonight was the second, and so far here in the sixth. The Phillies have put together a pair of 3-run innings, second and fifth.
On deck hitter is Jerry Mumphrey, who the Phillies do not mind turning around. I mean, they don't want him walking Palmeiro, a left-handed hitter here. But Mumphrey is a much better left-handed hitter than right-handed hitter.
Well, we're going to see him up there from the right side. Ritchie issues the walk.
Maybe. He's looking back in the dugout. Nope.
And he's not coming up. The Hawk. The Hawk, indeed. You know, when I was down in their clubhouse before the game tonight, I said, is there anything wrong with the Hawk? They said, no. He's just getting the night off. He'll probably be in there. And here he is. Andre Dawson.
Well, it took 2.5 hours into the game, but here he is.
The league leader in home runs and runs batted in. So the night is not free for the Hawk after all.
And Wally Ritchie will pitch to him. Nobody up in the bullpen.
Todd Froworth came in to face Dawson last night with 2 on and got him. Struck him out, in fact. NL home run leaders.
See Dawson coming up there smiling now. You don't see that a whole lot from him because he is very, very serious. As we look at the runners, Baller and Palmeiro, but Manny Trio said something to him. Manny can make a lot of people laugh.
Dawson has 2 3-home run games in his career, both of them at Wrigley Field. One, of course, a week and a half ago against the Phillies.
I'll tell you, Andy, they could put a play on and nail Jay Bauer. And Bukovic is telling him to shorten his lead up a little bit. He was way off second.
He got Jay's attention on.
Oh, yeah. I mean, he is about 3 steps shorter than he was on that first pitch.
Andre Dawson, straightaway center. Thompson has room, though. Dawson flies to Thompson. No trouble in the 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. The Phillies will bat in the 6th, and it's all even.
Bartender?
Yeah.
Give me a light.
A light?
Yeah.
Why, sure. Oh, I've got it.
No, a Bud Light.
If you want the great taste of Bud Light, ask for it.
Bartender.
Yes?
Give me a... let's see. Give me a Bud Light.
Everything else is just a light.
Nice call. Thanks. What do you think?
Gorgeous. Here's just what you need.
You want someone to match your style, to share your dreams,
You guys at First Tennessee really, really...
to offer the convenience you deserve. And we hear you. We hear you.
So how you like it here, Lance?
Great. Tough moving in, though. Yeah, you need everything new.
So use the phone book. Bella, Pennsylvania Yellow Pages.
Works, huh?
Yeah. Everything you need's right there. Even has coupons.
I can see I'm going to learn a lot from you.
Stick around. To reach new customers, advertise in Philly's most valuable book, the phone book from Bella, Pennsylvania. What'd you think of that?
Reminded me of Babe Ruth.
The swing?
Nah. The hour it took you to get around the bases.
So the Phillies escape trouble in the top half of the inning. Now they'll try to take their first lead of the night. Andre Dawson remains in the game. He'll play in his normal spot, right field. And the Phillies will start the inning with the number 3 hitter, Von Hayes. So the Hawks had half a night off. Cubs are going back home to face the New York Mets beginning Thursday afternoon, and they're going to have to look at Dwight Gooden.
It's a sign here at the vet, and he says, Darren number 10, Von number 9. We got your number. You want ours?
Harry Carey, the great Cub broadcaster, they are not televising tonight. Just doing a little radio work so Harry can Here's Hayes. Vaughn has singled, grounded out, and flied out. Came in the ball game last inning. Gave up just one hit. He came in right after the 3-run home run by James had tied it.
Hansel looked for a fastball to drive here in a tie game. Oh, he just missed.
Got up under it. Pop fly right field. Second sacker Sandberg. Sandberg catches for the first out.
Just opened up a little bit.
Well, Schmidt's got a perfect game underway. 2 singles and a walk, scored 1 run. Here he comes for his 4th plate appearance of the ball game. Mike hitting at .293.
Wild and throws hard too. That ball's right. It might. Oh, my goodness! How did that miss him?
He ducked under it.
That'll get your heart pity patting. It's worth about 6 miles a lapse right there.
Foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike on Schmidt.
Good play, Lorraine. She's going to give that ball to whom she wishes to give it.
I think those people do a little campaigning down there.
A lot of politicking, Andy.
I would think. So it's 1-2 on Mike. Phillies and Cubs 6-6. Fowler is the second Chicago pitcher. Phillies are on their 3rd. And Fowler gets him. So Schmidt is retired for the first time in the game.
You get a ball right over your head, and then you get this nasty breaking ball. Tough.
That's pretty good. Oh, drop to that pitch.
Very good breaking ball after a ball at your ear.
Glenn Wilson doubled his last time up. He was on base when James homered. Glenn batting at .271 as he stands in. In the gap to right center field, well hit. And caught out there by Dawson. Andre got over to close the distance and catch it for the out, and for the first time the Phillies go 1-2-3. At the end of 6, it's tied 6-6. Here's Larry Rosen with Prism Sports.
All right, thanks very much, Andy. Tomorrow afternoon, the 2 winningest pitchers in the National League, guys that combined for 29 wins between them, will face off. Rick Sutcliffe, a guy that was so dominant early in the season, will be facing 14-game winner Shane Rawley. Shane admits he's happy to be in the hunt with Sutcliffe for that Cy Young Award.
You know, it's a personal satisfaction, of course. It doesn't mean a whole heck of a lot if we're not in first place, except on the personal side. But, you know, I'd surely give that up if, you know, our ball club was in first place right now. But, you know, that's something that when you sit back and when the career is over and look back and say, yeah, I had a Cy Young type year, and it's a personal gratification, but it really doesn't mean that much right now unless we, you know, go out there and win.
So it's Sutcliffe and Rowley in the Business Person Special, a game that might last under 3.5 hours. It's tomorrow afternoon at 12:35. Right now, 7th inning baseball. Back to Veterans Stadium we go with Chris and Andy.
And there we go. A look at the Chicago Cub dugout. Dickie Ray Knowles there in the picture. Dickie on the disabled list. Pitched last night for Pittsfield at Reading. He got roughed up a little bit by the Reading Phillies. Andy read some of the details on that early in the game. Dickie, a heck of a story. You know, back in the big leagues, kicked his booze problem, and is very, very outspoken about drinking. And he knows that it almost ruined his life and his career. And he goes around and talks to kids about it. He's very, very frank about staying away from booze.
Manny Trio, the leadoff hitter for the Cubs in the 7th inning. Manny 1 for 3 tonight after striking out the first 2 times. Got a hit-and-run single to right, his most recent at-bat. Of the 6 innings so far, the Cubs have scored in 4 of them. Sean Dunston. He's been hurt since early in the year, and he will probably not be back on the active list until September.
Was injured in a game against the Phillies at Wrigley in June. This is where Manny, the new Manny, is looking to hit a ball out of the ballpark off the left hand. Be careful with him. He can really set up a pitcher. I think you have him looking for something, and you can sneak a ball in on him right now, and he turns on him.
Outside, 2 balls and a strike to Trio. He'll be followed by Moreland and Quinones.
Here's the spot where you pitch him away like that. You know, a pitcher might think, okay, now I've got him thinking out there, and I'm going to try and sneak a ball by him. Manny will fire his hip out and pull it. That's what he was trying to do on that one. But he got a breaking ball that time. He's hit 3 of his 8 home runs in the 9th inning. One, of course, against the Phillies. It really hurt.
The Chicago 7th inning. The Cubs have been active offensively in this game. The only time they've gone and turned was way back in the 2nd inning.
That's a good place to stay with him now all way, because he's not going to hit the ball out of the ballpark to right and right center.
Caught him on the inside corner, and Trio has struck out for the 3rd time.
Boy, that pitch is right where he wanted it to. He's looking for it in here. This is a home run pitch. And Wally snuck it by him in. Giving Manny a lot of credit to set a pitcher up to get that pitch, and then he didn't pull the trigger on him, Andy. That's your home run pitch.
Here's Moreland. Keith has driven in runs every time he's been at the plate tonight. He singled to drive in 1 on the 1st, hit a 2-run homer in the 3rd, hit into a fielder's choice in the 5th on which a run scored. So he has 4 runs batted in tonight. Here's a guy that was not supposed to be in the lineup tonight. They were going to play Leon Durham at 1st and have Trio at 3rd. Durham came down with the flu, so they switched Manny over to 1st and put Moreland in the lineup, and look what's happened. 1-1.
Gary had a good point about that earlier when he said a lot of times you come to the park and you're not going to play, you're just relaxed, and all of a sudden, wham, you're in the lineup, and you haven't been thinking about it, and you have a good game.
The Phillies bullpen getting busy. Kent DeColvey is up, and so is Jeff Calhoun, the left-hander. Fly ball, not deep and right. Play for Wilson. Glenn catches 2 down. Wilson makes the play for the 2nd out of the inning. And now Luis Quinones, who is a switch hitter, we'll see him now as a right-handed batter. He has walked, flied out, and singled. He is hitting only 167 from the right side. 1 hit in 6 at-bats.
good time to bring a left-hander in for Lee Elia because two of the switch hitters, you want to turn them around, Quinones and Mumphrey. Mumphrey's even out of the game now.
Low, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And you had the one left-handed hitter, Palmero, who he wasn't able to get out, and did get the other left-handed hitter out, Martinez.
Got him. Quinones fans, and Richie picks up 2 strikeouts in the inning. So the Cubs have gone in turn in the 7th. It's stretch time at the vet, still tied 6-6.
Hey, at this rate, we'll never get to see the eclipse. Step on it.
But, Bob, I am. Maybe you can do something. Your car.
It's the gasoline. Better switch tanks to Texaco Super Unleaded. Its higher octane helps knock out the NOx and raw power. And its Petrox detergent helps clean fuel injectors and keeps them clean.
That did it.
We even eclipsed the tour bus.
Texaco Super Unleaded, huh?
Yeah. Superstar power for more car power.
It's a classroom hit. This Phillies 3-ring binder is free for students 14 and under. Compliments of the Mid-Atlantic Milk Marketing Area on Back to School Day, Sunday, August 23rd. 135 Phils and Dodgers.
Back here at Veterans Stadium, and here's Mr. Goodbye's trivia time question of the night. Which 2 Phillies have each homered in 5 consecutive games? That's in the history of the team, not this year, of course. Which 2 Phillies have homered in 5 consecutive games?
Gets away with murder, doesn't he?
The answer to that question is easier than the trivia time question.
Yeah, that's a given.
Okay, the Phillies lead it off here with Chris James. What a ball game he has had. Single and scored, walked, and then hit the 3-run home run, which drew the Phillies even when they were trailing 6-3. Now facing Jay Ballard. Hit the home run off Les Lancaster, the starter. Nothing to James.
A big spot there, too. Chris James worked the count to 3-2 and got the Phillies back to the tie that we have right now.
Mets 5, Montreal 1, 7th inning. Chicago bullpen, Frank DePino is up.
It's Bob Tewksbury.
The right-hander.
We've seen him in a game yet, have we, Andy?
I don't believe so.
He warmed up a few times in Chicago.
They used him as a starter when he first joined the team from the Yankees. James gets on to start the inning. So Chris has been on base 4 straight times. Now the hitter Lance Parrish, who has doubled, popped up and walked. He is 1 for 2 with an RBI. Got to be feeling a lot more confident as he comes to the plate lately. The fans here have appreciated him a lot more since Sunday. That game-time home run in the 14th inning.
Well, I don't think that it hurt a few things that he said after that game. He's a very rational person. And he talked about what it feels like when you're down there getting that kind of treatment when you're trying as hard as he is. And he said it in a nice way, which is what he is, a very nice man.
He has a rip right here. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Parrish is signed for this year with the Phillies, and then after this season he is up to be re-signed. He cannot be a free agent for a number of years. Again.
Wicked, but foul. Hit it hard. Boy, is he happy. The guy on the green shirt dug it out.
Hit a long way, he might be ducking as hard as he hit that thing.
One ball and 2 strikes on Parrish. We're in the 7th inning, and the Phillies and the Cubs are even at 6. Parrish really hung in on that pitch. 2-2.
Jay Ballard could really give you the yips up there. I mean, he is all over the place. Throws a ball over Mike Schmidt's head, and then he'll throw one of those nasty pitches. It'll just get the corner, either in or out. And, you know, he's not trying to do that. Good slider.
Fowler wins this time. Fowler picks up his 3rd strikeout since coming on.
Jay Ballard, after some of those wild pitches, breaks off a slide ball like that to a right-handed hitter. He's going to get most of them.
Now the hitter is Steve Jeltz, who is 1 for 3 tonight. He singled his last time up. Nobody is in the on-deck circle. Wally Ritchie due to bat, but the bullpen is up. Now grabbing a bat and coming out to the on-deck circle. The Phillies have out hit the Cubs 11-9. Ball got away from Davis, but no advance by James.
Chris James did the right thing there. He wasn't sure where the ball was and how far it had gotten away from Jody Davis, but he had a good lead out there. He was bouncing on the balls of his feet, and if the ball had gotten further away from him, he would have gotten to second base. Look at this. This is good base running right there. You see? He goes, oh, all right. You know, and what he means by that is if that ball had gotten a little bit further away, he was at second. Good anticipation from him.
For a strike, it's 2-1 now to Jeltz. Jeltz hits it hard, but Sandberg makes the play to Quinones to first. A double play. So the 7th inning is over. No runs, no hits, and nobody left on base. We'll go to the 8th. Still all even.
Look, here he comes.
That's a super party animal. His name is Bud McKenzie. Bud McKenzie. A real hot night and a cold Bud Light. Bud Light's original party animal.
That's Bud. He is the party.
The Ghostbusters go!
Ask Goodbyes where's the bathroom, and we'll show you the largest display in the area. American Standard, Kohler, Delta, all the top names. At Goodbyes, you can see more than 200 different bathroom ideas.
Need we say more?
Bathroom vanities and medicine cabinets, we have hundreds on display. Toilet seats, you'll see 200.
Need we say more?
Where can you find everything you need for your home and all at everyday low prices?
Need we say more?
Yeah. Mention my name, and you'll get a good seat.
Here at Veterans Stadium as we go to the 8th. And let's check Mr. Goodbye's trivia time question. Which two Phillies have each homered in 5 consecutive games? Wheels, you have a shot at that?
Well, I'm going to hope this isn't a trick question, and I'm going to pick the 2 most obvious answers. Richard Anthony Allen and Michael Jack Schmidt.
How about that? You got it. 69 and 79, a decade apart. Nice going, Wheels. You really have quite a streak on this year.
And we'll have that bull blast, Andy, right here on the 21st. As we look at Mike Schmidt, where Richie Allen will be here and oppose Greg Luzinski in a home run hitting contest between games of the Phillies-Dodgers doubleheader. We have bonus coverage for everybody that night beginning at 7:30. And we will cover that bull blast live.
Great, looking forward to it. And now the Phillies would like to find a way to win this one, a game that they trailed at the outset 2-0 and later down by 3 runs, but they have it back even now. 6-6. Jody Davis leads off the Cub 8.
A couple of big Prism watchers. Jeff and Judy of Delaware watching our game tonight, as they do all of them. Hope they're enjoying it.
Davis 0 for 3 tonight, faces Wally Ritchie. Ritchie is in his 3rd inning of work.
Ritchie was out of this game if Jeltz hadn't hit it into double play.
Oh, you bet. And the Phillies have bullpen action. DeColby is throwing in the pen. Jay Ballard due to next bat for Chicago, and you're pretty certain that he will not be up there. Nobody's in the Cub on-deck circle right now. Change up, 2 balls and a strike. Way up high to left field and deep. James will not have a play at that one. Jody Davis with number 15. Chicago leads it 7-6. 3rd home run of the game for the Cubs.
That'll probably get Lee Smith up in the bullpen, too, about the time Jody crosses home plate. Well, Wally Ritchie was not going to pitch this inning if they'd have been able to hit for him. The double play keeps him in the game, a fastball, and he launches it way out of here to left. Jody Davis starting to get with the program a little bit lately and hitting some more long balls.
Bobby D. Bob Dernier will come out and bat for Jay Ballard. Cubs will start thinking defense now, and that's one of the reasons that they're using Dernier here.
And Lee Smith is throwing.
That doesn't surprise you, does it?
No. No, as soon as that ball hit the seats, he was getting up.
Bobby D. is putting together a very nice season for the Cubs. Dernier is hitting at .346. You see what he's done as a pinch hitter. He's 5 for 22 with a homer and 4 runs batted in. There's Big Lee Arthur. And Smith has really done some job on the Phillies this year. He has 26 saves against the Phillies, a career high, 5 of them this year. Dernier batting for Ballard. Lee Ilya is coming out, and he's got a double change in mind. He will stop at home plate and talk it over with Jim Quick.
And this is one of those situations where Lee Ilya will probably be second-guessing himself why he didn't take him out before that happened, because he was going to take him out anyway. But he was trying to get him through another inning and not have to use another pitcher here.
So DeColby will be coming on. Credit Wally Ritchie with 2 innings of work tonight, and the only hit that he gave up was the home run to Davis.
So tough to manage. You got to roll the dice sometimes. Greg Gross will be the double change. Looks like James is coming out. The reason that they're making this move is because he knows Smith's coming into the game.
had quite a ball game as he leaves. A perfect game, in fact. He was on base all 4 times with a home run, a single, and 2 walks. And Teague comes on the pitch. Cubs now lead it 7-6. In 2 innings in last night's ball game, scoreless innings. He gave up only 1 hit. DeColby, the league leader in appearances, makes his 63rd tonight. Teague's earned run average is higher than his career average, but he's done a nice job. Personalities you can have around the clubhouse, and a guy who probably will remain in baseball in some capacity after his playing days are over, hopefully as a pitching coach or a broadcaster. He can handle either job.
Makes his home in Pittsburgh, and I know they'd love to have him back. DeColby feels he's far from finished as a player yet, though. I mean, he would like to pitch again next year. He's planning on it.
The way pitching is in the major leagues today, if
really?
He's planning on it, I think somebody will give him a job, and it's probably the Phillies.
Absolutely.
All right, Bobby D now. No swing. Tom Hallion, no swing. Bobby D always wears long underwear under his uniform to prevent sliding bruises, even in hot weather. Teague falls behind him 3-0. Ceasefire with Don Johnson comes up right after the ball game. We invite you to stay tuned for that.
That was made before he got big in Miami Vice.
Martinez hit a home run in this ball game tonight. He has scored 2 runs. Martinez 1 for 3 as a hitter.
Good stealing situation now too for Bob Dernier with a left-handed hitter up there. Hole on the right side protects the harder throw for the catcher.
Bobby D with 12 steals this year. He's been caught 5 times.
Colby with that long windup. Even from the stretch, takes him a while to deliver the ball.
Bobby D has gone somewhere.
Oh, he's going to run here. It's a big run out there on the road for the Cubs. You get a 2-run lead in the 8th if they can.
Phillies still have 2 chances to answer back. There he goes. Pitches a strike.
Got him.
He is out. Jeltz puts the tag on, and Bobby D is out.
Boy, Parrish has really been throwing a lot better lately and has been close on a lot of good base runners, especially those Cardinals. That's a perfect throw. Right down where Jeltz can catch it and make the tag, and that gives everybody out there a big lift to get Dernier off the bases. Good throw by Lance Parrish, and Jacoby helped by running Dernier back a few times and and making a quick move to the plate with a pitch.
One strike to count to Martinez. 0-2 on Dave. 3 homers by the Cubs tonight. They lead the league with 154. The fourth pitcher used by Lee Elia tonight. Fred Tolliver started, went 4 1/3 innings, and the Cubs got 6 of their runs off him, and the other off Wally Ritchie on Jody Davis' home run. In the background, announcing the paid attendance this evening of 30,459.
Nice day tomorrow and a big crowd tomorrow.
I bet. Caught him looking. Martinez is out of there. Second out of the inning.
He backdoored him with a slider that time. Martinez didn't like the call by Jim Quick. He didn't think that ball came back in time to catch the outside corner. You see his reaction on the breaking pitch.
Now Ryne Sandberg comes to the plate. Rhino is 1 for 4 tonight, singled in the first inning and scored. The way the Phillies have been coming from behind, particularly in that series with the Cardinals, this game is far from over.
And they'll have to do it against Lee Smith, who they've had some luck against over the years.
Yeah, that's right.
But he is very, very difficult.
A bullet. Somwell with a leaping grab. That ball was rising as he caught it. Well, the inning is over, but the Cubs take the lead on the leadoff homer by Davis. The only hit, nobody left on base. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Cubs up by a run.
When the heat's on, motor oil viscosity can break down. You need Haviland Supreme, the oil that's cool under fire. Haviland's viscosity booster helps protect engines against wear under extreme heat and stress. When the heat's on, protect your engine with Haviland Supreme, cool under fire.
Dreams, your innermost thoughts and desires, unbridled imagination, a world of illusion. Phillies Dream Week can take you there.
Be here is the ultimate. You really felt like you were playing Major League Ball.
Phillies Dream Week underway, January 31st to February 7th. Call for details.
Okay, we're back here at Veterans Stadium, and Lee Smith is coming in the ball game to work it for Chicago. And we'll also have a new shortstop. Paul Noche will come on and play shortstop for the Chicago Cubs, and there is the hulking Lee Smith, who has great numbers, as you can see right there. He also happens to be the really outgoing cut-up member of the Cubs. He keeps everybody else loose. He appears to be a sinister figure, but in reality, he's a great guy. We mentioned earlier that Smith has had quite a bit of success against the Phillies. 5 saves against the Phillies this year. A career-high 26 saves against the Phillies, and yet his lifetime won-loss record is 7-11. There's Noche, the shortstop. The Phillies assumed that Smith would be coming on. They made a double change last inning anyway and brought Greg Gross in. So Gigi will be the first to face him. It'll be Gross, Somwell, and Thompson. So the Phillies have 2 left-handed batters of the 3 to face Lee Smith here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. It's pretty good thinking ahead.
trying to get it started for the Phillies as Lee made the double change when he brought Covey in the game. Put Kent Covey in Chris James' spot, has Greg Gross leading off against Lee Smith, trying to get on base. Big caught stealing last inning to get rid of Dernier in that situation.
Okay, here's Gigi, 3:05 leading off. Gigi, an ex-member of the Chicago Cubs. Over for a called strike. It's 7-6 Chicago in the 8th. Greg fouls it back. It's 0-2. Somwell will bat next, and then Thompson. Greg Gross not a pinch hitter here because he's already in the ball game. Gross with 118 career pinch hits, but as we say, will not add to it here, no matter what. 1-2.
Gross couldn't have thrown that ball out there any better than that. Tough pitcher. He makes contact here on a slider, just flares it down the line, and Palmeiro comes on and dives for it, and it takes a quick kick right into the box seats down there along the left field line.
So Greg right where he wants to be at second base as Juan Somwell comes up. Juan is 1 for 4 this evening. Singled and scored back in the second inning. The other 3 times he has struck out.
Looking to see if maybe they might throw a bunt on for Juan Somwell, because Smith is so tough to make contact on at times, but it doesn't look like Davenport even went through any signs then. That doesn't mean he couldn't have been told that before he came up, but more than likely it means he's hacking.
Have the tying run halfway around. High to Somwell, ball 1.
There's Jim Davenport. Now he's going to go through some signs. That ball to the right side then and wait on it, wasn't able to do it. Phillies have had a second and third tonight with less than 2 out. There's Jim Snyder getting the defenses from Frank Lucchese in the press box.
The eye in the sky. The Cubs have gone to it. A lot of teams have. The Phillies have not.
Somwell some breaking pitches. He can really get a hitter skitters too when he starts throwing that hard slider at them.
Stays planted, so Somwell is not able to advance the runner, and that's 1 out.
That's a big play there too. You know, in the 8th inning in a home park, you don't get that runner to second base or to third base. Ray Dawson has this ball lined up so he can go back and then come forward. And he throws a clothesline here that the shortstop cuts off. Noche. That would have been a nice little one-hopper to third. Gross would have been out by 10 feet if he tried to go, and he knew it.
Now Milt Thompson. He has tripled to drive in 2 runs. He has also doubled as part of his 2 for 4 tonight. It's 7-6 Cubs in the 8th. Takes a called strike. Last couple of days, Milt hasn't seen much playing time as the Phillies have been battling some left-handers lately. There's a high bouncer toward third. Moreland's got it. Will hold Gross, but not make a play. Infield single for Thompson. So it's 2 on with 1 out.
He probably would have had the infield up there, too. If the runner had been to third, that would have been a base hit. But Moreland was able to be back a little bit. So he can go back and catch this ball. He knows he doesn't have a play. Once he looks Gross back, he can't make a play at all on Thompson. But you know, the Cubs are still in charge here, even though there's 2 on. But if the runner had been over, that probably would have been a run. I would think they would have had to play the infield up on the road.
Probably so, but the Phillies do get the advantage of sending another left-handed batter up there, and Hayes, who is 1 for 4 tonight. He singled back in the first inning. In the meantime, has grounded out, flied out, and popped up. Ball 1 to Hayes. Phillies really battling these Cubs here tonight. They were down at 1 point by 3 runs. Look at that total. That's frustrating when you out-hit the opponent. And you're still down on the run column. Hayes hits one off the end of the bat to right field. Dawson makes the catch for the out. That's the second out of the inning, and Schmidt will bat.
That wouldn't have necessarily been a sacrifice fly either with Dawson out there.
Well, that's true. So Michael Jack, who has 2 singles, a walk, and a strikeout tonight, comes to the plate.
Don't forget the movie Ceasefire will follow tonight's Phillies Cubs game starring Don Johnson, so stay tuned.
Very important at bat for Schmidt. With Gross at second, Thompson at first, and 2 down.
Mike Schmidt this year against Lee Smith is 0 for 5 with 1 strikeout, 2 double plays, and a walk. He's juiced him over the years a few times. They've had some great battles.
He has 5 career home runs off Smith. Oh. That was called a strike. Rick Sutcliffe, by the way, who will pitch that game for the Cubs tomorrow here in the sunshine, has been one of Schmidt's favorite targets. Mike has homered off Sutcliffe 7 times, but enough of that for now. Schmidt pokes one to left field. Palmero coming in. Can't get it. Ball in play. Tying run scores. A double for Schmidt. It's a 7-7 game.
Good job of hitting by Mike Schmidt to make contact in that spot off a tough Lee Arthur Smith. Here you see it. the ball because with 2 out, that Milt Thompson was flying around third, and if he hadn't backed that play up, he scores. There's Thompson. Good play by Noche to go out there and get that ball.
So now the batter is Glenn Wilson, 1 for 4 tonight. And what a great spot here for the Phillies if they can get a clutch 2-out, another clutch 2-out hit, I should say, and take the lead over Chicago. Called strike to Willie. We just had a cameo appearance at the door by the great Frank Tug McGraw.
He's been in and out of here a lot tonight. He's having a good time. The Irish leprechaun, Tug with a full moon, is not a great combination. And we have that tonight.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Might be one of the world's worst combinations. There you see Milt Thompson on at third. Boy, he wanted to score on that play.
So the Phillies have converted Greg Gross's leadoff double into the game-tying run, bottom of the 8th. Outside, 2-1.
Phillies will be bringing out a pinch hitter. They have Renicky from the left side. They have Jeff Stone from the left side.
Pitch coming.
This guy can get you pulling off now.
No wonder.
His nastiness, Lee Arthur Smith.
But the Phillies having some success scoring a run on 3 hits here in the inning against him. Willie bounces one, fielded by Noche, and out at first base. So the Phillies settle for the tie here in the 8th inning. 1 run, 3 hits, 2 left, and we go to the 9th, all even at 7.
It was a quiet night until the party animal came to town.
There's a super party animal. His name is Bud McKenzie. A red hot nut and a cold Bud Light puts me in a party frenzy.
He's Bud McKenzie, Bud Light's original party animal.
Whoa, yeah.
Buzz, Buzz, don't be a stranger.
No. Most HMOs leave very little to the imagination. They're pretty rigid in what you can and can't do. Oh, you get to pick a doctor, but not much else. There's a different HMO in the picture. A flexible HMO, a stronger HMO, finally an HMO good enough to be Blue Cross. Now the difference is clear. Delaware Valley HMO.
Ron Renicky comes on to play in right field for the Phillies as they make a double change. And Jeff Calhoun takes over the mound. They do that. There's the numbers on Calhoun so that Calhoun can stay in the ball game for a time. And Renicky will lead off the bottom half of the 9th for the Phillies. Calhoun becomes the 5th pitcher for Philadelphia tonight. So we're all even 7-7 as we go to the 9th inning. Playing some tight ones around here lately. That 14-inning game on Sunday, and yesterday's ball game was just a 2-runner.
Phillies, obviously not a great year for them when you're 12 games out, and a difficult way to go, let's face it. But still, the thing about them is they don't get blown out very often. That game in New York the other night was kind of rare. And most of the games are close. Now, that doesn't mean a thing, except that they do give themselves a chance to win a lot of games, and I think that's important. Now, whether or not they win it or not, they obviously haven't done it enough.
This is Rafael Palmeiro. He's been on base 3 times tonight. 2 hits and a walk, an RBI single, a double, and he has scored 1 run. In the inning, Palmeiro, Dawson, and Trio. Calhoun lost a ball game to the Cubs this year. He's appeared against them in 5 games, pitching a total of 3 innings and giving up 3 earned runs. Slider in the dirt, and Palmeiro went after it, 1-2.
By Jeff Calhoun, slider right on that outside corner to Palmeiro. Perfect pitch.
He is the 10th Cub to strike out in this ball game. Now Andre Dawson will bat for just the 2nd time. He entered the game in the 6th inning, flied out to center field in that at bat, ending the inning. The NL's home run and RBI leader, Andre Dawson. Interesting story in the Sporting News this week about how Dawson's figures over the years were cut down by playing in that ballpark, Olympic Stadium. That's a fair... No, it didn't either. Wow. Boy, it looked like a fair ball, didn't it? Oh, man.
And he's playing, Mike is playing, guarding the line. It's where the ball goes over the bag, and, you know, we don't have the greatest angle, so Charlie Williams has a lot better angle, but from here it looked like it went over the bag. Slider, and Dawson hits it hard. Well, you know, you can't tell. But Charlie Williams, there's no doubt in his mind. He came right up with the foul. Now, Dawson doesn't know what happened. He's still standing down at first base. See the hawk? See, he thought it was fair.
Sure.
He probably had to look at it going over the bag. He doesn't know that Schmidt caught it.
Gene Michael is now coming out.
Well, I mean,
not much they can do.
No, I mean, the third base umpire called the ball foul immediately. It's his call.
You know, that replay looked as though Schmidt was almost fielding in fair territory, didn't it?
Oh, yeah, I think the ball was but he says it went over the bag foul. That's Schmidt's reaction to it was that he really saw it come over the bag fair, because that's why he came up the way he did. It's all elementary because Charlie Williams called it foul.
Strike pitch. Oh, foul back. Had a vicious rip at that.
Boy,
this
guy's like Jack Clark, Andy. All they do is they get that bat head out real fast. And when they make contact in these kind of years that they're having with their bat speed and strength, they're awesome. Just watch how fast he gets his bat head out. He doesn't get many bad swings.
Way outside, 1-2 on it.
You can get the bat head out as quick as a guy like Dawson and have that kind of strength, you can really drive the ball.
Dawson has already surpassed last year's totals in home runs and RBIs. He's having a great year.
Got jammed that time. He didn't get the barrel out the way he likes to.
Back in with a 1-2 count. Andre has not had a day off since the All-Star break. He laid off 2-2.
How about the Mets checking his bats for cork the other night?
Yeah.
John Vukovich said he never saw him get as angry as he did, except maybe for the Shao incident. But he turned around. There's Vuk, the third base coach. He said he turned around to one of the bat boys and just waved like, bring them all out. Bring every one of my bats out if they want to look at it, thinking I would cork my bats. Look at my arms.
Foul out of play right side.
He is a specimen, to say the least. A tremendous physical specimen.
A very very quiet man, but a very, very nice individual. We've gotten to know Andre over the years, and he's a great guy.
Yes, he is. He's a gamer.
Yes, you bet.
But his upper body is illegal.
Pop foul back over our heads. And dropped by somebody upstairs. Jeff Calhoun. Pitcher number 5 for the Phillies tonight, and we are even 7-7 in the ninth. Pitching carefully to the Hawk. Jammed him again.
That was a good pitch. That was a slider in on his hands. Now, Andre's not swinging for a single here. He wants to send the Cubs back to the hotel. Early game tomorrow. And Calhoun really has to be careful with him.
Got him.
Great pitch. A slider in the dirt.
So Calhoun gets back-to-back strikeouts of Palmeiro and Dawson.
Here it is. He bounces a breaking ball up there, but the Hawk goes after it. Huge out in a tie game in the ninth inning.
Well, now here's the guy who hurt the Phillies with a home run in Chicago, and I'm talking about Manny Trio.
That's right. You're not out of the woods yet, because I mentioned when Richie was pitching that Manny likes to set up pitchers so that he can get a ball down and in to drive, especially left-handers.
Trio has had a game tonight like Juan Samuel. He struck out 3 times, but he also has a single. Low ball 1 to Manny. One out of here in batting practice tonight. He was so proud of that. He said it was his first. In the air to center. Thompson there. The Cubs have gone in turn in the ninth inning. The Phillies will bat 7-7.
Recently, over 10,000 new subscribers have joined the Prism family. And Prism has asked me to welcome all of those and to thank you that have had Prism for years. But I told Prism that a blanket thank you just wouldn't do in this town. Maybe a California-type movie channel could get away with it, but not Prism. People in this area have a bond with Prism, probably because of all the hit movies and the Philly teams, too. So, I'm going to thank you and welcome you all individually right now. I'll start in Jersey. Let's see now. I'll break it down by county. Let me see now. Maybe I'll do it by, let's see, cable company. Well, this number of towns over here.
All of us at Prism welcome our new subscribers. But whether you've had Prism for a few days, weeks, or years, our approach is the same. We want you to love what you see on Prism. We're committed to that.
Adam, G, Altman, J. Wait, this seems so impersonal on television. How about I stop by? Say tomorrow. When's a good time?
We have a full moon over top Veteran Stadium. And it has an effect on some people, I guess. The long moon and the ball game has already affected our movie. C Spire with Don Johnson will be on right after the ball game. Please stay tuned. And the Phillies hoping they can settle it right here off Lee Arthur Smith. They got a run off him last inning to tie it. And Smith rarely pitches more than 2 innings, so this should be their shot at Lee Arthur right here. Ron Renicky to lead it off. Phillies made a double change when they brought Calhoun in. So Renicky bats for the first time, hitting at 170. Hits for a higher average from the right side than the left side right now. 0.67 batting left-handed. 2 hits and 30 trips. the Phillies bunched 3 hits to tie the game off Smith. So he was in a save situation and has failed.
Renicky up there to make him throw a strike before anything else. There's Snyder moving the left fielder Palmeiro in.
Catches the corner, 2-1. Well, outside, it's 3 balls and a strike. Renicky wants to get on. Now it's a full count. Parrish, the on-deck hitter. Got him. Renicky fans, 1 out in the 9th.
Just pure gas. He threw him 6 fastballs.
In a run in his first time tonight, popped up, walked, and struck out. High ball 1 to Parrish. Lance hitting at .237, picked up his 50th run batted in tonight. The corner, 1-1. Parrish in all those years with the Tigers was a cleanup hitter. Misses with a slider. Or I should say Parrish missed the slider. 1-2. Lee Smith, the closer for Chicago, and he's having a nice year. Smith is second in saves, 3 behind Bedrosian. He will not get a save tonight. Missed 2-2. Outside, ball 3, full count on Lance.
He should get a fastball here. No, if he gets a slider, say thank you, I'm sorry. That's a good spot to swing fastball.
Tapper to the mound.
Slider.
How about that? So Parrish is out. That's 2 down in the 9th.
No, there's not much you can do about that. You know, a 3-2 slider in that situation.
Jeff Stone will bat for Jeltz.
Parrish swinging fastball all the way, thinking, let's go home. And Lee Arthur throws him a 3-2 slider on the black. Good pitch.
Stoney up as a pinch hitter, hitting at .279 with a homer and 10 runs batted in. Stoney has done a good job as a pinch hitter. He's 5 out of 14.
Jeff really doesn't like pinch hitting, as most younger players won't, and that's understandable. And he really doesn't like it when his last 2 at-bats against, as a pinch hitter, against Todd Worrell and Lee Smith.
Is empty, 2 out in the 9th. Stoney has a rip. The on-deck hitter is Greg Gross. Here's a bouncer. Could be trouble. Noche Fields throws on the bounce, and it's a base hit. Single for Jeff Stone to keep the inning going. That's the Phillies' fourth hit off Smith.
Good job by Jeff to make contact on a fastball away. He gets it by the third baseman. Now Noche has no play here. People like Jeff Stone and Milt Thompson, those left-handed hitters that can run like that, get the ball by the third baseman, it's over.
Jeffrey aboard.
See if they let him run.
Greg Gross will be the hitter. Gross came into the game in the 8th inning to play left field as part of a double change, and he hit a ground rule double leading off the 8th inning, which led to the tying run.
Jody Davis is taking a long look in the dugout. He's looking for a pitch out, whether they want him to do it or not, with Stone over there.
And we'll keep an eye on Jeff for you. Smith going to chase him back. Stone has stolen 3 bases. He's been caught once.
Happy birthday, Granddad from Brian. That's a note I have here, and I don't know what that means, but whoever it's for, I'm sure they do.
Strike called. Stone was holding his ground.
Well, the way Greg Gross reacted then, Stone did not have a don't steal, because Gross took a pitch as if Stone might have gone on that one. See Jody Davis taking that look in the dugout now for a pitch out. Gigi might not have done that if he had seen a don't steal.
Outside, 1-1.
Might be able to pick up a pitch out from the center field camera too, the shot that we have. They decide to go with it. Jody look in, and he would get the sign from Michael probably, or Johnny Oates.
Oh, Lee put that one down in the dirt.
He threw to some good hands over there, though.
The end of his bat, but rolled to Moreland. Keith goes to second for the force. It's close, but he's out. And we are going extra innings at Veterans Stadium tonight. In the 9th, no runs, 1 hit, and 1 left. We'll move to the 10th, and it's 7-7.
The guy just wants to be left alone in peace.
Aren't you going to take him in for questioning or anything?
Just leave him alone. Norman Bates is back to normal. But Mother's off her rocker. Again.
Norman, is that you?
Yes, Mother. It's me.
Aside from total boredom, nothing's going to happen to you here.
I can't have that sort of thing going on in my motel. Gives the place a bad name.
Why are you so kind to me?
You remind me of someone.
I figured Bates was a geek, but a full-fledged Looney Tune?
Norman!
I'll get you for this, Mother.
You haven't got the guts, boy.
Louis Aguayo. He'll play shortstop as we move into the 10th inning of our ball game. The Phillies won their most recent extra inning game. That was the 14-inning affair here on Sunday, and that puts the Phillies at 4-4 for the year in extra innings. They've won 2 out of 3 here at the Vet. And for the Chicago Cubs in extra innings, they are 4-6. On the road, they are 1-3. In that 14-inning game Sunday, Wheels, you recall the Phillies and the Cardinals both were flat out of extra players.
Yeah, the team still have some moves left in the game tonight, but you go 14 innings with a 24-man roster. That was an exhausting afternoon, and both managers had used up every move they had except pitchers.
We don't know whether Leon Durham can play or not because he had the flu and was scratched from the starting lineup, but he's available, as is Brian Dayette and Jim Sundberg. They are the only non-pitchers still available to the Cubs.
We could have our ace director, Frank DeVincentis, take a shot at a Cubs dugout and see if Durham's even in there. If he can find him for us.
Keith Moreland has knocked in 4 of the 7 Chicago runs tonight. Yeah, it's nice to have a camera because we're sitting behind the dugout and can't see in at all.
That doesn't mean he couldn't be in the clubhouse in the trainer's room, too.
Here's a ball hit in the air to deep left. Gross is back. Room for it. Oh, baby. Moreland came up just a little short.
Just got it on the end of the bat a little, Andy. Had an A swing at a Wrigley Field home run, but not here.
Paul Noce will now bat for the first time tonight. He's playing at short for Chicago, hitting at .216. 3 homers, 13 RBIs.
Leon Durham is not on the Cubs bench.
Okay, Frank, would you check the hotel for us?
They stay at the Hershey.
Noce takes a strike. Calhoun's second inning of work. He has retired all 4 batters he has faced. Just missed, 1-1. Fouled, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Noce had a lot of playing time while Ryan Sandberg was on the DL. He was their second baseman. Then they moved him over to shortstop. They had Mike Brumley up for a time when they needed an extra shortstop. Sean Dunston was first hurt. Down the left field line, but foul out of play. One ball, 2 strikes on Paul Noce. Hails from San Francisco. A year ago, he played at Pittsfield. He batted .307. Bat handle pop. Might be a play. Parrish. 2 out in the 10th.
They got another bomber coming up here, and Jody Davis will be looking to hit one out. Brian Dayette, excuse me, Andy. Brian Dayette comes out to hit for Smith.
Jody Davis did hit a home run tonight. That was in the 8th inning, breaking a 6-all tie and giving the Cubs the lead, whereupon they immediately brought Lee Smith into the ballgame.
Cubs have Pino, the left-hander, and Tewksbury, the right-hander, up.
In the bottom half of the inning at the top of their batting order. Somwell, Thompson, Hayes. Davis takes a strike on the outside corner, 0-2. It's still 7-7.
Philadelphia Phillies baseball has been brought to you by Bud Light. Everything else is just a light. The bank that hears you. First Pennsylvania Bank. Blue Cross of Greater Philadelphia, on the cutting edge of new and innovative health care services for the real world. Mr. Goodbye, the Whole House Warehouse. Showboat Hotel, Casino, and Bowling Center. Atlantic City's first family resort hotel on the boardwalk. Texaco Super Unleaded Gasoline with Petrox detergent to help keep your car's power flowing. The Bell of Pennsylvania Yellow Pager. It's everything a directory should be.
Get the Phillies feeling. You can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it, it's alive.
Halloween comes early at the Vet Kids, and there'll be a free Philly Fanatic Mass for fans 14 and under, plus prizes for best costume. Woo! Halloween at the Vet. Sunday, September 13th, 1:35, Bills and Pirates.
It's alive.
Well, we're going to the bottom half of the 10th inning. Frank DiPino will come on and pitch here for Chicago. And the Phillies will be at the top of their batting order here in the 10th inning. Lee Smith out of the ball game. He worked 2 innings, gave up 4 hits and a run, and DiPino now comes on. Left-hander out of Syracuse, New York. He is 30 years of age, and his lifetime record against the Phillies is 1-3. Frank DiPino becomes the 4th Chicago pitcher. The Cubs are making a double change. They also have a new catcher, Jim Sundberg, and they will flip-flop in the batting order so that they can leave DiPino in the ball game in case this goes a few more innings. Jim Sundberg, very good receiver, will take over. He's a Gold Glove winner in the American League. So DiPino will bat 8th, and Sundberg will bat 9th. Juan Samuel leads off for the Phillies. Juan is 1 for 4. It was an infield single back in the 2nd inning, after which he scored. He struck out 3 times. We have a 7-7 game in the 10th. Samuel trying to send everybody home with that swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Of the order, the Phillies are happy about that, and it means if somebody can get on, Schmidt will come in, face the left-hander. 2-1. Here's a shot to left field. Liner foul with a backdrop.
And out of here.
You bet.
Oh, Samuel gets a curveball, a breaking ball there, and he rips it, but he hooked it. Just hooks by the pole down there. See it smack up against the backdrop.
2-2 on Juan. Leading off the Phillies' 10th. A bolt, and it's past Moreland, out into left field. Samuel thinks about 2. He stays at first.
He's fun to watch.
He sure is.
He went around first so hard that time that if there's any problem in the outfield, he walks into second. Here's Samuel. This time he didn't get it up. He hit it just as hard. Lines it past the diving Keith Moreland on another breaking ball. See a bunt here, Andy.
Yeah, left-handed batter off a left-handed pitcher. I think we can look for it. Thompson is 3 for 5 tonight. Whoa, high and tight, ball 1. He is 3 and double and single, but he will not be gunning for a home run here. Cubs looking for a bunt. Here it is. Sundberg fields. Sacrifice successful.
Heck of a play by Sundberg to prevent that from being a base hit. Great bunt by Thompson, and that speed of his, he was gone. Milt's doing a lot of things well now. Curveball, and he bunts it straight up in the air off the hard dirt there. Sundberg charges out and makes a strong throw. Close play.
So the Phillies have the winning run halfway around with one out. Here's Hayes. Vaughn will bat with Schmidt to follow. Vaughn's one hit was in his first at bat tonight.
Well, remember, Calhoun's in the 5-hole. So if they get Hayes out here, Schmidt's an automatic 4.
Oh yeah.
And then Phillies have Rick Shue left, and Darren Dalton and Tewksbury, the right-handers, up in the bullpen. So all options are covered here by both teams.
Little cue shot. Roll toward Moreland. He bobbles. Everybody's safe.
That's going to give Schmidt a chance to swing the bat.
That's right, because first base is now filled on the infield single by Hayes. It's a single.
Now we'll see if Gene Michael will go to Tewksbury. Hayes hits it right on the end of the bat, and Moreland, with not a lot of range, gets there and knocks it down. No play.
So we'll see who Schmidt's going to face here. Mike is 3 for 4 tonight. He doubled in the Phillies' tying run in the bottom of the 8th. Send Manny Trio into the mound. Tewksbury has not been up that long. Tewksbury has been used primarily in relief by Chicago.
Schmidt hitting a game-winning home run last year off Frank DePino here on a Sunday afternoon game. This year off DePino, he's 0 for, well, a sacrifice fly. Here comes Michael. Yeah, he's not going to let DePino pitch.
He was just stalling, yeah. Giving Tewksbury a little extra time to warm up. A rookie right-hander just over from the Yankees in the trade for Steve Trout is going to come on here undoubtedly for Chicago. Ed Lynch was up there too, Will. That was Lynch we just looked at.
Yeah, Lynch is up out there too. Tewksbury was up, and Lynch is also up.
Maybe that's why they were stalling, to give Lynch a little extra time.
Yeah, they might have put him down real fast, sat Tewksbury down, and got Lynch up. I do too.
Well, Lynch we know all about. In fact, Lynch was in the ball game last night. He worked 3 innings, gave up 2 hits and no runs. So you know Lynch is not going to be around for long tonight. Lynch is no youngster. He's 31 years of age, so he's in for a batter. Big Ed coming on. Lynch is in to get Schmidt.
Lynch this year, 1 for 3. It's a home run. Phillies with 17 hits in the ball game.
Big Ed Lynch, a real battler who was born in Brooklyn, now lives in Miami. A great college basketball player in his day at South Carolina.
17 hits for the Phillies, a career high, or a season high, as we look at Schmidt waiting his turn.
Frank DePino out of the ball game, working just a third of an inning, during which he gave up 2 hits. Well, Schmidt singled in the tying run tonight, or excuse me, doubled in the tying run, I should say. That was back in the 8th inning. And now Mike will have a shot at winning it for the Phillies.
And then after Mike Schmidt comes the 5-hole where Calhoun is batting, and the Phillies have 2 moves left. They have Dalton, a left-handed hitter, and Shue, the right-handed hitter. So Lee Elia has himself into a you know, a good position that way. But he wants it to end right here with Mike Schmidt. Lynch will throw a lot of sliders.
Big Ed Lynch, a guy who has the reputation of having just average stuff, but a battler. What a great game he pitched against the Phillies last year. It was the 10th of August last year. So that was, what, just a year and a day ago. At Wrigley Field, he pitched a 4-0 6-hitter against the Phillies and struck out 7. Won that game 4-0. One of the outstanding efforts. And he was just an emergency starter at that point. Member of the New York Mets, Ed Lynch.
Mike Schmidt coming up, and Rick Shue in the on-deck circle. Yeah, that's right. Shue has a great record against Lynch, though. No, he doesn't. Forget that. Phillies have one player. Oh, it's Glenn Wilson. Has a real good average against Ed Lynch.
Sorry, we cannot send Willie up there.
No.
Willie is out of the ball game.
He's back watching the telecast with Video Dan right now. Sorry, Willie. Tried to get you in the game.
2 on, 1 out. And there was a slider. Schmidt takes it outside. Ball 1.
Lynch will try and get the right-handed hitters to fish for that breaking ball. He has a good one.
Even the fanatic is paying rapt attention. Schmidt pokes it down the line. A foul ball. One ball, one strike.
Great expression from him. He got out front there and kind of dove out of a slider, looked like, away, and hooked it.
Talking it over with Lynch. Game on the line right here. When you're the visiting team in an extra inning ball game, it seems like you're always in a crisis. I mean, every pitch is a crisis, really. Sure. There's no tomorrow for the visiting team.
Good base runner on second.
Inside, and Mike stays right there with it. You're talking about Samuel.
An ideal situation for the Phillies to get a base hit. Now, the outfielder, the Cubs, left fielder Palmeiro and the center fielder Martinez are shallow. Dawson with a great arm in right. There you see the left fielder, center fielder. The Hawk a few steps back, but he makes up for that with that gun on his shoulder.
Schmidt hits it toward right center. It's fairly deep. The Hawk catches it. Dawson over to make the play. That's the second out. Rick Shue will bat for Calhoun. Rick Shue will be the pinch hitter. He's hitting at .255, 7 homers, 21 RBIs, 2 for 20 as a pinch hitter. Perfect innings tonight. He got all 6 hitters he faced, struck out 2. Checks his swing, takes the pitch out of the strike zone. Ball 1 on Rick.
Samuel not tagging up on that play, not wanting to take any chance, I guess, on Dawson's arm. Ball was hit fairly deep, but not an automatic advance to third base.
Shue misses a breaking ball. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I wouldn't think that Lynch would give him a fastball to hit. Unless he has to.
comes back out of the box. A lot of tension right here. Somwell at second.
Phillies' next pitcher would have to be Bedrosian, too.
Breaking ball outside. 2 balls and a strike. It's been a steady diet of sliders from Ed Lynch.
And you expect nothing else.
2-2 now. Have had base runners at every single inning tonight except one, the 6th. Ed Lynch comes out of the bullpen to do the job. He gets Schmitty and he gets Shue. And we're going to go to the 11th inning. In the 10th, the Phillies get no runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. We'll be right back.
I'm an extra movie star, also known as Bobcat Goldthwait, and me and my friends John Cusack and Demi Moore.
I hate boats. I'm not getting on any boat.
I beg to differ. Just had one crazy summer. Your dad said you were collecting shells. Shells? 57 millimeter. We did all the normal things people do. Hey, little brother, you hold on to this for me. Made friends. Sorry, killed our own food. Dazzled women.
Are you ready for me, Hoops?
By the end of the summer, I felt that poem a lot personally. I felt a little bit better about who I was and where I was going. We were party animals. Everyone loved us. Okay, let's move it out. Here we go. Wait. It really was one crazy summer.
11th inning at Veterans Stadium. Here's Steve Bedrosian on to be the Phillies' new pitcher. Bedrock appearing in his 48th ball game. He's 3-2 with a 2.77 ERA and 31 saves. And a really good question would be, if Bedrock goes a couple, who's after him?
It'll have to be a starter then. We'll have to wait and see what happens.
Jim Sundberg will be leading it off for Chicago in the 11th, and we're going to turn it over to Wheels.
Okay, Andy, thank you. We'd like to remind our Prism viewers the scheduling changed now because of the length of tonight's game. The movie Gung Ho will be shown at 12:15, starring Michael Keaton, a Ronnie Howard film filmed out in Pittsburgh. So it'll be Sundberg batting now in the 9th spot, Martinez and Sandberg to face the Rock, Steve Bedrosian, in a 7-7 game. Bedrosian, the 6th pitcher used by the Phillies tonight. Sundberg hits a ground ball to short. Aguayo in the hole, a long throw, and he got him. Good play by Louis Aguayo, who's been out there for a couple innings. Schmidt playing the line to prevent an extra base hit, so Aguayo had to go hard in the hole to make the play. There you see Louis getting a good hop, plants, has a catcher running, so he has a little extra time, gets him by a step. 1 out, nobody on base, and Dave Martinez, the batter. Martinez is 1 for 4 tonight. It was a home run. He's also walked and scored a run. Home run coming off starter Fred Tolliver. And Bedrosian gets it over for a strike. On deck is Sandberg. Dave Martinez playing the entire game in center field. Line drive to left field. That'll be in for a base hit. to Greg Gross, so Martinez is on. Put the single off Bedrosian. That's hit number 11 for the Cubs. The Phillies have 17 of them. Fastball away. Kind of inside outs. It actually got more of the plate than I thought. Well, Martinez on at first. He's stolen 9 bases. He's been caught stealing 5 times. And Ryan Sandberg will bat. Sandberg is 1 for 5. And single in the first inning. He scored. A quick move over there, and back in time is Dave Martinez. We're in the 11th, tied at 7. And another move over there, back in plenty of time is Martinez. Takes a pitch for a strike. Phillies are down now to just Darren Dalton as a non-pitcher for any kind of a move. And the Cubs, they have Leon Durham, but as far as we know, Durham has the flu and isn't available. And back again is Martinez. On deck is Rafael Palmeiro, a left-handed hitter. Sandberg hits it foul third base side, so the count no balls and 2 strikes on Ryan Sandberg. That's hard to believe for a $3 baseball.
That's one of the all-time scrambles, isn't it?
Might cost more at the hospital tomorrow. Guy broke his watch, but he got the ball. No balls, 2 strikes. And Bedrosian keeping an eye on Martinez. Not a great base stealer, but might go. Parrish has thrown out 1 runner tonight, Bob Dernier. He doesn't go, and the pitch to Sandberg's fouled off into the press area. .35 here tomorrow if you're coming out. It'll be a quick one. Fast night tonight. Outside and low with a fastball. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Sandberg. Phillies play Ryan straight away. Schmidt not guarding the line as much at third, even though he's over some, figuring that Sandberg won't pull a hard-throwing Bedrosian. There he is. And back again is Martinez. Schmidt over more than he would be early in the game, but not a flat-out on-the-line situation. 1-2 to Sandberg. Base hit to left field for Ryan Sandberg. Gross fields it, and the Cubs have 2 on with just 1 out. And that'll bring up Palmeiro with Dawson on deck. Bedrosian with a 1-2 fastball right down the pipe, and Sandberg hits it to left hard. Well, Palmeiro will be the batter. Young left fielder. He's 2 for 4 tonight. He singled in a run in the first, doubled and scored in the third. He's lined out, walked, and struck out. Then Mike Schmidt coming in to have a word with Bedrosian. Palmeiro, young left-handed hitter, facing Steve Bedrosian. And the pitch which is a fastball low. Palmero's 0 for 1 off Bedrosian this year. 1-0 the count. High and deep to right field, fair or foul. It is a foul ball and way out of here. Oh, brother. Palmero just got out front and banged it off the Stadium Club glass out there above near the Cubs-Phillies first or second inning out there. Very close to a 3-run homer for Palmero, who's amazingly strong. Took something off that pitch and missed away. 2-1. On deck is Andre Dawson, so Bedrosian has a long way to get out of the woods in this inning. Ground ball could be 2 to Aguayo. Back to first, double play. Boy, Palmero hit it right on the nose, but right at Somwell for the double play. No runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 1 left. Phillies come to bat in the 11th to try and get it over with. We're tied at 7.
Get the Phillies feeling. You can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it. It's alive.
Halloween comes early at the Vet Kids, and there'll be a free Philly Fanatic Mass for fans 14 and under, plus prizes for best costume. Woo! Halloween at the Vet. Sunday, September 13th, 1:35, Phils and Pirates.
It's alive.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Phillies and is intended solely for the private, non-commercial use of our audience. Any publication, reproduction, retransmission, or other use of the pictures, descriptions, and accounts of this game without the express written consent of the Phillies and Prism is prohibited. Announcers on this broadcast are selected by Prism and approved by the Phillies.
Ed Lynch, who came on last inning to get Mike Schmidt and Rick Shue out with a winning run at second base, will continue on the mound for the Cubs. And for the Phillies, it'll be Ron Renicky, who's batting in the 6th hole, then Lance Parrish and Louis Aguayo. Greg Gross batting 9th. He would be the 4th hitter in the inning. Rafael Palmero just missing a 3-run homer and then scalding a ball to second for a double play to send this one still tied to the bottom of the 11th. Phillies with their longest game of the season on Sunday when they played 14. And still a lot of people left, 30,459 in attendance at some point tonight at the Vet. About half of them left, maybe a quarter. Renicky, the batter, he struck out in his only plate appearance. Came into the game on a double change. He's been playing right field. He struck out against Lee Arthur Smith, facing Ed Lynch. Renicky with a home run and 4 RBIs. Lynch's first pitch, a fastball outside. Parrish on deck. Phillies with 17 hits, the Cubs with 12. Game tied at 7. Swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Misses with a slider high, 2-1. Cubs play Renicky straight away. Moreland, the third baseman, up at third. And he fouls it right off the top of the screen behind home plate. And the count even at 2-2 to Ron Renicky. Renicky batting at 167. Much better from the right side. Just a little bit outside, and the count full at 3-2. Renicky trying to get on. He went to 3-2 with Smith last time before striking out. Now they move Martinez over a little bit to right behind second base with the count 3-2. Just got a piece of it in and out of the glove of Jim Sundberg. Here's the center fielder. See the way they're pinching him up the middle. Shortstop over. Second baseman Sandberg up the middle, as is the center fielder. Manny Trio guarding the line at first. Took a high slider, and Lynch walks Renicky.
Gene Michaels got to do a slow turn at that one, Wheels.
Yeah.
Base on balls to start in the bottom of the 11th.
Here comes the second guesser's paradise. Lance Parrish, the batter. You bunt with him or don't you?
You know, they had the bunt on the other day when he was up there, and he bunted back to the screen, and you know, your question a couple of weeks ago, can he bunt, may be appropriate.
I don't bunt with him, but we'll see what happens. Even if he hits into a double play, I don't bunt with him here. Great bunt.
It was a good bunt.
Score the sacrifice 1-4. 1-3 to Manny Trio. And Lance Parrish does a perfect job of sacrificing, and Louis Aguayo the batter.
Well, now we know. We don't have
bunt.
He can.
Lee Elias slapping. Lance caught 14 innings on Sunday. He's catching 11 innings tonight. Day off time for Lance, I would think, with the day game in a few hours. Here's Louis with a chance to win it. Ron Renicky on at second base with 1 out. And the first pitch over to Aguayo. Greg Gross in the on-deck circle. Louis really been struggling lately. As a pinch hitter this year, he's 0 for 12 and his average at .202. And one hit could pick his program up. There's a little flare into center field. Now, Renicky didn't get much of a jump. Oh, he stops at third. And, wow, Aguayo's hung up.
Oh.
But he could maybe get back if he can beat Trio. Now Renicky's going to get hung up. Here he goes running at him. Now they've got Renicky. Oh, this is bad. And he's out. Throw to third. And Aguayo's safe at third. Oh, wow. We'll get the scoring on that play, but a lot of bad base running there. Aguayo's going to be safe at third now with 2 out. Dave Martinez made the play in. Davenport held Renicky, but Aguayo kept on going. And then when Aguayo was going to get back, for some reason, Renicky started to go and got himself hung up. There he goes right there, and Aguayo was going to get back, and they'd have had first and third, which would have been fine. But now Renicky's in the run down here. Sundberg's going to run him back. Now here comes Moreland. Now he wheels and throws, and Aguayo slides in just ahead of that play. I have no idea what the scoring is, and we'll get it eventually. There's a base hit also, of course, involved for Aguayo. But some wild, wild base running. Renicky could not get a good jump off second to score because it looked like Noche might catch that ball, and he did just miss it. Aguayo sucking wind down there. Gene Michael out at the mound talking to Lynch. There's 2 out, and Aguayo's on third. Andy will get the scoring as we watch Aguayo hit that breaking ball. Now watch how close Noche comes. Just misses it. Davenport's waving a Renicky. Now he stops him. Trio cuts it off, fires to second. Sandberg has Aguayo here. Now he's going to make it back, but now Renicky gets hung up. Sandberg does the right thing. He runs right at him. Then Sundberg. Meanwhile, Aguayo's at second. Here comes Renicky. Now Aguayo's on his way to third. There's the tag. Throw back to third. And that's how it ended.
Well, Wheels, the official scoring is 8-3-4-2-5. They first considered giving an assist to every Cub, they said.
Okay, and Greg Gross, the batter, and the first pitch to Gigi's a ball. 2 out. Very shallow in the outfield. Trying to cut off the line drive. Aguayo will score on a base hit and win the game if Gigi can hit one out there. pitch over, and it's 1-1. The Phillies give you some poor base running there.
You're at all curious that they don't walk Gross and pitch to Somwell?
Well, I thought that they might possibly do that, and I think that's what they were talking about out there. They are pitching carefully to him. It's 2-1. Because obviously Gigi doesn't mean anything if he were to get on base here, if he were to walk.
Now they're
going to walk.
Yep.
Yeah, they just tried to get him to go fishing.
Which is tough with him.
Greg Gross will get the intentional walk. One of those risky plays right there if he'd have reached out and hit a ball or Lynch hadn't made a perfect pitch. But now Somwell will bat with runners on first and third and 2 out. Lynch this year is 1 for 5 with 3 strikeouts. It's his first at bat off him tonight. He has 2 hits in 6 at bats. He struck out 3 times tonight. Here's Somwell with a winning run 90 feet away. Takes a pitch for a strike. Thompson's on deck.
This is quite an endurance test for Lynch, Will. As we mentioned, he was in last night's ball game for a total of 3 innings.
Well, he needs him tonight. Somwell gets jammed, tried to fight off that ball in, and now Lynch has him 0-2. Comes with guard. He gets a potential double steal here. Don't expect something like that. No balls, 2 strikes on Somwell. And Sammy stays alive as he fouls it back to the press level. Almost snared by Richard Dietz. Back into the crowd. Director of sales for the Phillies. No balls, 2 strikes on Somwell as we come up on 11:55 on the clock. And we're going to keep on playing. So the Phillies with some bad base running there blow a chance to win in that inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left. We head to the 12th, tied at 7.
When it gets this late, you know what I mean? It's like after hours.
Tonight could be Paul Hackett's lucky night.
It only take 20 minutes.
He's ready for a good time.
I feel like something incredible is really going to happen here.
But he'll settle for less.
I mean, you're not going to leave now, not after I brought you in out of the rain, are you?
After his luck goes out the window, he can't get home.
Would you just give me a break? No.
Join Paul for the strangest.
Mr. Guy?
For the wildest. For the most unusual night of his life.
Lady, let me out of this thing now.
'Cause I'm leaving in the morning, and I must see you again. We'll have one more night together, till the morning brings my train and I must go.
Will he ever get home? Find out as Griffin Dunn, Rosanna Arquette, Terry Garr, John Hurd, Catherine O'Hara, Linda Fiorentino, and Cheech and Chong star in After Hours.
That kind of sums it up. And just a reminder to all you Prism watchers who are hanging in there with us tonight, the movie Gung Ho will be shown at 12:15 starring Michael Keaton.
Are you sure about that?
Well, that's our master plan.
That is subject to change as well. We are going to the 12th inning, and Andre the Hawk Dawson, who ostensibly had the night off, but nevertheless has been in there since the 6th inning, is coming up. Andre has flied out and struck out, facing Steve Bedrosian in his 2nd inning of work. Dawson, Trio, and Moreland.
Andy, much the same as the game on Sunday, the Phillies have sure had the best of it in extra innings as far as chances go to win the ball game. They've left 1 on in the 9th, 2 in the 10th, and 2 in the 11th.
Dawson hits it hard, but to Aguayo. Louis makes the pickup and the perfect throw. One down on the 12th. Next up, Trio. He's been in there the whole way tonight. Manny 1 for 5. It was a hit-and-run single in the 5th inning. 3 times he has struck out. Back no matter what the Cubs do here.
And Manny smiled, and that was a high fastball from Bedrosian. And Manny hurt Bedrosian with that home run at Wrigley last Sunday, a week ago Sunday.
Ground ball to third. Schmidt plays it, and Mike throws him out. 2 down.
A good situation for the Phillies now as they have Bedrosian in longer. They sure want him in. There's Mike Schmidt guarding the line, and Manny did not hit the ball hard, so he's able to come off the line and make the play. But they've used 6 pitchers tonight, and all they have left are starters.
Kevin Gross is getting up in the bullpen. Kevin, who was ejected from last night's ball game, has started to throw.
Yeah, they got to get somebody up.
For those of you who haven't followed the events of the day, the reason that Kevin is still eligible is because the Players Association decided to appeal his suspension, so he is still eligible pending a hearing. Moreland grounds a single through on the right side.
He's so good at that.
3rd hit of the ball game for Moreland. He has driven in 4 runs tonight.
He got behind in the count, so a tough pitcher like Bedrosian. Hayes was guarding the line, so he had a huge hole to shoot through on the right side. Watch what he does. Fastball away, just throws his bat at it. Look at all that room over there and just pokes it through. He is not a threat to steal.
Paul Noche will be the batter now, and Ed Lynch due to bat following him. Noche has batted just once. He fouled out to Parrish. Pop up, foul. Parrish coming back. He won't get this one. It'll be into the seats.
Cubs have the right-hander Tewksbury up at the bewitching hour with a full moon.
Happy tomorrow, Wills. It's Wednesday already.
We'll be back here at 12:35 for anybody planning on coming out. Have you packed?
No.
No, me either.
Hit into right field. Going to be trouble. Renicky can't get it. Let's see what Moreland can get out of this. They're going to try to score him. Here comes Moreland. Somwell's relay. He scores. Cubs lead. Noche to third base.
Bedrosian throwing a fit out there right now, kicking dirt all over the place as Noche flared that ball into the corner for a triple. See Noche's reaction, who's been struggling. Moreland hits a little bleeder in the hole, and Noche does this on a slider, it looked like. Renicky's not going to be able to get to it. And then it takes that carom down in the corner. It would have been good if it hopped out of play, but it didn't. Leon Durham coming out of the dugout. Here comes Moreland around. Somwell's throw is way up the line where they'd have had him. You know, if Somwell had gotten the ball near the plate, he would have been out.
Durham, who has not been in this ball game. He was in the original starting lineup tonight, but did not play, scratched because of the flu. Will take a swing here for Ed Lynch. Durham hitting at .272, 18 homers, 41 RBIs. He's only 1 for 5 as a pinch hitter. Noche with the big triple, his 2nd of the year.
Well, it's the same as Sunday. You know, the Phillies, the Cardinals had a run-in, bases loaded. Cubs have a run-in. Stop the bleeding, you're still at home. He won't bat.
No, that's right. They're not going to pitch to Durham.
They have Sundberg on deck, the right-handed hitter.
into the bottom half of the inning, the Phillies will hit Thompson, Hayes, and Schmidt. And the Cubs, of course, are going to need a new pitcher at that point, Bob Tewksbury. We had him in the ball game a while ago.
He's been up 3 or 4 times tonight.
Durham takes first, and Sundberg will bat. Sundberg has hit just once in the ball game, grounded out to shortstop. Ball 1 to Sundberg.
But Rosen had 2 easy ground balls, and then Moreland just slapped that ball through on the right side, and then the flare triple, and all of a sudden they get a run.
Sundberg hurt the Phillies with some big hits earlier in the year. And Sundberg is batting .389 against the Phillies this year coming into the ball game.
Game that's going to start in about 12 hours. Both managers are going to ask their pitchers, and they're their 2 best pitchers. Lee Ilya has Shane Raleigh, and Gene Michael has Rick Sutcliffe to give them a lot of innings, because they've got some tired people out there in the bullpen.
There goes Durham, and Sundberg strikes out to end the inning, but major damage is done here as the Cubs pick up a run in the top of the 12th. 2 hits, 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the 12th, 8-7 Chicago.
Get the Phillies feeling. You can see it, you can hear it, you can feel it, it's alive.
Stadium, Philadelphia, Friday night, August 21st. The Bull Blast returns. Greg Luzinski and Dick Allen in a home run contest. The Dilly in Philly between games of the Phils Dodgers Twine-Nighter.
IBM tail of the tape measures all Phillies vet homers in '87. The 3 longest to date were hit by Juan Samuel, 410 feet, Von Hayes, 412, and Glenn Wilson, 416. But has the longest been hit? Find out on September 30th when IBM honors the players with the 3 longest homers by donating $10,000 in their honor to ALS to combat Lou Gehrig's disease. IBM tail of the tape at every Phillies home game.
Bob Tewksbury, the lone remaining reliever the Cubs have not used in the ball game tonight, will now come on and pitch. The Phillies have not seen him. He's over from the Yankees in the Steve Trout deal. And here's a look at what Tewksbury has done since joining Chicago. Don't know much about Tewksbury. He's from Concord, New Hampshire, 26 years of age and a rookie, but the Phillies have not faced him. He has not been very successful for Chicago. They were using him as a starter when they first got him, and I believe he lost all 3 starts that he made, and he's worked twice in relief in the meantime.
Watching him warm up, he's throwing quite a few breaking balls. It's kind of a hesitation type delivery. Well, the Phillies will have some left-handed hitters to go after him too. They have Thompson, they have Hayes, then Schmidt, and Bedrosian would be the batter after that, and they still have Dalton remaining. Now, if the Phillies were to get 1 run, it'd be interesting to see who'd be on the hill.
Kevin Gross, I would imagine.
Good chance. This is the kind of game that really decimates teams.
This is the kind of game that its effect is felt for several days.
Right.
In the Phillies' case, particularly so since they played 14 Sunday. They haven't really recovered from that one yet. Bill Thompson has hit for 3/4 of the cycle tonight. Single, double, triple. Even though he started for Chicago. Here's one just foul. Oh, boy. Tewksbury pitching from the stretch at all times. I'm sure he didn't do that when he was a starter in 3 games for Chicago, but he's taken to doing it here. Thompson, batting .312 as he stands in. High chop off the plate. He's got a chance. Noche. Safe. Ball dropped. Thompson aboard.
I think he would have been out if Trio had held on to that. Hallian waited until the ball hit the ground. Good play by Noche. Throwing on the run, fires it low, it skids. Yep, he would have been out if Manny had been able to hold on to it, but he wasn't.
And they have scored an infield single for Thompson, his 4th hit of the game. Now Hayes has to move him, and they may do it with a sacrifice. What do you think? Not a rundown, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Hold on.
Oh, he's not going to get time. That pitch will count. That'll be a ball because Quick didn't give him time. Oh, no, I don't think you want to bunt for one here with your pitching situation.
Yeah, you're probably right about that.
You know, they say you want to win the game, but gosh, that's a tough call.
Plus, you got a hole on the right side, so Hayes can try to pull something here. There goes Thompson. Here's Sundberg's throw. He's safe. Stolen base number 34 for Milt.
Well, there's your answer. Let him steal it. Bond takes a pitch for ball 2, and Thompson had a great jump, stole it easily. Kevin Gross is starting to throw in the bullpen, and he's serious.
No strikes, the count on Hayes.
And remember, as we said, the Phillies still have one move left in Darren Dalton. The Cubs do not have a left-handed pitcher. They don't have much left, and neither do the Phillies right now. This is a use the roster.
Brian Dayette is the Cubs' remaining player. And they could bring back last night's starter Moyer if they really needed a left-hander, I suppose. Mike Mason is also a left-hander, normally a starter.
Yeah, but he's a starter, so but you know, you get into a point where you might have to do something like that.
Down the right field line, in the air a long time. Trouble. And trouble, and it gets past the Hawk. Here comes Thompson to tie the game. Third. Hayes stopped at second. He stops at second, and he stays there.
He lost the ball and didn't pick up the coach, and he had third standing up.
He sure did.
But still, you know,
nobody out. So it'll have to go as a double, but the game is tied, 8-8.
Unbelievable, Andy. This is one of the weirdest games I've ever seen. Hayes has third, standing up, no play. And I don't know why he didn't pick up that. Look at his expression. He knows it. He just didn't pick up Davenport. And he wasn't sure where the ball was. And, you know, in that situation, don't get thrown out, obviously. But he has third so easily, it's unbelievable.
So it is 8-8, and here comes Schmidt. Mike sent the game into extra innings with a double in the 8th, which tied it.
His run doesn't mean anything. See if they pitch to it.
You wouldn't expect that they would. No, they're not going to.
No, it doesn't mean anything. So they have the base open.
Now the Phillies will have to pinch it for Bedrosian, and you expect it's going to be Dalton.
That's all they have right now. They've have Darren Dalton sitting there, and it's a good spot for him. Tried so hard to catch that ball and then wound up letting it get by him.
So here comes Dutch. Dalton batting at 181 with 2 homers, 10 RBIs. Dalton 1 for 8 as a pinch hitter. Nobody out. Here comes Gene Michael out to discuss the possibilities. The Phillies could be bunting here, couldn't they?
Sure. Like we said in the top of this inning, you know, keep this to a 1-run game at home, just like on Sunday, and anything can happen. This is just what happened on Sunday. The Phillies got a run to tie it, and then they had a chance to win, just what they do right now. But we have had 2 beauties out here Sunday and Tuesday, haven't we?
Yeah, we sure have. And last night
see what was happening there on that play and go to third, because that would have really, they would have had to walk the bases loaded, bring everybody in, then you'd have had a couple shots.
Yep.
But, you know, it wasn't to be. Phillies made a base running mistake last inning. And in this situation, they wanted to make sure, Hayes wanted to make sure he was in no man's land, didn't know where the ball was, and he was not going to get thrown out.
All right, let's see what everybody's up to here. Are the Phillies bunting? Here it is. Foul. Strike one.
Trying to make Moreland, the third baseman, field the ball, which is correct. They did not rotate on the play. Now that the Phillies have shown bunt, the Cubs might try that. And then again, Elia might let Dalton swing away. Oh, there's all kinds of neat things could happen.
If they do sacrifice, the next two hitters are Renicky and Parrish. Even if they don't sacrifice, the next two hitters are Renicky and Parrish. Outside, 1-1.
It's a great game to win when you have to come back and play in 12 hours, and it's a tough one to lose. You see Moreland puts on the plays, as most third basemen do on teams in these bunt situations.
Dutch to bunt, gets a good one down. Tewksbury doesn't field. Trio does, throws to Sandberg, and the sacrifice is good. 3-4 on the scoring. So Darren Dalton gets him across.
This baby may come down to Lance Parrish again. They have a base open. Sandberg looking in to see what they want him to do. Oh, I think they said pitch to him.
Really?
Well, Vukovich just, well, let's see. You think they'd walk him with the
You would.
You see Vukovich went with his arm. We're going to pitch to him. So everybody's in. Infield in, outfield in. Renicky, you know, not swinging the bat well from the left side, so they're going to take their shot here.
Renicky has struck out and walked in the game tonight. And he gets to bat here with the infield in. Time call.
Kevin Gross, the next pitcher, if the Phillies don't score. Yeah, this is a full moon night.
Off-speed pitch, misses outside. Jim Snyder all the way out of the Chicago dugout, motioning the outfielders.
Well, they got to bring them all the way in. You know, they're not going to serve any purpose back catching a fly ball deep, that's for sure. There they are.
And no strikes to Renicky. This 8-8 tie might be about to be broken here.
20 hits for the Phillies.
That's a strike. He feels good about it right now.
Managing a smile after all this.
At least the Phillies are back to dead even again. It's 8-8. Just missed. Ooh. 3-1. Of course, they've got a base open, so they can pitch as carefully to Renicky as they want.
Now they'll walk him. See, now they're in a situation where a 3-1 fastball will be a pitch to hit for a fly ball, so they'll walk him and it'll be up. Here comes Parrish again. To the infield, they'd come home and try the home first type of double play. They can't afford it any other way, I don't think.
Low, ball one.
Unless you were really to juice one. Well, you know, now that they have Parrish up there, it's a little slower. The middle infielders have moved back. See where they are?
Yeah.
So they could conceivably go, you know, a 6-4-3 type double play. They are not back as far.
Parrish with a good eye takes ball 2, 2-0. And they're getting nervous over there.
Well, they can do all they want with their defense. If the pitcher doesn't throw a strike, there's not anything they can do.
Well, Lance had a rip. If the Phillies win this game, they pass the Cubs in the standings. Tewksbury wants a different ball.
To end it here for another reason, so you don't have to catch anymore.
Good point. Foul back. 2-2 on Parrish. The on-deck hitter is Aguayo. Getting an infield single, and he has scored. Poked hard. Noche goes to second, 1 to first. Double play. Chicago pulls a 6-4-3 double play, and we are going to the 13th. In the inning, the Phillies get a run. 2 hits, 2 left. 13th coming right up.
Recently, over 10,000 new subscribers have joined the Prism family. And Prism has asked me to welcome all of those and to thank you that have had Prism for years. But I told Prism that a blanket thank you just wouldn't do in this town. Maybe a California-type movie channel could get away with it, but not Prism. People in this area have a bond with Prism, probably because of all the hit movies and the Philly teams, too. So, I'm going to thank you and welcome you all individually right now. I'll start in Jersey. Let's see now. I'll break it down by county. Let me see now. Maybe I'll do it by, let's see, cable company. Well, this number of towns over here.
All of us at Prism welcome our new subscribers. But whether you've had Prism for a few days, weeks, or years, our approach is the same. We want you to love what you see on Prism. We're committed to that.
Adams, G, Altman, J. Wait, this seems so impersonal on television. How about I stop by? Say tomorrow. When's a good time?
Kevin Gross ejected from last night's ball game and the subject of all kinds of controversy, but they appealed his suspension, and so until the case is heard, he is eligible, and Kevin's going to be pitching his first game of the year in relief.
Well, that ball lands Parrish. You know, this is a wild night. He hit that sucker right on the nose as hard as he can hit it, and right at Noche, who really didn't move for it. You know, he hits it left or right, it's a tough play. They're going to double change here and leave Dalton in the game, too. Right on the button, and Sandberg jumped in there, and they completed the double play. So the whole key to that inning really is Hayes not being at third with nobody out. That really got the Cubs. You know, they were looking down the barrel anyway, but that really helped them.
Kevin working in relief. Of course, he's done that in the past, but it's his first game in relief this year. And we head to the 13th inning of an 8-8 tie. Dalton remains in to catch, so Parrish has the rest of the night off. And in the 13th, the Cubs are at the top of their batting order. Martinez, Sandberg, and Palmeiro. We say the top of the order, Martinez, Sandberg, and Palmeiro. Was Palmeiro who hit the ball to Sandberg last night, or to Samuel, I should say. An apparent double play grounder booted by Sammy, following which Michaels came out and asked to have the ball inspected. Well, here's Martinez, singled his last time up, hit a home run in the 4th inning, walked and scored back in the 1st. It's 2-2. Kevin Gross spans Martinez.
Come out pumping some heat, I'm telling you. Threw some good fastballs to Martinez. This is one right here. Whoosh.
Kevin worked 4 1/3 innings last night. Gave up 2 runs on 6 hits. Here's Ryan Sandberg. 2 out of 6 tonight. Single his first time up, single his last time up in the 11th. Strike. Not much left to say about this one that we haven't said a couple of times, right? In the air to center, not deep. Thompson taps the glove, makes the catch. Sandberg is out, number 2.
Nothing left to do in this one, and he's a final score.
Kevin takes a deep breath and will work on Palmeiro. 2 for 5 tonight. RBI single in the first, double in the third. He was on base one other time. He walked in the 6th. Palmeiro was the last batter that Kevin faced last night before his ejection.
Boy, this is so bizarre. And a guy thrown out for what happened last night. Here he is pitching in this game. 13th inning with a 12:35 day game coming.
That's not this 12:35. That's the next 12:35.
You really see everything in this sport in the course of a long season. Crowd is having a little fun tonight. Kevin throws that ball out. They want to look at it. They throw it right back. Says Jim Quick. Unlikely he would do anything illegal tonight.
Oh, I bet you he's clean as a whistle tonight. He probably showered before he went to the bullpen.
They say, come on out, search me. Oh,
he's throwing hard.
He is. Stay with him, Kevin.
To Palmeiro. The Cubs have been retired in order in this game 4 times. The Phillies just once. Still, it seemed as though it was the Phillies who were always battling back tonight. The only lead the Phillies had was 3-2 back in the 2nd inning. Cubs once led by 3 runs. In the air to left center field. Extra bases. It bounced out. It'll be a 2-base hit. Palmeiro with a ground rule double to the opposite gap.
Good job of hitting by Palmeiro. Fastball away, and he doesn't try to do too much with it. They're playing him a little bit to pull. Long run there for Thompson. He can't quite get there, and then the ball hops over the fence. And now the Hawk has another chance.
And how long can you keep this guy down? He is 0 for 3 tonight because he didn't enter the ball game until the 6th inning. And the Phillies will not pitch to the Hawk.
Well, that sure makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I don't think too many people will question this. Manny Trio will be the hitter.
No knock on Manny.
All he does, all the Hawk does, of course, is lead the league in home runs and in runs batted in. Well, We just got the answer to another question. If the Cubs need another pitcher, it's going to be a starter, Mike Mason, a left-hander. On his way to the bullpen, Mike Mason.
And he still has one move left, does Gene Michael. He still has Brian Dayette. And there goes Mason to the bullpen.
Manny Trio, 1 for 6. Hit and run single in the 5th inning. 3 times he has struck out. Well, we haven't seen a pitcher as a pinch hitter tonight. We did on Sunday. You have to wonder whether tomorrow's starters, Raleigh and Sutcliffe, have been sent to get a little rest.
Oh, yeah. We have Don Carmen come up as a pinch hitter and win this thing. Full moon.
Cues it, knocked down by Kevin, recovers, gets in. Cubs are out on the 13th. No runs, 1 hit, 2 left. Is 13 lucky? We'll find out in just a moment.
Summer on Prism, 1987. 3 prime Prism people have escaped the network and are on the loose. I repeat, these prisoners are missing. On a tip, we've learned that these prisoners are planning to sneak aboard the QE2 and at least Philadelphia for a week in the Caribbean on November 13th. That's the Phillies cruise, ma'am. Prism is offering a reward to one viewer who can tell us where on the ship these 3 prisoners can be captured. Send the facts, just the facts, on a postcard. Your name, address, phone number, the 3 prisoners' names, and where we can grab them. Send it to Prism at this address. If your postcard is correct, you might win a Caribbean cruise with the Phillies, free from Prism.
Hey, don't use my name, okay? Fanatic will be in the exercise room doing dance routine.
Keep watching Prism for inside tips from the Phillies and help get the escaped prisoners back on Prism.
Here we go at Veterans Stadium in a ball game that began, 5 hours ago, just about? 7:35 was the official starting time. It's now approaching 12:35. And it's not settled yet. It's still 8-8. Stoney was in the ball game as a pinch hitter. Thompson, of course, is still in the ball game. So is Schmitty. And on the Cubs side, everybody trying to stay lively, knowing that they have to be back here before long tomorrow. I'm sure that both teams will dispense with batting practice and infield tomorrow and just show up and play the ball game. And Louis has a hit in his only at-bat tonight. That was a single in the 11th inning. Tewksbury starts him with a breaking ball. Tewksbury in his 2nd inning of work. The Phillies tied the game off him in the 12th, but stranded 2 runners when they had a shot to win it. Close to the line is Moreland over at third base. Phillies leadoff hitters have gotten on each of the last 3 innings. 10th, 11th, and 12th. Each time they've had their leadoff man aboard. In the air to shallow center, fall, and it's a base hit. 4th inning in a row, the Phillies get their leadoff man aboard, and Louis is 2 for 2. Well, he didn't hit it very hard. In fact, he may have broken his bat. Breaking ball. It didn't sound good, but he dropped it into shallow center for a leadoff hit. Manny can smile about it. And here is Greg Gross. 1 for 2 with an intentional walk. And the Cubs will be expecting a bunt. We don't see Greg bunt. Oh, it took a crazy hop. Tewksbury makes a crazy throw to first base, but Sandberg stays with it for the out. A 1-4 sacrifice. The Phillies have done a great job of moving their runners tonight, something that at times this year they've had problems with.
Yeah, they have done that tonight, but they made 2 base running mistakes that, have kept this game going, really. Or at least contributed to it, because who knows what would have happened after that. But they certainly would have put the Cubs in a bad spot, both of them.
Somwell with 7 at-bats tonight. He has struck out 4 times. Here's a bouncing ball to Moreland, and he boots it out in the left field. Over to third base goes Aguayo. That'll be an error on Moreland, and the Phillies have first and third.
Well, here we go again. Breaking ball, Somwell tops it. Moreland trying to catch the ball, lifted up too soon, threw his legs into left field. The runner Aguayo at second has to make sure the ball goes through so he can just advance to third. So here we go again. They got to bring everybody in.
Milt Thompson gets a shot. He has 4 hits in the game tonight. He also sacrificed 1 successfully.
Gross hasn't won a game since June. Would it be amazing you win a game this way?
Really?
That's why this game is goofy.
Goofy but fun.
Long way to go still, though. The Phillies haven't been able to get this elusive run over.
Ball 1 to Thompson.
Still have 2 good players coming along, too, Hayes and Schmidt, before they have to worry about, well, they've got Dalton hitting 5 now, so they don't have to worry about a pinch hitter.
Foul away. 1 ball, 1 strike to Thompson. Milt with 4 hits in the game, wants desperately to get number 5.
You know it's late. They're in the 5th inning of a game on the coast. There's the defense all the way up. Playing for a double play this time as they were with Parrish, of course, because of Thompson's speed.
Fouled away sharply. Mets beat Montreal tonight. Dodgers over Cincinnati 7-2. San Diego 5, Atlanta 4. They're in the 7th inning tonight. A flare, and it's going to be all over. Phillies win the ball game.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He scored. Boy, they really had a shot at him there.
Well, see, Aguayo didn't break right away either because he wasn't sure that ball wasn't going to. He wasn't as sure as you. He didn't have as good a look as you that ball wasn't going to be caught because it was never going to be caught. Look at this. I mean, this is close. That would have been great.
Oh boy,
that would have been unbelievable, huh?
How about that? So it is a 9-8 final in 13 innings tonight. The Phillies finally prevail over the Cubs, and indeed, Kevin Gross has won a ball game for the first time since the end of June. Well, our showboat star of the game, player of the game tonight certainly will be Milt Thompson for his game-winning hit. He had 5 hits tonight. The time of this game was 4 hours and 59 minutes. That sounds like 5 hours to me. Kevin Gross wins this ball game. 7-10 is his record. And the losing pitcher is Tewksbury. And here's this game-winning hit again, Wheels.
Yeah, well, he just flared the ball. Now, you could see from up here very well that Palmeiro wasn't going to catch the ball, but Aguayo made sure. And now he's got 90 feet to run. And if he had to go 91, we'd still be here.
So the Phillies have won it 9-8 in 13 innings. Our next ball game will be coming up Tuesday night against the San Diego Padres. For Chris Wheeler and Gary Maddox, Andy Musser saying good morning, everyone.
All films on Prism, which have been rated by the Motion Picture Association of America, will be shown in their original, uncut theatrical version. Parents are urged to use the same discretion in allowing children to view films on Prism as they would at the theater. The following film has been rated PG and contains some material which may not be suitable for children.
No, it was 250 hymnals. Yes, we were promised delivery on Monday, and they haven't yet arrived. Thank you very much.
You still here?
I'll put your service on in a few minutes. Your shirt should be ready tomorrow, and Mother Superior insists that you get back to her today.
Where's Monsignor Fazio?
He went to the diocesan luncheon, Your Excellency.
Until 6 o'clock?
He had a diocesan cocktail party after. I answered his correspondence for the day. Yours is on your desk.
Sign the book.
Yes, Your Excellency. Good afternoon, Bishop Campbell's office.
Night, Bob. Goodbye. You see, Mrs. Cheney, I've just been a priest for a little over a year now.
I love my work, Father. I know the bishop can be difficult at times, but when you think of all the good work he's done, then I just don't understand why he won't let me learn how to work a word processor. I mean, sometimes I feel like I just need a change. Is that wrong? Well, because he has his reasons.
All right, everyone, closing time. Mr. Chu? Mr. Chu? Can you hear me? 6 o'clock. That's enough Plutarch for one day. You want to ride home?
Almost finished. Maybe tomorrow.
You know, you've been saying maybe tomorrow for almost 2 years.
And one tomorrow, I'm gonna be fine.
Well, did you ask him about the word processing class?
Honey, do you know where Al's bowl is?
Catch it. Good boy.
Well, I'll just use a dish. And I did ask.
I'm proud of you.
Don't be. He said no.
The bishop won't let you take the course. Why?
He can't afford to let me go for 2 weeks. It's not his fault.
Oh, well, don't let it make you feel bad, honey. Never mind that you run the whole archdiocese practically by yourself. Never mind that you only ask for a
Thanks,
little...
Nick. That makes me feel a lot better.
Look, for dinner tonight, sky's the limit. I'll cook whatever you want.
Why don't we just order in?
Better yet, then we can get started peeling the wallpaper. What goes good with wallpaper?
Chinese.
Great. I love Chinese.
Then again, Mrs. Lavin says she sometimes takes her exercise class to a great pizza place around the corner.
Wonderful. Italian's great. I'm starved.
Then again, Chinese is lighter. What do you think?
Either one.
No, you choose.
Your pick.
Chinese. Yeah, Chinese, definitely.
First preview of Layer 5. Where would you place it? Early 30s?
We're going to be in our early 70s by the time we finish this. Nicky, we should have had a professional do it.
What? And let him destroy this wonderful molding? Oh, that is ugly, huh?
Let's sneak a peek at the next layer.
No peeks. It's like a box of candy. You can't just dive down to the bottom layer to see what's there.
Well, it's past my bedtime, so I'm going to go upstairs and attempt to somehow fall asleep.
Okay. Hook the L out before you go up, will you? He's getting awfully messy.
Come on, boy. Come on.
Jan! Jan! Come in here and look at this!
Honey, come on. It's time to go to bed.
Look at this.
What?
Lipstick, I think. A will. A will on the wall undiscovered for 60 years. Maxie. Give me this.
Some kid who stole his mother's lipstick and wrote on the wall.
Let's leave it up for a while. It's like antique graffiti. Read it and weep. What could that mean?
Yo!
Mrs. Lavin. More food.
Please come in, Mrs. Lavin.
You radiate such a lovely aura, dear.
Thank you.
Don't you, Jonathan?
Is Jonathan your husband?
Not for about 47 years.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know.
Oh, that's okay. He was dead a couple of years before he knew it.
Thanks for the goodies.
Leftovers for my exercise class. It's the only way I can get him to move. Give him a ding-dong, make him feel guilty for reading it. Then you should see those ladies burn.
You all right? Here, why don't you sit down?
You understand what it means?
I can remember this like it was yesterday, like it was 5 minutes ago.
Jan, she knew.
Him. That was no him. That was a her with a capital H. Maxine Malone. After all these years.
Why'd you write Read It and Weep?
We were a team. I was Trudy Lisco, the toast of Frisco. And she was simply known all over town as Maxie. We had a song and dance act over the old Alcazar Theater.
How did she die?
Nick. No, it's good. It's good to remember. She took a break from the act to do a bit part in a silent picture, Flapper Melodies. She was only in this one big party scene, but she was such a humdinger, they gave her a line.
Did she die while she was making the movie?
No, picture wasn't even out. D.W. Griffith decided to screen test her for a starring role. Maxie knew she was going to get it, and the very night she's leaving for Hollywood, she threw a hell of a party, got real tanked up, wrote that on the wall. Then she drove down the coast highway, headed right into a tree, never even knew what hit her. Premonition, it had to be. Poor Maxie. Never even got to see the one movie she was in.
Oh, Mrs. Lavin, we didn't mean to bring up any sad memories.
Oh, no, not at all. Oh, I contact Maxie all the time. She'll be thrilled. Such a nice young couple has her apartment uncovered, a wall. Maybe I'll go upstairs and summon her spirit right now. I won't be able to reach Mr. Lavin. It's past his bedtime.
Nicky, our landlady talks to spirits.
It's a sad story, though.
Mrs. Lavin?
No, the wall.
Whew, the whole thing gives me the creeps.
Honey, this is the last vestige of Maxine Malone.
You're not going to get one of your things about her, are you?
Of course not. She's been dead for ages.
Somebody should tell Mrs. Lavin that. I'm going to bed. Good night, honey.
No, I'll clean up a little first.
See you tomorrow, Father. Bye.
Guess what I have behind my back?
2 round-trip tickets to Mexico.
Silent film classics from the 20s I rented at Max's movie.
That was going to be my second guess.
3 days. The Daly City Station is going to be closed till further notice.
Oh, I'm so sorry you have harassed Your Excellency. I specifically said no start.
The Dow Jones enjoyed its single biggest one-day game.
Yes, good night, Your Excellency.
And in Miami,
Just a little bit of baby powder.
Cleopatra
All right, good night.
search for an unknown to play the title role.
I know,
Riot
I know.
caused
But who else can he
600
call?
hopefuls responded, requiring police to calm the mob. These stories and more tonight on Channel 4 News.
I'll feed Al and open another bottle. Yell if the party scene comes on.
Okay.
Did you like that? Was this good? Roll over. Come on. Go. Roll over. Roll over.
Nicky,
Good boy. Okay.
I think this is it.
Which one do you think she is?
That's her, Jim. It's gotta be nice. Come on.
So short.
Ms. Lavin was right, though, huh? She had something.
Oh, so have I.
Great nights.
2 baked potatoes.
Big eyes, huh?
Bottle of wine. Nicky, I'm going to have to go to sleep before I pass out. Night, honey.
Well, Maxie Malone, you were something. You really were.
Nuts, I missed it.
What, hon?
Look, mister, I about killed myself getting back here. How's about turning it up again, would you? Just my reel. I don't give a hoot about the rest of the picture.
You hear something else?
I want to see my picture, fella. Come on, please.
Okay, I'll play. My who?
Me, Maxie Malone. So, what are you standing there for, huh, buddy?
Wine. Something in the wine. I knew I shouldn't have bought domestic.
You're starting to get on my nerves. I'm here, you're awake, and I want to see my picture.
You're not here. If you were here, I could see you, and I can't. So this whole thing is really a little absurd, and I'm just going to hit it.
If you'll stop yammering, I'll give it a shot. I mean, it takes a lot of juice. just a projector. Aren't we past that point yet?
Jan. Honey.
No, it's still Maxie. But if calling me Jan, honey, will get you to put my movie on.
Jan. Honey? My wife.
Oh, good for you. Now be a pal, put my movie on.
It's a tape. A videotape. Here.
What's the thing my movie's playing on?
Television set.
Smallest movie screen I ever saw. I was good. Wasn't I? Just like everybody said. Well, hell, at least I saw my picture. Thanks, mister.
You're going away. I'm getting my mind back.
It ain't you. It's me.
No. It's definitely me.
No, I don't have enough, whatever it is, to stick around.
Ectoplasm.
Cute and bright. Look, Sport, give me a drink, will you?
There's no point in me giving you a drink. Because you do not exist except in my mind. Which I've now lost completely.
Come on, just one little shot. Come on, be a pal. Damn. To have been alive.
These things happen all the time. You read about it in the paper. I realize they don't normally happen to people like me, but then you tell me, huh? What's normal? Who's normal? What I saw was a phenomenon. Now it is gone, and there ain't no more phenomenon. So, you kiss your wife, you go to sleep, and you chalk it all up to experience. Who am I kidding? Jen, get up.
Oh,
Jen, I had a profound experience tonight. Listen, honey, I gotta tell you something. Please, please, please. Do you think I'm capable of a psychotic episode? You won't believe what happened. This isn't like the time we thought we saw moving lights in the sky. Jan, this spoke to me. I gave her a glass of wine. What I think I saw has major implications. Honey, honey, please, please. My imagination, it's running wild. Okay, listen to me. Sweetie, listen. Huh? Okay, okay, all right. I know. I'm calming down. I'm calming down. Listen, honey, that feels good. It does. It feels good. It's helping to calm me down. Sort of. Honey, please. Listen to me. Jan? Honey, I know you're not taking this seriously. Could you do that a little to the left? There. Oh. Because I should... God, I shouldn't be taking this seriously either. That's a new one. Do that. Do it some more. Honey, I think I had a profound experience tonight. And I think I'm going to have another one. Please, sweetie, please. Wake up.
Oh, Nicky, come on. Please. You know not when I'm asleep.
I know. Wake up. Please.
Gosh.
I can deal with this. I'm fine. I'm under control. Okay. Saw a ghost.
never take you for a movie buff, Mr. Cheney. You are full of surprises.
Thank you. Miss Sheffer, I've been meaning to talk to you. A book scout came in with some incunabula, which I think would fit into our special collection.
Mr. Cheney, can we talk about business later? First of all, I think it's important that we get to know each other as people. May I call you Nick?
Of course.
Call me Ophelia.
Thanks.
I see by your finger that you're married.
8 years.
Children?
Not yet. We're considering one as soon as our budget allows. Have you had a chance to read my Mylar cover proposal?
You have wonderful eyes, Nick. You should open them.
Mylar is suited to one-page documents. It's non-reactive.
Let's not pretend, Nick. Most women avoid married men. I improve them.
I really have to go. This Fink is minding my desk.
Oh, well, let her mind. I don't mind, do you? Mickey, you are coming to the Library Companions fundraiser, aren't you?
Yeah, we'll be there. My wife and I.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to meeting the lucky woman.
Me too. I mean, excuse me.
Me to buy it. I mean, it really isn't me.
You should know what happened last night.
I should have known you'd hate it.
No, I do. I mean, I don't. It's just that it might be a little bright for old San Francisco money.
Turn the car around.
I couldn't tell you this morning.
I'll change my blue suit.
Jan, this isn't going to be easy. It's about Maxie Malone. After we watched the movie, and you went to bed, you might have some slight difficulty believing this.
Well, I believe you. I mean, I believe that you believe it.
But I don't believe it.
Oh, honey, I mean, we really aren't drinkers, are we? I mean, don't you think that next...
I don't know what to do. What's the matter? Stop it, you look great.
Good evening, folks. Each ticket is good for any drink from a Coke to a martini. The more you buy, the more we help the library. How many, sir?
4.
4? It'll be $20, sir.
Make it 2.
2? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Got the tickets. Come on, you look terrific, okay? Stop.
You know, I think we should go easy on the drinking, considering last night.
What's your pleasure?
Oh, I don't know, white wine spritzer would be fine.
Club soda with lime, please.
Well, will you look at all that hooch? Make mine a Bronx cocktail neat.
A Bronx cocktail, eh? That takes me back a few years, lady.
What on earth is a Bronx cocktail?
Stick with me, kiddo, you'll find out. Jeez, what a crowd. Looks like a convention of blind dates. Thanks. Put something in there that'd make a girl dance the hoochie coochie, would you, handsome?
Jan, if you think you're being funny, you're not.
Thanks, babykins. Now we're cooking with gas.
How did a bear cat like you get mixed up with a bunch like this?
Only half of each couple has to be stuffy. I showed my half at the door. What's eating him? Oh. Woo! This is the real thing, straight out of the bathtub. Oh, ain't this a pip? Barkeep, do it again.
Listen, there's something I want to explain to you. The other day in the stacks, I didn't want you to get the wrong impression. I didn't want you to think that I was just fooling around with you. I was very serious.
Gee, I wish they'd play something I knew. Now, where did my chic go? Uh-huh. Where there's dancing, there's floozies.
Oh, in the parking lot.
Go peddle it elsewhere, lady. The goods look damaged. My man ain't buying.
I beg your pardon.
Consider yourself pardoned. I'll take a hike.
What?
I said scram. Hit the bricks. Take a powder.
Oh, this is my wife, Jan. Jan, this is my chef for my new boss.
Only during working hours. Now, boss lady, would you take your arm off him, or should I just take your arm off? Period.
Why, Nick, your wife is charming in a very primitive way.
Stop it. This is embarrassing.
Ease off, boss lady.
Mrs. Cheney, for your information, this party is part of Nick's job. Come on, Nicky. There are some people I want you to meet.
Oh, I hate to waste such good hooch. Have one on you? Don't mind if I do. Oh, Nicky, darling, I need another ticket. My glass seems to be empty.
Crazy. She could fire me. Please. My wife's not a drinker. She didn't know what she was doing. She isn't herself tonight.
I have never been so humiliated in all my life. I will keep you on at the library on 2 conditions, Mr. Cheney. First of all, that the woman is gone by the time I get back. Second, make this up to me.
I'll pay for the dry cleaning.
Keep thinking.
Here I go singing low. Bye, bye. Blackbird. Oh, and somebody waits for me. Sugar sweet, so is he. Bye, bye.
Blackbird.
No one you can love and understand me. What hard luck stories they all hand me.
So, make the bed. Light the light. I'll arrive late tonight. See you later.
You're the cat's pajamas.
And you're the bee's knees.
I'm in deep shit. Would you be so kind as to explain your behavior this evening? And don't you think you've had more than enough? Jan, I'm talking to you. Damn it, Jan, answer me.
Ain't you caught on yet?
Max.
In the flesh, lover.
You. What have you done with you? I mean, what have you done with the other you, my wife?
She'll be back.
Where is she?
Somewhere safe. Relax. Kick off your shoes. Have some fun.
Okay. It's not happening, this.
Here, have a belt.
I don't want a belt. I want Jan right here, right now.
Have one little drink and maybe I'll let her back in.
All right, one drink. Just one. I'm serious, Miss Malone. Okay. I got it.
Yeah.
I got it. What you got? I got you. Say that again.
Say it yourself.
All right, I will.
Hey! Oh, Nicky. You know, everything looks so much bigger and brighter than I remember. You know, we hear rumors up there, but... God, you know how people exaggerate. Well, here's to you.
Hey, I got an important question to ask you. It's very important. The other night, after the movie, after your movie, the bedroom, was it you?
It was nice, wasn't it? At least till old June.
Jan.
Whatever. It was more than nice till she showed up and scotched it.
Jan, she doesn't know you're here, does she?
Nope. It's just that after a while I can't hold on or whatever, and she kind of pops back in. But I'm hanging on now, Nicky.
No.
Why not?
Because I don't want to be unfaithful to my wife. Why am I telling you this at all? Here I am looking at my wife's face, my wife's body, and I'm telling you I don't want to be unfaithful to you with you. This is nuts.
Look at me, Nicky. I mean, really look at me. Nicky. I don't really look like her at all, do I? La, 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 la. Sugar sweet, so is he. Bye, bye. Nicky, do you realize that underneath these clothes is a totally naked girl?
This has to be a dream, right?
Yeah. If it makes you feel any better, then sure. This is one hot dream.
Okay, folks, that's it. Party's over. That's it.
Says you.
How you doing, officer? Good evening. Why don't you two come with me?
Someone's always scotching the party.
She's a comedian. Tonight's our anniversary. Thought we'd just retrace everything that we did. 8 years ago, we came through the park, and we stopped here, and we just thought we'd do the whole thing again. I gotta get home anyway, because the kids are asleep, and... Yeah, right there. Oh, I'll pay for your pants. I'll give you a couple bucks for it. I'll give you $5. That'll wash right out, don't worry.
You want to ravish me? It's daylight, sweetheart.
My God.
I have a hangover.
I thought you might. So here we have coffee, tomato juice, Worcestershire sauce, raw egg, and aspirin. Something's got to work.
I only had a white wine spritzer.
Well, I guess I went easy on the spritz.
Nick.
Huh?
Did I sing
Very well. Aspirin?
and throw up?
Oh, a little.
Did I talk to a police officer?
Honey? Yeah. That's who you threw up on.
What?
Look, honey. All these things you're talking about, okay? Last night. Now you gotta understand, Jan, that it wasn't cheating. Let me start at the beginning.
I know all about it.
No, damn it, it's you again.
Oh, what's the dip?
Big dip. All the dip in the world. That was a dirty trick.
You want me, buddy, and don't say you don't.
No, I don't. What are you doing? No. Come on, don't. Please, don't. Stop it. Come on.
Hey, how's about doing it in the closet? Some fun, huh?
Cut it out. Don't. No.
Oh, what's this?
Will you cut it out? How'd you learn these things, huh? Jan? Come on. Go away now. Stop it. You're acting like a baby. Stop it. It's not funny. I'm not kidding. Stop it. Go away, will you? Leave us alone, please. Okay. Enough's enough. I'm tired, I'm dusty, I'm angry, and I hurt myself. I could resist any woman from Eve to Greta Garbo. I'm in complete control. Damn it.
Don't carry on so. Gee, it's good to be back. Whoa, to make love again. I'd forgotten.
Well, then remember with someone else, damn it.
Well, I would if I could, but I can't. I mean, don't you see? It's my house. It's where I belong, so it's got to be Jane. June. Jean, or whatever the hell her name is. Think I like it? She got another think coming.
Thing coming.
Well, whatever. Look at this hair. Dull as dishwater. What a bum color. Pathetic eyebrows. Now, who needs these arms? Not bad legs. Though mine were better.
You happen to be talking about my wife.
I'll drop the subject like a shot, believe me.
Wait a minute, where are you going?
Hear that music is calling my name.
Hold it, Maxie. That's not a party.
Will be when I get there.
Lift him up. There you go. Now, suppose a cute fella's coming down the street. What would you do? Put on a big smile. Stick him out.
Oh, swell.
Oh, yeah! Oh, good morning, morning. Yeah, that's what the upper way. You have a sugar
Hey, Nick. Come on in. The water's fine.
Oh, Mr. G, your wife is pumping it up great for the first time. How about you?
Me? No thanks, Miss Lavin. I couldn't keep up.
And you look at Doc. Oh, Nick, honest to God, he's gonna drop dead. You love yourself.
Terrific. You ain't seen nothing yet. Why don't we do another one? What do you say?
bed.
Jan, why don't we go back downstairs?
Do what?
Talk.
That's what I figured. Hey, I got a better idea. Let's go, pile into Nicky's ragtop, hit the train depot, see what big shots are heading down to L.A.
Oh, Jan, the Hollywood special stopped running years before you were born.
Really? Okay, I got it. Let's go to the 5 a day. We can catch the early show at the Alcazar.
Honey, they stopped doing shows at the Alcazar 2 years after Maxie and me stopped working there. Alice, you saw Maxie and me at the old Alcazar. Were we something or were we something? They don't have teams anymore now. No more teams. But never mind, kiddo. We were great. You were great. I thought we were. You always told me I was great. You and Maxine were really couldn't have said it better.
Hey, what's she talking about?
Maxie? That's Trudy.
Go on. Judy Lisco's a kid. I mean, she's younger than... What happened to her, Nicky?
She got old, Maxie. If you don't get old, it means you died young.
Oh, that was quite a class. Sit down, get the load off.
Trudy? Let me look at you.
Look at me. Why, is there something funny?
You look wonderful. Say, you wouldn't happen to have the music for the old Boston cream pie, would you?
I haven't had that request in years. How come you know all the stuff about the old days?
Oh, it's just a hobby.
I was wild about this tune. Maxie and me, we used to do a number to it. Every time we did it, brought down the house.
Probably don't remember any of it, do you?
Oh, like it was yesterday.
Here anymore. I'm sorry if you didn't have much fun.
Oh, to be absolutely honest, I haven't had so much fun in years.
Well, so long, Chic. Thanks for everything. You was a real guest.
Honey? Honey, I feel like It wasn't me. I mean, it wasn't me. It couldn't have been me. I wouldn't do anything like this. Drink, dance, get drunk, make a fool out of myself. It was her. Oh. She was in my body.
Honey, I told her to leave.
Maxine Malone was in my body, and you slept with her.
No, not really. I mean, it was you. All right, it was her. But
I am a woman, not a flop house. People just don't check in and check out whenever they feel like it. You're having an affair.
Oh, come on. Once is not an affair.
It was Maxine Malone in our bed that night we saw her damn movie.
I didn't know that. And you passed out, and nothing happened.
That was half the time. And then on the merry-go-round.
I thought that was you, and the officer came.
You thought it was me? Doing you know what on a merry-go-round at 4 a.m. in the morning? That's another half a time, and then today. That's 2 whole times. Do you want a divorce?
What for? To marry Maxine Malone. Oh, come on. Okay, honey. I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry. She's gone. She won't be back.
I don't believe you.
Please forgive me. Let's make it.
No. No, she'll come back. If we start... You know, if we start, she's gonna come back.
All right. We'll give it a few days, and then you'll see that I'm right.
Leave it on, I'm scared. Don't touch me.
Okay. Want another pillow?
Good shot, Your Excellency. Good shot. I think we'll call that 70 yards, sir. 70. All right, wait 1 sec. Girls, you'll be very careful. He's going to hit another one just any second now. Okay, Your Excellency, it's all clear. I got a problem.
Bishop Campbell,
Yes, sir.
do you believe in possession?
Dlaczego? That means why not in Polish. I'm taking lessons. I'm spending my vacation in Rome this summer.
Your Excellency, I'm being possessed. Or at least I was yesterday. I just had to talk to somebody about it.
Well, now, possession is a very shadowy area, Jan. It's very hard to prove. Even specialists go to great lengths to collect evidence, real evidence. You can't just walk up to the church and say, I'm being possessed by the devil.
I'm not. I was possessed by Maxine Malone, a movie actress who died in 1927. She used to live in our new apartment, but she hit a tree, and Nick and I watched one of her old movies, and then she possessed me and made me do terrible things.
What kind of terrible things?
Well, I got drunk. And I sang at a party. And I made out with my husband. And I told awful jokes. And I went on a joyride.
Oh, Jan. That's not known as possession. That's known as living. Now, let me know if she makes your head spin round and you start throwing up pea soup, huh?
I guess if you came to me with the same story, I wouldn't believe you either.
Now, you be a good girl and take a half hour and lie down in the outside office, and you'll feel better. Much better, huh? Come on now. There's the good girl. That's it. All right.
Is she still okay?
Fine, Miss Levin, fine.
And Maxie?
5 days, no sign of her.
Nick, I've been thinking about it. You were tricked. You didn't know. It's not your fault. Not really.
Thank you.
You did like her, though.
Well, she was selfish and childish and exhausting, but fun. I gotta admit she was fun. She wasn't you, though. Jan, we cannot go on indefinitely like this. Come on, let's go upstairs.
Well, Cookie, I'll out.
If you would rather, no.
No, no. Meet me upstairs.
You stay.
Was that as good as Maxie?
Well, there's no comparison.
Nick.
Where were you born?
What?
Where were you born?
Kankakee, Illinois.
What's your mother's maiden name?
O'Connell.
What's your social security number?
265063702.
I love you.
Mrs. Cheney. Mrs. Cheney?
Oh, hello, Father.
Do you have a minute? I need to talk to you.
Certainly.
Can you imagine what it's like to have two personalities inside you?
Frequently.
One is normal, wholesome, and has values.
And the other?
The other has these incredible, forbidden desires.
So he told you.
What?
About the possession.
Who?
His Excellency.
His Excellency? How did he find out?
Because I told him.
You've known all along?
Well, actually, he said it wasn't possession at all. He told me it was simply living.
He did? He did? But, Mrs. Cheney, it's getting worse. I mean now, when I confiscate the girly magazines from the boys at school, before I burn them, I look at the centerfolds. I can't even look at Staples without having impure thoughts.
Why, a young piece of talent like you ought to be out there living it up. You know, Friar Tuck, if you dress up, you'd be a cute little guy.
That's very kind, Mrs. Cheney. But I know in my heart I'm just not made for women.
Why the heck not? You got all your parts working, don't you?
Oh! I get it.
You know, this dress don't mean you're out of the running.
This is wonderful.
You should be out in the town having a great time of things.
Don't stop. Keep going. Nothing's happening.
You're still a man's man, ain't you?
Yes, but I'm a man of God first.
Jan, you made an appointment for me.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you. Thank you. By using Mrs. Cheney as your vessel, I have been cured. You're so wise and so wonderful. Thank you. And thank you, Mrs. Cheney. Thank you. I will always appreciate what you've done for me. I have to go. I have to fill out some insurance forms.
Funny guy. Reminds me of Fatty Arbuckle.
Oh, he's a nice lad, but these adolescent obsessions of his...
Nothing wrong with a good obsession, Bish. Not to change the subject, Your Goodness, but I need a leave of absence. We can start with a couple of weeks.
Jan, I thought I said that this was not a good time. Now, this discussion is, as they say in Polish, koniec. Finito.
This discussion, as they say in English, is just starting. It may not be a good time for you, but it's a swell time for me. Now, if you don't like it, you can can me.
Jan, this isn't like you. Are you feeling all right?
Sure, I'm hitting on all sixes.
Hitting on all sixes, huh? My, how colorful. Say, Jan, Who's your favorite movie star?
Rudy Valentino, what's it to you?
Oh, just inquiring. Do you remember the year that World War II ended?
We had a second one?
Oh, indeed. It was in all the papers. Not that that would mean anything to you, would it, Miss 1920s? Get thee behind me, Satan!
JFK! Mother Teresa. And you won $43 from Rabbi Nissenbaum in a poker game last week.
Oh, Jan. Jan, is that you?
Oh, God. She was here, wasn't she? She came back. Oh, God.
It's all right, my child. I never should have doubted you. She's gone. She's gone. Everything's going to be fine now. See, she's gone. She's gone. Just sit there, rest and relax for a while, and I'll get you an aspirin, and everything's going to be fine. Fine. Just fine. Fine. Yes.
They're all filled out. Mrs. Cheney just has to...
Get me the exorcist from San Bernardino.
The exorcist from San Bernardino.
And if he's not there, get the one from Beverly Hills.
Rare books.
Nicky. Maxie's back. I think the bishop's planning something in the next room.
Get out of there. Meet me in front of the pizza place. I'll be there as soon as I can.
Mr. Cheney, Nick, where are you running off to?
My wife needs help.
Oh, you could say that again. Nevertheless, we have a staff meeting in 10 minutes.
Have to go on without me.
Perhaps we can all go on without you permanently.
You don't understand. My wife is in...
Listen, I have had about as much as I can understand of you and your wife. If you walk out that door now, you are fired.
Okay. Go ahead, fire me. Fire me. I'm not a towel boy in a country club. I'm an expert in rare books. I'm a professional. I'm paid to service the public's needs, not yours.
All done. Don't be all there, but all finished.
No kidding.
8. Let's go. Look, I'm going to take care of this. If we have to stay locked in a room for a month until she shows up, and when she does, I'll make her wish she was dead.
Oh, have a good time trying, right, Sheik?
Where's my wife?
150. The paper is 150.
You heard him, Stiff. I'll pay the man for the paper, then get out of my way.
I'm warning you, Maxie. I don't want to have to resort to force.
Well, one of us has to.
I'm sorry.
可以啊，俾錢㗎你，幾點鐘嚟？你快啲快啲啊！你搞掂我。
I'm a quack!